Boys, good morning. How the fweek are we? It's another beautiful day outside, surprisingly. We had like a really nice day 2 days in a row. And I'm fucking shocked about that, if I'm being completely honest, but I'm thankful for it. I got outside and did a little Walkington, a little George Walkington. And it was nice. I might have got a slight sunburn, but hey, we gotta do what we can do before winter comes. Leon, the first in chat, yet again, brother. Nobody can stop you. You are quite literally goated, unstoppable, unflappable. Brother, fucking massive Z. You fucked my watch streak. You fucked your watch streak. What do you mean I fucked your watch streak? You fucked your watch streak. You're the one that didn't watch. I'm just saying. You streamed too late. You went to bed too soon. And maybe, Intrepid put the patch up too late. So you did say you'd be early? Okay, wait. Hold on. Motherfuckers took the game down all day yesterday. That's not on me. That's not on me. Dusty was not early. No, I was not early, but I also would have had to run a fucking 10-hour talk show yesterday if I was. That would have been fucking awful. I actually... When do I not run a talk show? Let's just be completely fucking upfront. Let's be upfront. This is basically a talk show with extra steps. You weren't on time, your fault. Time is relative and but a figment of our imagination. Time only controls you when you don't control time. And once you grab life by the cojones and you control the time and you become the time warden, the time master, the time keeper, that Z is when your streak will not get fucked over. May it rest in peace. It was like 70-ish. Oh, that's not even that big. 70 days is not even that large. Like, yes, may it rest in peace, but it is not that bad. People have had like 200 pluses Thanos snapped. People have had a lot of them Thanos snapped. Iceland took heads. Iceland was absolutely fucking violent to the streaks. Absolutely violent. Savo, what up, dude? Musa Wood, what up, guys? Kirito, how are you, my friend? About to try Forge for the first time? Like with a pub? Or not with a pub? Oh, that seems really expensive. I do not want to spend a gold repairing at a harbor, but I'll be completely honest, I also... Oh, cute! Wait, this is a little storage clerk hub that they have? Wait, that's so cute! Okay, I like that. They have their own little auction place. A repair there is almost 3 gold. Yeah, I would not repair there, if I'm being real. I need to get this gear out to people. I have so much initiate and adept gear that people just haven't come to get yet. I've got so fucking much. So, me thinks I definitely need a gear handout tonight. Definitely need a gear handout. I think guild storage is disabled. I do believe. So we don't have to worry about anything guild storagey. Excuse me. My mount just didn't want to fucking call in. There's nowhere where I can actually sell. Like, anywhere near here, huh? Fuck me. What is my fastest route? Like, genuinely, if I want to store anything, I'll probably just hold it. Crate vendor? Well, yeah. Like, I can sell here, but, like, repairing at the harbors is fucking insanely expensive. So, like, more so sell, repair, store. I don't want to pay 70 silver to repair right now for nothing even being broken. That's, like, absurdly fucking expensive. That is OD as shit. But I'm also like, do I want to take the time to run all the way back to a fucking town? Like, yes, I can sell at the harbor, but, like, can't sell. I'm surrounded by actual fucking wilderness. I am genuinely in smack dab the middle of nowhere. And it's kind of cooked. So, I may, like, I could run up sell and store and repair, and then death warp back down. But at that point, I'm just gonna have a fucking repair, like, looming from the death warp. So I don't know that it's worth it. But are people getting leveled right now? Is the question. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, what? What is going on with our guild XP? Oh my god, we hit level 2? What the fuckington? Is leveling the guild way easier than we thought it was? Holy shit. Can take gear off in Trown? That is true. Unless I can't fit all my gear in my fucking in my inventory. I can't put my inventory in my storage. I can't put my fucking my gear in my inventory. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm absolutely down horrendous. Well, you know what we must do now. Because all of this is boo-boo. That's poop. That's poop. That's solid as well, but we'll just go here and here as our first prios. And confirm. Alright, we can now have 80 in main, so that's good. Apparently the guild leveling process is not nearly as hard as it used to be. That's pretty fucking massive. Put 9 items into crate that takes 1 space. Can I... Wait. So... Wait, does this motherfucker have the crates? Isn't it here? He's gonna give me the intro though, right? No, crates are all carpentry made now, huh? You're not getting crates from anybody anymore NPC-wise. What about the crate guy that was outside of the caravanseries? Is he out of the job? Does he just have nothing? Because this is the same guy, right? He used to have the crowbar and the different crates. But those are all just carpentry made now, yeah? Well, I guess I hit up Keefington for that. Honestly, I don't fucking care that much about the death warp. Do we have people on to get power leveled? Because if we have people on that need a power level, that would be way easier. But if we don't, then I may run up to the Riverlands and farm out of the Riverlands or something for a little bit. Because I also need to get my gathering up. Should we build up a settlement? We already got one. Kaltorum, my dude. And now, since Kaltorum is a village, we've also got our apprentice tables ready to go. We've got the election process ready to go. We got everything out there. So, we're up tremendous. Kaltorum is good to go for your citizenship purposes. It is a little bit out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. But, confirm you can just log out after denouncing Winstead citizenship. I don't even think the cooldown's working right now. I'm pretty sure you can just denounce your citizenship and then run over. I don't even know if the logout's required for everybody. I don't think the cooldown's in right now. So that's slightly cooking tinned. Might have a little bit of impact on things. Election-wise. Might have a little bit of impact. But, hoping it's not too bad. Was it carved for 6 hours already today and only 1 piece dropped? Wait, what the fuck? Only 1 piece dropped in 6 hours? Okay, hold on. So wilderness farms are Insano style. We voted for Zom. I thought we were voting for you. I don't like being mayor. It's too much work, if I'm being completely honest. Like, being a mayor requires you to pretty much sacrifice your entire gameplay loop to build up the town, organize everything in the town, all of that. Like, it's cool that you get a flying mount, but that's not going to be a long-term thing. Long-term, the only mayors that have flyers are going to be your highest tier towns, like your T5s. So, I'm not really getting used to doing it for that. And I honestly, like, I would rather spend 8 hours grinding mobs that give me no benefit to level up my community and, like, my people in my community than fly around on a mount for 8 hours and gathering mats to build up the town. That's just basically like my personal preference on things. But both Zom and I were mayors last phase, so I had Shorefoot. We stood up a building in Shorefoot, all of that. Then I forgot to sign up for the re-election, and I also traveled the next month, so I wouldn't have been a good mayor anyway, so it worked out. And then Zom from there became mayor of Squall's End in the desert. So we have good experience, like, with everyone, you know, on the mayoral loop, on the town building loop. So fortunately, a whole lot of people are actually, like, ready for that, and, like, are well prepared for it. We've had a lot of people that are, you know, gathering, that are getting ready for that actual, like, building progress. So looking forward to that end of things. Fortunately, phase 2.5 for us was a big emphasis on, like, learning. Oh, yes, and Emu was a mayor. Yes, Emu was also a mayor. That's absolutely correct. Fuck, that's so correct. We had so many mayors last phase. They're already looking at the data for the drop rates. I would expect a middle ground in the next day or two. Yeah, I mean, so I have a take on this drop rate stuff. If they just hadn't fucked with it in the first place and let it play out, then we wouldn't be in this spot of like, They should have just let people get used to it with the first iteration of drop rates. And then said, hey, we understand that you guys might not be vibing with it, but the economy's not in place yet. You don't even have towns. We're not going to change the drop rates day 3 of the server. Let's keep it the same. Let's give it a shot. Let's get some data and populate stuff into the economy prior to adjusting the drop rates. And I think that's been my biggest complaint this phase so far, is that the drop rates are being fucking, like, it's not like you're slowing down gradually on the interstate. It's like you're start, stop. Like, it's like you're jamming on the gas and then jamming on the brakes and then jamming on the gas and then jamming on the brakes and jamming on the gas and jamming on the brakes. And I just want this nice little, like, this period where they're like, hey guys, we're going to take 2 weeks on this new drop rate. 1 week on this new drop rate. Please give it time. No, we will adjust it if it's bad. But we need to get a good amount of organic data long term with this to see what the percentages of drops are, how many items are populating into the world, and go from there. I fucking wish that they would just be like, y'all gotta get the fuck over it. Hold your horses, relax a little bit. We got you. Yo, good afternoon, Rusty. How you doing, my boy? Ron, what up? Are you guys goondarking? If we have people that want levels, then I'm down to goondark. If we don't have people that actively want levels right now or need levels right now, I would love to get another round of people up to like 23 plus before Forge tonight so we can get more people in. I just don't know how many people we have on in the guild right now that would be in the level range for it. We have Vivid, we have Sin, we have Ozik, because Ozik is close. 20 but could go. Yeah. It's best to be 21, but if we don't have spots, it's still gonna be faster 20 to 21 here than elsewhere. So, I mean, I'm sure we have enough people on. Like, I'm sure that it's not a matter of that. I'm sure it's not a huge deal there. It's just, do people want to deviate from what they're doing? Shields Lonnie's just trying to get a citizenship. Okay, word. Yeah, I wanted to run up and at least try to repair and shit in a place that wasn't costing me $1 million fucking gold to repair. Is Carla smacking something? It sounds like Carla's hitting something with a fucking hammer. What are you doing? Oh, you're tenderizing chicken. I was like, what the fuck is going on out there? No, you're good. I thought you were like building something. Yeah. You keep that salmonella mallet out of here, devil woman. Jesus Christ. Strad, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Did they add secondary classes yet? Nah, secondaries are going to be a bit further down the road, so we still have a few things coming in prior to secondaries. We still have the summoner to come in. That's going to be November 18th for that patch date. That's going to be the next milestone patch. And then from there, we will have a rework to all of the archetype trees that will bring in ranks to all of the abilities and not just like, you know, I select or deselect this ability. So that's going to be quite nice for people playing their, you know, their class in a bit more of like a how they want it way instead of a how it's given to them way, which is cool. So, for example, with that as a tank, I could go into things like Indom, Wall, Intercept, Banner. I could put points into Fortify, Aegis, Protect. All of those defensives I could put points into that, and I could play as a defensive supporty type tank. The way that I'm probably going to put a lot of my points is going to be like my Pulverize, my Desolate, Tremoring Strike, maybe Ground Pound, maybe Slam, maybe Shield Assault. So I like a little bit more aggression. Nice. We do love to see that. I am a huge fan of all of these mobs. I absolutely love it. Good news is we have mounts on mounts on mounts. I thought that was going to hit my ram instantly. I would have been fucking livid. I would have been so mad. At least we have a lot of mounts. But yeah, so secondaries are going to be probably like early 2026-ish. Maybe even mid. I don't know that they've given us like even a timetable date on secondaries quite yet. But we do have a couple things that are going to be in before secondaries start rolling in, so just keep that in mind. This phase so far, keep in mind, phase 3 dropped with a massive set of patch notes. Exclamation patch, I believe, still has a link to those notes. So if you didn't check it out, I would highly recommend checking out the phase 3 patch notes. That was like the huge patch that we got on phase 3 launch. We have received smaller patches since then. A lot of that's trying to get bug fixes in. A couple of those have actually introduced some other issues that led to rollbacks. So in terms of like patching since P3 start, it's been primarily trying to figure out econ things, bug fixes, dealing with the DDoSs that popped up. So a couple things getting rolled back also doesn't help a lot. But, you know, we'll feel it out. I'm sure it just continues to get better. Completely depends on what they want the drops to be. They talked about drops only being in the low tier per level range. i.e. 313 and 23. Not this. Dropping a bunch of mid, high, 6, 9, 16, 19, and 26, 29. Right. But I feel as though they also talked about like elite enemies being more rewarding for those tables as well. So they talked about how they wanted the lowest tier of things to drop from most mobs, right? But it also doesn't really make sense to only have shit dropping at eye level 23 if you're killing level 29 and 30 mobs. That's kind of the way that I think about it. Now, in terms of tiers versus qualities, I feel as though the terminology that was used was that there would be low quality, higher tier items drop from mobs. Feel free to double check on that, but I want to say it was low quality, high tier items from elite mobs. And low quality indicates that it would be minimum roll or near minimum roll. Now, the reason why people are finding greens and blues is because those are your min rolls for a lot of these sets. So, we even talked about the high tier gear was only going to be crafted or named in boss drops, but not general 3-star mobs. Unless I'm remembering wrong. I feel as though it's also flip-flopped 72 times recently, but I would definitely double check on it because I absolutely feel there was a mention of low quality, high tier gear being grindable from those elites. Maybe it could have been 4 or 5-star mobs. I mean, it's honestly everything econ-wise and gear table-wise, dude, has changed so fucking much. I could also be remembering it wrong. Like, I could be coping because I want to get 29 gear. 100% weird changes. Dude, I would love it if you double checked. Honestly, we're both probably right given the video that you watch. It's been such a back and forth, man. And I don't envy them because drop tables are one of the hardest things to get right. But, dude, I feel as though it's been so up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I want a little bit of fucking consistency with it here. And I know consistency isn't like what we're going to get in an alpha. It's really going to be like up, down, up, down, up, down with a lot of the adjustments. But I think drop rates makes it feel very bad for people, especially if drop rates go up and everybody gets their loot that's far ahead, and then drop rates go back down, and then everybody that's behind stays further behind because the drop rates are getting adjusted. And like, I would totally get it if there was a little bit more time. But I feel as though it's incredibly quick shifts. If you miss Steel Bloom one day, then you're going to miss out on 50 pieces of loot. If the change comes in the next, then you're cooked. But right now, we don't know if drop rates are going to get buffed tomorrow, if they're going to stay low. Like, better trying to level with no party also. Super not fun. Yeah, I mean, leveling's hard right now, dude. Mobs hurt. Even in a group fighting elites, it's tough. Now, I will say, if you can find non-elite mobs with a faster spawn rate, I was killing some non-elites at times that I didn't have groups, and I was still getting a solid amount. Like when I was level 14, 15-ish over in Seth, I was killing level appropriate wolves and shit, and I was getting like 1,000 XP a pop, and then we'd kill a mob in Seth that was an elite, and I'd get like 2,200. And honestly, from just a raw XP standpoint, non-elites weren't the worst as long as you were staying consistent. But if you weren't staying consistent with it, then I was cooked. And also drop rates not being the best. So, actually, Shop, they didn't change drop rates today. Yeah, I mean, I heard that it was very low yesterday from POI specifically, but in terms of what we found yesterday, I don't know why Riverstalker stuff is dropping from level 30 mobs, but we got Hollow Shade Helm, Shoulders, Cape, 3 pieces of Riverstalker, actually 4 pieces. We got a Veil Pierced Ring out here. What else did we find? I think that was it, but we got 4 unique drops from couple hours out in wilderness spawns just killing this little snake area, which previously had no drops. So I don't really know where they're leaning with things, because at this point, honestly, I kind of want to bring people up to the Riverlands and see if we can weapon farm. I would really like to test my weapon farm spot and see if it is dropping like crazy. Because if it is, that's not going to be bad at all. Gobs? Yeah. North of Ursine? Yep. I kind of want to go there and see if we can find a few 20 weapons for people. Because if we can, then we're up. And I could get people to 21 off that, then come down here for a 21 to 23 plus loop. Because 23 is where we want people at for Forge tonight. But if all, if all POIs are cooked, then it's going to be a little rough. And honestly, if all POIs are cooked in terms of drop rates, we'd be better off just having everybody go out and gather for a little bit. Like, I'm not even making that shit up. Forge is not bad at all right now. Oh, really? Are you actually getting drops at Forge? No drops, but mob-wise, easy. Interesting. What level mobs? 29, 30, right? Or what are you encountering down there? Especially with the number of recipes not working for one reason or other. Crafting's all mess / bad. Yeah, like crafting's omega important, but they definitely have a long way to go to get it to being fluid. And systems, when they're not fluid, I think can feel bad for a lot of people. And I'm hoping that they can make things feel fluid. That's the biggest thing. I recognize systems are going to be chunky. It's going to be an up, down, up, down, up, down. And I personally, I don't mind along the way because I have a very simple gameplay loop. I like hitting mobs, players, and stuff like that. So I'm easy to satisfy. But a lot of people's gameplay loops are being very volatilely adjusted. Like, there's a lot of volatility. Snake, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. There's a lot of volatility with a lot of these changes. It's impacting people's gameplay loops on a very, very core level. So I'm hoping that, like I mentioned, the big up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, I want that to be kind of like smoothed a little bit. I want a little bit more time with these patches. I want a little bit more time with the drop rates, whether they're good or bad. Sometimes your first impression of something isn't the greatest. Sometimes we need just a little bit more data. Maybe people are farming things under leveled, so they're outside of the ideal drop rates. There could be so many things that are impacting drop rates past just the normal drop rates that I think we need more time than just like 2 days to sit on econ things to test. Yo, Rolling Hills over on YouTube. What up, dude? What are the new drop rates? More drop or less drops? POI drops have been absolutely nuked, according to most people. So the patch notes specified that points of interest did get their drop rates reduced pretty substantially. Things like Steel Bloom, shitting out loot. If you went over to Steel Bloom, even with an 8-person group, like, this is all Steel Bloom gear from my last farm there that lasted about an hour. There is a fucking lot that you were getting from those areas. I still don't know. Do I want this extra? Dude, it's 4.5% attack speed. Just right off rip. Honestly, I kind of want the 4.5% attack speed. That's a lot of attack speed. That is a lot of attack speed. And I can throw out snares with a one-hander, with the sword. I feel as though it's not bad. Pen is just really good to have, though, on the mace. Like, 15% pen going out on everybody, I think, may actually, like, get around the attack speed difference. But it's 15% pen versus 15% attack speed going out on everybody. That's the big differentiator. I lose a little bit of crit chance, like 2.7% crit chance. Gain 4.5% attack speed. Lose a little bit of power along the way. Decisions. All I need to do is get an eye level 29 weapon, and then it's not a fucking problem. Then I'm not even worried about it. What's max level now? Max level right now is 25 still. After the November patch, they're going to be working on another milestone patch. Obviously, like, milestone patches are those larger patches. So subsequent to the November patch, the following milestone patch is where Steven said that we'll likely see the level expansion come in. We don't know if that's 30 or 35 or 40, honestly. So we'll see. I would think 30 or 35 is reasonable. I think that's within the realm of possibility. My personal prediction for the next milestone patch is like April, maybe March, April would be my guess, but that's no official word from Intrepid on that or anything like that. That's just kind of like my guesses based on the current cadence of things, based on what's going on. Are you guys still recruiting? Yeah, we're always recruiting. So what are the requirements for joining? So any player can join our casual guild right off rip. Then with our casual guild, we have, you know, Cats with Crafts there. That is all of our crafters, all of our motherfucking stupid mushrooms, all of our crafters, all of our super casual players. And then from there, you have a chance once you're, once you're leveling a little bit, once you get a feel for it, if you are interested in PvP, to move up to second guild. Second guild is Cats. That is where PvP interested players go, where they can develop their PvP awareness, just gameplay, everything, right? So you learn the game in the casual guild. You're still a part of the entire community. And then you move your way up through the guild designs up to main, which is Cats with Abs. And Cats with Abs are people who are the closest thing to degens that we have, or any of the degens that we have. So all of the people that are around, 8+ hours a day, that want PvP in the highest level to be their main focus, or gameplay at the highest level to be their main focus. So in our ideal standpoint, we have Cats with Abs, we have Cats UA. Cats UA is our EU guild. They're over on Shoal with us on the NA server as well, so we have an EU presence here too. Full leadership, everything over there. So then we have Cats with Crafts, and then we also have our alliance guilds. So we have a lot of guilds like under the direct Cats house, so to say. House Cats is going crazy. And we also just hit level 2 with our guild, so now we can have 80 people in main guild. So that is leveling quite quickly. Everybody that's been running crates for us is fucking insane. We've got 3.25 milli guild XP for that, and we're almost halfway up to our 8 milli for level 3. So there is more expectation on you as a player as you go up the ladder and work your way up towards the top guild. It becomes a bit sweatier, a bit more demanding, a bit more organized and structured, right? You still have structure and organization everywhere, but Cats with Crafts is literally like, come as you are, play as little or as much as you want to. And then from there, the opportunities, if people want to take it more seriously, are there. But we're not telling every single player, fuck you, if you're not playing 45 hours a week, you're cooked, right? That's for the top guild. That's where the expectations are there. But we want to open up the community to every player, regardless of how sweaty, casual, competitive, whatever you may be. So we've got crafters, PvEers, PvPers, brand new players. We've got fucking RPers in this bitch. So we got a lot. We got a lot. Gotta slow down. Listen. We need everybody playing as much as possible in main. Probably need to implement some sort of AFK timer on the casual guild, like 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially as slots become more finite, like, the guild grows every day. People are naturally going to atrophy and fall off, and kind of, like, take breaks. So how I see that is if somebody's approaching that timer, we should go through like once a week and basically do like a census of all of the guilds, check the timers, and then once a week restructure rosters as needed. So if we have people that want to move up, we could do that on like Sundays. Go through, look at the rosters, look at the tickets, see what we need in main, move people up, move people down, based on activity, based on leveling, whatever it may be. Gives us a chance to reach out in tickets as well. And then also be like, hey, you still playing? You know, did you die? Like, what's going on? And if no reply, then, you know, that takes care of itself. If they reply and they're just like, hey, yo, I'm just taking a break. Don't want to burn out. I'll be back in a week. Then we're like, okay, cool. We noticed that you're in main guild. We're going to move you down to Cats with Crafts. Hit us up when you log in. We'll have a spot ready for you. Ticket stays up. They're still active. So, pretty easy peasy. Same want to join? Exclamation Guild, boys. Literally open to everybody. Go through the guild verification process there in Discord. Discord.gg/catswithabs. You will post in request to join. You'll get your perms from an officer there, and then you'll create your ticket in the create a ticket channel. That's your way to communicate with leadership, our way to communicate with you directly instead of having to chase you down. So if we need something from you, right? Say you're one of our crafters, and I'm like, yo, can you make us some scrolls? We can talk about that in your ticket instead of me having to chase you down. We can figure out anything there. If you have a problem with somebody in the guild, something you want to bring up to leadership, or if leadership needs to check and make sure that you're still playing the game, then that's all going to be, you know, in that realm within your ticket. And then we have, you know, the entire guild Discord for everybody to just kind of clamor. So everyone just big chills over there. But I have a problem with someone in the guild. If it's me, then you're not allowed to say anything. You can send that up to HR, and we don't have HR. What class is most in need? Classes that are most in need. I would say mages very heavily. Mages, bards, clerics. I would say we're yeah, no, mages, bards, clerics are the big three. Genuinely, I think that's what we always need more of. Outside of that, rangers are great. But like what we already probably have too much of, rogues and fighters, I would personally be happier if we got 0 more fighters the entire time that this game is alive. We got a couple. There's not a whole lot. Wait, maybe the repair costs are the same? I always thought the harbors were more expensive than in towns. I scammed myself. I played myself, and you should never, ever, ever play yourself, chat. That's absolutely fucking tragic. Fighter's broken. I don't think Fighter's broken in like a core sense. Lesh. I don't think Fighter's broken in like a core sense. I think Fighter just falls into the melee woes, I call it, of any MMO or any PvP thing ever, right? If you're fighting a lot of people that are ranged and you are melee, you will have to run into their range without you being within range to hit them at some point, right? Just very simply put, somewhere along the line, you will have to do that. And when you do walk into their range, you're going to take damage before you get, you know, into your damage dealing range. You're naturally going to be at a disadvantage. And if you are playing in a larger scale mode, you're then going to find yourself taking even more damage. So like, from that standpoint, I think melee is just harder to get away with than most classes, right? If you are playing fighter, rogue, or tank, you're making yourself way more punishable than anything ranged, as long as you're playing in the proper positioning. If you're a range player and you're playing in a melee positioning and you get grappled in, that's on you. That's on you. If you're a range player and you're getting grappled, you just gotta know grapple range. You gotta see a tank coming into where you're at and you gotta get the fuck away. That's my take on that. If range are like, oh my god, I'm getting grappled, brother, just move back. Just maintain the same distance. It's this. It's you move with them. You mirror with them. Need some way to survive for melee. Like, we have our ways to survive, but melee in PvP games is not melee in like PvE games. It's not like you're AoE pulling a lot of mobs as players. You're going to be fighting pretty even odds. Like, sure, you might be able to win like a 1v2 if you're fighting people that aren't good, but in any semblance of playing melee, right? You're gonna be walking in, and you don't have that main character protection. You don't have that main, you know, that main character, I fight everything and make it out because the storyline says so. If you walk into a clump, and that clump turns to you, you just fucking die. So I think in terms of the way to survive for melee, like, most of it breaks down to timing. Oh wait, Ursine Farm for weapons. I think most of it just breaks down to timing, if I'm being completely real. Also, if anybody wants to come check out a level 20 plus weapon farm spot with me, let me know. I have a theory that this could shit out weapons for us, with the drop rates being the way they are. So good opportunity to farm some up for yourself, the guild, your friends, make some moolah, whatever you want to do. Whatever you can do. Sitting here looking for a mage live and no one's playing mage. I mean, just depends on time of day, I guess. You're not gonna have a million streamers that are always in Ashes right now. In terms of what you're looking for mage, if you're curious, just let me know. More than happy to help out with anything. I play tank, but I can tell you pretty much most things about mages because I shit on them time and time and time again in ones, and for some reason they keep coming back. Mages do not win in 1v1s. But in 8v8s, that's their come up. But yeah, I don't know, man, like, there are not a ton of Ashes streamers in general. And out of the ones I do, I don't even know what class is the most played. I don't really know what people play that stream, I'll be completely fucking honest. Zop streams sometimes, he's a mage player. He usually streams in the mornings though, before the Dusty shift, as he calls it. So once 2 p.m. hits, I just kind of like waddle my way in here and plant my ass down for the next 10 hours. So a lot of people will just come hang in here at that point. So we have a lot of good mage players that'll come through chat. If you're literally wondering about anything, we can probably get you squared away with whatever you're looking for. Mage in terms of playstyle, very dependent on like executing combos properly, getting your volatile into your freeze, into your shatter proc. That's going to be a big part of anything mage. You've got solid mobility with your blink, but unfortunately that's tied to your CC break, and you can only use that facing forward. So that can be a little hard sometimes, but mage is fun as shit. Bad in 1v1s, unless you're fighting another mage. Really good as soon as you have a group behind you, because if you have a group behind you, you just fucking, well, I guess in front of you. If you have a group in front of you, you fucking melt shit. You melt everything. You are genuinely like the highest AoE DPS in the game that is playing safe. Some people argue that a fighter can do more damage. I think mage does way more sustained damage in an AoE than a fighter does, instead of just like one big pop and then having nothing for a little bit. Trick would make it possible 1v1 mage. That's a meme, right? Surely that's a meme. I'm pretty sure that's a meme. He is a Abyss mage enjoyer. I think that's a meme. This has to be rage bait right now. I think this is rage bait, and I'm not gonna entertain it. I will not entertain rage bait in this chat. That's libel and slander. No, don't. It wasn't. I'm rage. I have thoughts. And anybody that's played the game for that long and hasn't moved into the competitive PvP scene at all and still just tries to pub stomp for content on quirky builds, no. Bring that shit into organized PvP in any semblance where you're not fighting dads and plumbers who are coming home from their 9 to 5s with a child on their lap. and then people get exposed very quickly. There's a reason why everyone in that game says, war sweats, war sweats. It's because war is the one thing that actually has organization to it. And so people can't just go in with a cheesy build that's built around solo healing, void gauntlet, hatchet cheese, haste cap one-shots. You can't do that shit in actual PvP. And threes are corny as shit. Threes are easy as fuck. I had an 80% win rate in threes as a bruiser. OPRs are an absolute joke because you're playing against people that don't know what their dodge bind is. So, my personal stance on New World PvPers is if anybody's been in that game for that long, and for whatever reason they say, oh, I don't want to check out wars. Oh, I don't want to get slaughtered in wars. I don't like the war sweaties. They're just dodging the actual competitive PvP aspect of it, where there is an actual common objective, common goal, macro, micro, all weighing in. Anybody can go around with a fire staff and an outpost rush and drop kills. I had 50 plus kill outpost rushes as a fire staff player when I didn't play fire staff until I was 6,500 hours into the game. I played 20 hours of fire staff before I got my first 50 plus OPR game. Mage in that game and OPRs and threes and stuff like that is fucking brain dead. Brain dead. But we have to remember over here too, some matchups are just absolute hell. So I 1v1 against people who are the best mages in the game in a lot of people's minds. And even with that, mages is such a disadvantage against tank just because of the matchup. Not even because like I'm a god amongst men. It's so matchup based, right? There are a lot more controllables, a lot less, I guess, ability identity in New World in most senses. So like if you have a sword and board sender build, that's gonna cook a fire staff in most instances. If you are a fire staff VG or something like that against a bruiser, then you should probably win that fight against the bruiser 10 times out of 10. And if you don't, then you should probably re-roll. Other than that, there aren't many terrible matchups because there are so few abilities and there are so many workarounds, right? In Ashes, the big thing about Mage that gets fucked in 1v1s is, in my opinion, the best 1v1 ability in the entire game is right here. I think this is the single best 1v1 ability in Ashes of Creation. I'm willing to debate, but this is a guaranteed additional mitigation. It used to double your block mitigation, by the way, but now it gives you 30% additional. That was a shadow change. So, you get additional block mitigation. You block the attack and take way reduced damage. Send back 100% fizz damage plus up to 800% more based on the amount of damage that you take. And it trips them. And I can also, in my 1v1 build, run Refreshing Reflect, so it gives me mana up to 20% of my max mana. That is fucking sicko mode. Because for 1v1s as well, the reason it's so strong, in 1v1 specifically, is no matter what you do, no matter what your timing is, all I have to do is go, and it's faster than your cancel, it's faster than your reflexes, and I just wait for a projectile, I wait for a cast bar, I wait for an ability, I wait for an animation. I press that, you're tripped, I get mana back. You're gonna take a lot of damage if you do something like a lightning strike, if you shatter proc me, something like that. Any big instance of damage comes back to you, that first instance of damage. So I hit you harder than you hit me. Then I follow up with a Pulverize, which I've Desolate on right now for AoE. But Pulverize is the single target, takes me to the target, and then it's 100% crit hit chance against snared or recently tripped enemies. So all I have to do is reflect Pulv, and I can hit people for 2,000 plus. Incredibly easily. On a lightning strike, I've hit people for 1,500 with their own lightning strike. So, really good mages, they have to play around their combos. They can't just throw out abilities all willy-nilly and not combo. It's in their blood. They have to shatter proc. They have to freeze into the lightning, into the shatter proc, into everything else. Otherwise, they miss out on too much damage. It's suboptimal. And all I have to do is either sit back with my longbow out and trade autos because I win, because I have more healing, more sustain, more mitigation, or the second they go into an ability, all I have to do is reflect. So you could genuinely take the best mage player and put them on demon time. And even with being terribly geared, I mean, right now I'd probably get smacked because my magic defense is so low. Once I gear out and have my missing 15% magic mitt, that'll be fucking wonderful. There are very few scenarios where mages, I think, like, stand a chance in 1vs against tanks. But the peculiar thing about Reflect, I say it's the best 1v1 ability in the game. I think that it is C tier at best in group stuff. It's an uncontrollable trip, uncontrollable reflect. It's only the first instance of damage. So it's a little peculiar. It falls off incredibly quickly, as do a lot of tank abilities. So we typically have to play a lot different in our group-based instances than we do in 1v1s. So, not gonna lie, we have a quicker burst than most. Yeah, I can just send that back at you. New World Wars cooked my GPU more than Ash's Sieges. Yeah, New World optimization was never that great. Their net coding was pretty bad as well. There were a lot of like very bad desync and lag issues. Their actual optimization frame output wise was also really bad. That shit was cooked. Say that to my Mez plus Dark Lullaby. The second you cast Mez, all I do is shake it off. That's easy, because Shake It Off's my CC break. If you Marionette me, Marionette breaks too quickly and you can't combo anything with it. So the second you try to get res dumps, all I have to do is wait for the Marionette to break, and then again. If you Discordance me, then I can literally kite your Discordance notes around, and I can charge away from them. I can wait for my Reflect to be up, and then I can Reflect in turn and use your Discordance notes to trip you 10 seconds after you've cast them, because they won't despawn. Oh, Bard gets it too. Bard gets it too. These hands do not discriminate against casters. Clerics, that's just easy. Clerics have to fucking try to cleanse themselves so much that they can't even hit me. So that's a rough fight. I would say Bards probably would give me the most trouble and would be like the best chance of actually beating a tank. But outside of that, I don't think there's a ton. Maybe look my lips. I want a 1v1 now. The 1v1s will always be here. As soon as I can stop leveling my guild 24/7, we can just sit at stack stones all day again. The days of P2.5 will be upon us again very soon. We got good enough gear. We're set up. Oh, I actually want to go check Blood Runner pieces before we farm. I want to go up this way. Hit Winstead and then maybe see if anyone's selling Blood Runner pieces. If they are, it's going to be 1,000,000 gold. Literally 1,000,000 gold. What are you going to give me if I go undefeated? Absolutely nothing. I don't really care that much, if I'm being completely honest. Absolutely fucking nothing. The satisfaction of me actually 1v1ing you. 1v1 Bungus? I'm pretty sure I have. I'm quite sure I have. With the last phases, or maybe on PTR somewhere. I'm pretty sure we ran them up multiple times. We may not, though. I don't know. But with this PTR build, and like this new gearing, it feels even more oppressive because everybody just be squishy as shit. Now, the only time that I was losing on PTR... You have? I have beat Bungus? Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. We ran it up on PTR and stuff. Because I was dueling constantly. Saying thank you for the hydrate. I know what beats tank. I know you about to say an R word right now, aren't you? The only thing that can stop a bad tank with a shield is a worse guy with a stealth. Armor pen fighter. No, fighters get cooked on this build too. You're too dependent on blood fusion against me, so all I have to do is wait for your blood fusion and then space out the fight. I reflect you, I break your combo, I get spike in, I win the spike trade, you pop your blood fusion, I don't let you hit me for blood fusion duration, then I go back in on you. It's so easy to beat a fighter, you just have to have a brain. The second you recognize that blood fusion is their only thing to play around, it's the fact that fighter has to play around blood fusion or they're just a paperweight, right? If you get your blood fusion canceled, if somebody kites you during blood fusion, whatever, right? I also fought fighters on PTR build constantly because all we did on PTR was PvP. I fought fighters, I fought bards, I fought mages, I fought clerics, I fought rangers, I fought rogues. The only thing that would consistently give me trouble was a rogue that ratted like crazy. And that's because I couldn't catch the motherfuckers. I couldn't catch shit. Now, have I lost duels? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not fucking undefeated champion of the world in duels, but realize on Blood Fusion that much. Hit your dodges. How are you gonna dodge when I reflect trip you off of your own ability? Or off of your own auto? Like, that's the thing with tank. You can't get around our CC. If you dodge one trip, I have a second trip. If you dodge the second trip, congratulations, you're out of stamina, and I have a third trip. And then I still have all of my damage. And then guess what? I have a fourth trip. And then guess what? I have a stun. And then guess what? I have a grapple, and I also have a wall. I can legitimately eat any ass. Any ass. Don't hit reflect. You cannot control if you hit reflect or not against a good tank, because a good tank will wait for you to animation lock. A good tank will wait for a projectile to be on the way. That's why it's so good in a 1v1. All I have to do is wait for you to go, ready? Right here, reflect. That projectile has a travel time and it's not hit scan. I don't know how other games were with their hit scan versus travel time, but the second you shoot a projectile, you are committed. The second you jump in and have a land that does damage, you are committed. You cannot avoid reflect in this game against good tanks because everything has a projectile travel time and you physically just can't do anything about sending out your projectile. All I have to do is watch your animation, wait for the audio cue of pew, and then once that audio cue goes, boom. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Some abilities for mobs are cast bar based and others are animation based. Yes. Just the best player? No, I didn't say that at all. I said that I've lost duels before, but I do absolutely know what counters a whole lot of classes. And I will say, if you've watched my 1v1s, if you played with us on PTR, you will know I talk like this because I win a large majority of my 1vs. I don't just yap shit to yap shit. I yap shit to try to educate the people about good and bad combos, matchups, everything like that. And me saying that I know the combo to beat your class and how to deal with your class isn't me saying you're a dog shit player. It's me saying why everybody says tank is oppressive in 1vs and why everybody that PvPs a lot complains that tank is literally unfightable in 1vs for most classes except rogue. People say that tank's not fun to fight. People say that tank has an answer to everything. It does. It genuinely does. So don't take this as me saying I'm immediately better than you. Take this as me saying I have confidently beat a lot of the best players on classes in these 1vs and talked to them a lot about the matchups, learned a lot, and fortunately, with a lot of the time that I spent in 1vs, learned to play around a lot of stuff. That doesn't make me the best, inherently. You could always be a Greg Popovich and not a Tim Duncan, right? But I'm also pretty fucking nuts at the game. I have no problem saying that. I'm confident in myself. I'm confident in my abilities. I'm pretty certain of things. Looking forward to the Mana Steel builds. Rogue. Rogue has Mana Leech. And that shit was absolutely fucking awful to deal with. Can confirm Dusty has never beat me in a 1v1. Seat 100 to zeros me every single time that we fight. And so I won't dual seat. Never took a 1v1 I couldn't win, baby. No, I did actually, on the phase 2.5 build, I did lose a 1v1 to a mage and they posted it on YouTube. Now, why did I lose that 1v1? Because I had taken off nearly every piece of my armor, had weapons, a cape, and accessories on, and I was also fighting a bird at the start of the fight while they went through their entire shatter combo. But, they did win a 1v1. They even put a disclaimer on the video that I was half naked in the duel. And then at the start of the duel, you just see me sitting here, like, fighting a bird while they free cast on me. And then I start the fight at 30% and still almost won. I had him down to like 100 HP. It was close. But yes, people didn't want to 1v1 anymore unless I fucking take gear off. That's just tank. That's not necessarily just me. That's most good tank players. Of course, he and I have never fought a 1v1 either, but that's neither here nor there. Listen, the biggest thing about a 1v1 is you can't lose it if you don't take it in the first place. You also can't win it, but it is what it is. I feel like, chat, who wants to come over and farm this area, by the way? Because we could probably farm this with just a few people. This would be pretty solid XP for people as well. It's not going to be the craziest, but I want to go out on a limb and say that these flares are probably going to have really juicy drops, especially weapon related. Really fucking confident in that. Can confirm. Wait, everyone just hates us fighters. Nah, everyone doesn't hate fighters. People want to see fighters succeed as a class. Everyone hates fighter players because fighter players just fucking ooga booga into stuff. And then they just go, man, why is fighter so bad? Not realizing that they're doing it to them goddamn selves, dog. Like, it's not hard to just not jump into 30 people and instantly die. But apparently for some people, it is. Whoops. / invite Jinso. People hate how bad fighters are. People don't hate fighters themselves. Because, like, we have to remember, looking back to the 8v8 tourney, everyone was gassing up, what's his name on Fighter, the fucking EU guy that was playing Fighter. And then other people tried to play Fighter and then also got cooked on Fighter. Like, personally, I think the class is perfectly fine and has potential. I just think people play the shit like absolute brain dead fucking buffoons. That's my take on it. I think there are a lot of really bad tank players too. Yo, Puda, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I think there are a lot of really bad tank players too that just play absolutely brain dead. And they go, oh, there's somebody that's getting hit. Let me charge in. And then they hit their charge in. And then they realize that they now don't have shit to get out. They're committed to that. And people are now turning to them and giving them all the attention in the world that they don't want. Unless you use melee abilities. Yes. Yes. Class gets worse the larger scale PvP. It is because you just get nuked and kited by range. Well, that's every melee, though. That's every melee in every MMO ever. If you're trying to fight ranged. Welcome to the melee paradox. You have to get in range to do damage, but you can't get in range to do your damage, so you end up doing no damage and dying to ranged. That is quite literally the melee paradox in MMOs. And that is an unsolvable paradox because ranged always has an advantage in group-based stuff. No matter how many tools you give a fighter, unless a fighter legitimately has invulnerability during movement, they will take damage on their commute in to do damage, and they will already be at a net negative because they have to move, make themselves known, make themselves show, and give the enemy an opportunity to hit them on the way. That's just melees everywhere. And that's not a melee problem. That's not saying melee's unplayable. Tank still does the same thing. The only difference is we have grab. That's it. The only way to fix this is add more mobility to the classes to allow for more skill-based positioning. Positioning isn't dependent on movement abilities, though. Positioning is you being in the right spot without a movement ability. I think positioning is macro, abilities are bailouts. That's my honest to God truth. If I have to charge over to a target to grapple them, then that's not me having good positioning. That's me relying on my charge for a bailout. And a lot of people are just bad at the game and have very bad positioning and blame things other than positioning and expect a whole lot more bailout. I passed into lead. And too many people are used to playing with infinite bailout. And Ashes doesn't give you infinite bailout right now. Fighters have a way in, but if you jump in, then you're not necessarily going to have the cleanest way out. You've got to account for that. So if you're using your movement in as a full send combo, that is truly a full send that's going to keep you involved. And I think too many people confuse positioning and bailout. Positioning is not needing the movement ability in the first place. That's why it's a movement ability. Positioning is being there ahead of time. and being in a spot where you can access the range players without putting yourself in a bad spot. You may not have to be the most far forward, but if you're slightly behind your front line, that's going to take a lot of the attention off you. That's going to allow you to use the front line as your gauge of like where you're at range-wise. Capitalizing on poor positioning is easier with more mobility skills. So by more mobility, the good players will still kite, and the bad players will die because they're positioning poorly, and people can punish it. I just don't think more movement abilities are necessarily the answer. I think, like you said, capitalizing on poor position is easy. Just end of sentence there. If somebody has bad positioning and there are more people, then that just means that positioning is going to be capitalized on more. Now, fighters are good in 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s because why do we think? They can play more aggressively with less people to capitalize and punish on their aggressive poor positioning. Things change as you go up in scale of PvP. So mages are going to be a whole hell of a lot less impactful in 3s when there's not as much bailout, not as much buffer, not as much of a, like a danger condom on the enemy team. Because if I just grab you and you don't have an entire team to bail you out, supports, tanks appeal, whatever it is, and it's you, a bard, and somebody else, like say you're running mage tank bard, you got a little bit of peel, but if all three of us go on you, you're still gonna just get got. I think that just is something that's always in every MMO ever, based on the scale of the PvP that you're doing. And fighters always have, fighter archetypes, like melees, I mean, even in fucking New World. The only reason why melee was played in mass scale was because there was an objective in wars that we sat on top of all the time. You had a circle, and you had to channel that circle up by having more people in it than the defenders, or D-tick it by having more people than the attackers. So melees were fighting a sumo wrestle in that circle, and then range basically just sat outside of the circle and then punished the melees. And the only reason why melees were even a thing is because we built up tanky enough to sustain the abuse of standing in that circle, and we had constant supports built around us to do so. So you had kill squad versus kill squad fights, you had your melee fight like on the point, and outside of that objective control, if you can just free roam and the only objective is to do damage and not take damage and kill people, range just does that better. You can kill people easier from further away while putting yourself less at risk. And I think that that's just, you know, open world shit outside of instancing, outside of an arena, outside of a controlled fighting area. The second it opens up to, you know, the entire world being your oyster in terms of movement, in terms of kiting, in terms of playable space, that's where melee just loses 99.99999% of the time. And keep in mind, fighters can also cook people with their current movement if they're fighting players that are bad. But even skill, you put a range player against a melee player, that range player should be able to kite that melee player. If I'm fighting as a tank, a really good bard, mage, whatever, they can keep me at an arm's length a lot easier than one that just uses their abilities all willy-nilly, uses their CC break, throws that out, and then they're cooked. So I think there are so many different levels to it, right? And I think if you actually take one of the good fighter players, and I will say publicly, there are not many. If you, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So, are we running that? I feel as though we should probably run that today. That's going to get us a whole stack of epic something. What are we looking for out of that bad boy? Like Braidwood or some shit? Yo, Cypher. What up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day. If you give fighter more mobility, doesn't the class become second rogue? If you give everything too much mobility, then the mobility, like, system doesn't actually, like, do anything, right? Like, the movement system doesn't matter if everyone is just omega schmoving. The movement system only matters when it's non-parodied, when it's non-equitable, when different movements feel impactful, feel unique. I think if everybody just has so many movement abilities blasted out of the ass, the fight doesn't actually shape up anywhere. Everyone just fucking full resets. Everybody just does everything. Woods? Okay, so we would be just, we'd be straight looking for braidwood off that, right? Epic braid, throw that epic braid into the refiner, get some crafts out of it, maybe throw it towards a bow or something. That would probably be quite nice. So I thought fighters needed a delayed damage ability on themselves. I mean, we also have to remember secondaries are going to be that thing where people are able to say, I want to play towards something my class is missing or something my class does really well, right? Or my archetype, right? So with the secondaries coming in, delayed damage ability, maybe that's a part of fighter tank. Maybe you have a form of like a pain suppression when you pop one of your big cooldowns. So like in New World, we had a thing called pre-potting, we called it, where we would like pop a potion that had a duration before we went into the fight. So that way we'd be going into our combos and we'd have that passive like potion regen ticking up, that potion buff, all of that. So I almost think of fighter needing something like that, like not necessarily a pre-pot, but something that's like a pre-pop ability where you go in and you're like, all right, I'm getting ready to sustain in here. And then if you're a good enough fighter, you get comfortable with your time to engage, so you don't need to pop that ability because people aren't just instantly sending the house at you. You're actually able to get in, you're able to work a second before you then just get turned to. So now you keep it as more of a reactive. Maybe, you know, 40% of initiates, you don't even need that because you're positioning properly, you're playing properly. And then the other 60%, you're getting ready to pop that reactively. Definitely, I think between ranks coming into abilities and secondaries, a lot of archetypes will be able to start complementing their weaknesses. But I think from a base standpoint, if we play too heavy into everything being able to do everything, then none of the classes feel unique. If every melee has godly movement, every range has godly movement, everything has godly movement, everything's got the same parity number of movement abilities, the same, you know, meters traveled per movement ability, like, that doesn't make anything feel unique. That makes everything feel bloated. If everything has everything, it'll just be like WoW post Wrath. Yes, nothing will matter. And right now, those distinct characteristics, those actual, like, goods and bads, are what make classes unique. Like, see that chain pull spell, having a drag time, not instant pull the enemy to you? That was how grapple previously was, and it was absolute dog shit. There were too many ways to break it along the way. You would collide with terrain along the way, and it would cancel grapple. Grapple had basically less than a 10% chance of actually working in PvE and PvP prior to these changes, and now it still is like deal withable, I feel like. But yeah, it can definitely be a little snappy. It's like a fucking hit scan drag. But I understand after playing with it for a long time why it's in the state that it is currently, and that is primarily because of everything that you were colliding with just borking your grapple, right? So every single caravan I've seen out in the world died or was dead already. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'd probably hit a caravan right now if I saw it. I have no reason not to. Like, it's free PvP. A lot of people are gonna want PvP. You can grab the shit off the caravan if you really want to, and then, you know, complete it yourself, get yourself a little bit of gold, whatever you're trying to do. You can keep a crowbar on you, crowbar that bitch, like, you can do anything. So, I mean, it does make sense for a little bit of a come up, a little bit of PvP. Caravans are definitely a risk reward, and if people aren't ready for that risk, then should I caravan from Winstead to KT? Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't caravan right now, especially solo. I would absolutely not caravan solo. I would do crates and not abuse the movement speed exploit with crates right now. Because I would assume some people are probably going to see progression reset if they're doing that. There's like 30 people running crates. Oh, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that. Why? Crates are perfectly safe. I mean, I don't necessarily think you should do it on that one route, but crates are safe, and even if they're at the point of diminishing returns, you will still be getting more than selling your glint just directly to the vendor. But caravans right now is begging for BVP. Oh, you mean the caravan? Oh, yeah. No, I would definitely do crates right now. I wouldn't do vans right now unless you feel very confident in your ability to fight off people. Now, I don't think a full large guild is all calling to fight a single caravan. But keep in mind, if you're not geared, if you're not pumping, like, it doesn't necessarily take a full large guild to kill you. If you're level 18 and I come up to you at 200 power, or, you know, I'm at fucking 190 right now. If I come up to you at 190 and you're level 18, then you're losing that fight. You just are going to. So with the caravans, it's very, very, very imperative that you're able to defend them. If you're not, you're losing shit. Expect HC 10 people when running caravans, people have friends, etc. See, I always think that's such a cooked mentality, though. Yeah, no, I agree, though. Don't do it unless you can defend against at least 10 is a good metric. But I would never call over 10 people to kill one caravan simply because it's not worth the money at that point. I would rather just do it myself and then call in people if necessary and keep all the money myself instead of having to split it 10 fucking ways. Now, some people do get a thrill out of just like gang stalking and beating the shit out of a solo player. That's not exactly my preferred route. I would rather take the amicable, the amicable size PvP and shit, but can't do it myself. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And there is always the element of like, people will call in more, 1000%. Depends on who's running the guild to deny some guilds running them. That is true. I tend to be an equal opportunity hands distributor, so I don't really have that level. Maybe a couple guilds, if I saw them, I'd be like, your van's definitely getting cooked. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. When you are on that level of it and you do have like big rivals, people will absolutely see your guild and then call more for that. Yeah. I mean, I don't really think we have too much of that, like, deliberate somebody would see our vans and then be like, everybody kill the cats! Like, we'd probably have more people likely to help our vans if we did get hit than actually kill our vans. So that's always cool on our end. But yeah, that's definitely not going to be every player's experience. Bros, thank you for the hydrate, dog. What you up to today? Can I crate to KT? Yeah, you can still crate. Like, you can still make the crate, get on your mount, and mount up to KT. It's still good to do. It's not like you're not profiting off of it. So, in that aspect, yeah, like, if you have downtime and you want to make money, I would absolutely say crates right now is going to be your best way as a, if you're just solo chilling. Now, do not sleep on how much money you'll make from gathering. You can gather and you can get high rarity novice materials, and those are still used in those high tier output goods. Those are going to be still very valuable throughout the entirety of progression, simply because of the fact that so many materials are required from that lower tiers. So many materials are continuously being used. I have to run a KT to go vote. Yeah, I mean, if you're going up there anyways, might as well take a fucking market crate with you. I don't think there's a reason not to at that point. Like, if you're heading up, might as fucking well. Savo, Forge check-in. You're about an hour into your Forge run. How's it feeling? Because Savo went over to Forge with a group and said that mobs were pretty easy, but very few drops. Naked people are corrupting on crate runners. No, that's insane. That's actually insane. Because the second the crate runner flags up, you can just re-equip your gear. Wait, that's actually fucking devious. Ha. Yeah. Yeah, especially lower levels. Right, that does make sense. Because, I mean, I could corrupt on you naked. I could drop my corruption, lose nothing. Have somebody kill me real quick. Finish the crate. Now, that would be a lot of work, but Steven's visit naked players corrupting. Listen, man, it all just ends up with everybody taking their dick out. That's the whole thing. Someone in my random group flagged and caused an ambush. Then someone corrupted and I sacrificed my body for it because why not? And got melted by 12 people, but I got close. That's so sad. That's so fucking sad. Wait, so why'd you flag up to hit the corrupted person? You don't have to hit... Oh, probably because you were already flagged from the Omega flag. That makes sense. So, I'm assuming the group fell apart. Did you find any drops while you were out there? And who was flagging up to contest you? Is my next question. Because, like, I'd always be down to run over and distribute some hands. That'd be fucking phenomenal. That'd be really good. Yo, Swift, congrats on the W, brother. Absolutely fucking massive. Absolutely massive. Starting to see you just get teleported in front of a whole squad. Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely is a very impactful ability. Definitely very responsive and very snappy. but you can still iframe the actual like grapple itself, or I guess dodge the grapple itself. On the audio cue for it, you are able to like back dodge, and that'll kind of like cook what people are trying to throw at you. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, it's meant to be an oppressive ability. It is meant to snatch you and make you feel like you got absolutely pulled. Absolutely pulled. And I think if it was a travel time, it should be a very fast travel time. Like, I don't necessarily think a travel time on grapple is going to be a large differentiator, because you're still going to get grappled, right? So you just kind of got to be like cautious of it. Cautious of it. My group flagged against ourselves. What? Wait, what? Your group flagged against itself? What in tarnation does that even mean? What the Hellington? Feel crate should have you opt into PvP or not in town when you create it. Give like a 40% bonus for running it flagged instead. Then that opt-in out remains until the crate is turned in or lost. So like a PvP crate versus a non-PvP crate. Interesting. Now, the only thing that I'm wondering about that, you can't really have it be just the crate itself as the opt-in, because then if someone runs up, I can just drop the crate. And if it's like I have to opt in until the crate's finished, then that would mean that somebody could take the crate and then just run around with it and keep me permanently flagged up. Just as like immediate, you know, potential oopsie daisies with that. I could see both of those being an issue, but you could have like a PvP crate where it flags you up while you carry, but again, that's just gonna get dropped whenever anybody comes close. Like, you're going to literally have somebody running that, somebody's gonna come near them, and then it's gonna be like, oh shit, well I can't keep that flag on. And they're gonna do everything they can to drop their flag as quickly as humanly possible. Which I think would be less than ideal. What level is that guy? Brother, you might be in over your head here. That might be a little tough of a sell for him. Dusty for Mayor and KT. No, vote for Zombie. I don't like having to do stuff that's boring, and I think being a mayor is boring because you have to, like, coordinate so much and just spend your time building up the town. So the only reason I would be mayor is so I could steal Zombie's flyer and make fun of him for never having a flyer as a mayor. Other than that, I genuinely just don't want to mayor that much. Like, if I did, then he just would have voted for me instead. I did it in 2.5, and like, it was cool. It was cool, but it detracted so much from what I actually like wanted to do on a day-to-day to do the things that I had to do on a day-to-day. And it definitely felt like I had more dailies as a mayor than I ever had before in this game. I was so, like, not in control of my gameplay loop, and it put it on rails entirely. So, it's a job? Yes, yes. It is 100,000% a job, and I could Dusty software and just be like, yeah, I want to be the mayor because I'm the streamer. But I want our community to have somebody who is actually going to, like, make that their main thing. And, like, we talked about this pretty extensively before the phase began, as like an actual known, like, you will be sacrificing your time played for this loop. And like, we had a lot of discussion because they were like, Dusty, like, if you want to do it for your content, fucking feel free, but like, it is gonna be a lot of time. And I was like, yeah, it's absolutely going to be a lot of time, and I didn't want to be mayor for that anyways. Like, I like hopping on and just feeling like I can be like, yo chat, what are we doing today? And then we do something cool today. I would hop on every day, and for Kaltorum to be the best, like, settlement that it could be, I would actually need to, like, devote my primary gameplay loop to that instead of power leveling, instead of gearing, instead of, you know, doing what I want to do. So, like how KT looks. Oh, dude, KT's fucking beautiful. I think the anvils is a very, very cool looking area. And as it gets more functionality, like, and that, you know, that aesthetic isn't the only cool thing about it, and it actually plays like a cool area too. I think a lot of people are really going to love the anvils. Now, it is a bitch in terms of traversing. It's probably going to continue to be a bitch in terms of traversing it for some time still. But I think it's pretty solid. Just a view in the back. Oh, dude, it's fucking beautiful. Especially, like, I'm sure you got sunsets out there and shit that are hitting. I haven't been out there for a nighttime skybox since servers went live. So honestly, I still got a lot to see about that. Excuse me, sir. I need this. This is not for you. Hiya. We need a power level Cheeto. What level is Cheeto? Oh god, he's 18. The fuck? I mean, if we get more people over here, this isn't a bad spot for people to level early. I mean, it can get people up to 21 pretty easily. It's not going to be the fastest, but it's definitely still faster than, like, doing fucking Seth. I will absolutely agree to that part of it. I feel like mayors should probably be jobless IRL, so much organization. That or they're just like a bookkeeper or something IRL. Like, if they have a job IRL, it's gotta be very, very, very organization planned. And, like, the thing about it is no matter how organized you are, it's still just a raw brute force time input as well. If you're a mayor with a flying mount, and you're not using that flying mount to go pick up materials from people to, you know, cut that commute time down for things getting out to your town, well, congratulations, brother. You're playing less than optimally. And that's why we really wanted to make sure that we had somebody that was going to actually commit to that loop, instead of me where people would be like, oh, Dusty, can you pick up mats from me? And I'm like, nah, dude, I'm PvPing right now. Because when I was mayor in 2.5, we genuinely had so many of those scenarios where I wanted to go PvP, I wanted to go PvE, but Shorefoot needed mats. So we're in a good spot now. We are. I can do what I need to have fun. We got people that are very familiar with the node growth process too, so that's going to be a big help along the way. I'm pretty excited. But yes, I mean, Steven himself has said that being a mayor is intended to be like a full-time commitment. Like, if you want to be a mayor, you will genuinely, to do it at a, you know, a high organized level, you will have to commit a lot of fucking time. A lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of organization. And that's cool. It was fun while I did it, but it was cool for like a week. And then after the week, I was like, all right, this isn't that cool anymore. Like, that was genuinely how I felt. The first week, I was like, oh, wow, look at me. This is awesome. And then it wasn't very awesome after that, to say the least. It got unawesome really quick. Voter Zombie, see my name, I pressed it by accident. I think like 4 people have accidentally registered. I'm pretty sure Nin also accidentally registered, yes. I'm gonna be very careful about that, because I may unironically snipe a couple votes if I do accidentally register. I do not want to do that. Steven said guild leads will not be mayors because of the demands of it. Yeah, I mean, if you're like trying to lead a guild, if you're trying to build a community, if you're trying to outwardly PvE, PvP, all of that stuff, like, your mayors are going to be people who are always present within the towns. If you have somebody that really likes the social management loop of Ashes, that's your mayor. And like, you may still have representation from your community in that node with the mayor being, you know, a different person. But the fact of the matter is still the same. Like, it's not like Zombie's just gonna go gung-ho and fucking deviate from everything once he wins mayor. It would still be the same buildings being put up whether it was me or him. It's just a matter of like, who in the community has that time and that desire to be that, you know, in the node, in the town presence. And I want to be elsewhere. I want to be very, 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 very elsewhere. I want to be hitting mobs. I want to be hitting people. I want to be helping the community level. Does he get out or no? Like, I plan the events, but I don't always have to be there. We have leaders that can run the events. Yeah, and most of our events are so autopilot at this point anyways. It's legitimately just plan the event, put the calendar out so everyone knows where we're going. And then once people figure out where we're going, then congratulations, GG, we got the event. So I think that's the big goal with Cats as well, is like, if one of us isn't there, we can all fulfill the roles of the next person that isn't there, right? We can all step in to do fucking anything. But everybody kind of has their own area that they're falling into. And that's what I really like about the leadership. Hopefully people don't feel too burnt, like they gotta do too much. Like, we got a good supportive structure of leaders within the guild. Really? Brother, if you don't want competition, go look for an instance dungeon. I don't know what to tell you. Don't fucking hit my flares. Yes, really? Absolutely, really. The fuck do you mean? Shit didn't say Mira Torta's flare on it. I don't give a shit if you're one of my friends or something. I'm still gonna take your goddamn mobs if you're not in my group. The second you're not in my group, you were an op. And ops must be stopped. Because if you were an op, that means you were competing with me. And competition will always be met with the most immediate of Dickingtons. Most immediate. Yo, Snuffy, what up, dude? Been gone a couple days. Did drop rates get changed? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Drop rates from points of interest are absolutely fucking cooked. Yo, Swift, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you have a beautiful one. Oh, and the dub before he goes. Absolutely fucking huge, dog. Massive. But yeah, so genuinely, point of interest drop rates are cooked right now from what we've heard. Wilderness drop rates seem to be the more consistent of the two options. Now, we're testing that a little bit by coming out here to check on some flare spawns. Because I have a theory that flares could be really solid. We were doing wilderness spawns in the tropics, in the Goondark yesterday, as a little power level. And spawns that were previously not dropping gear at all were actually dropping a fuck ton of gear. So, I don't want to say it's shifted outside of points of interest and onto wilderness, because points of interest are still going to have your recipes. Points of interest are still going to have your name drops, like all of those actual really good pieces you're looking at. That's still POIs through and through. But if points of interest are literally dropping 1 drop an hour, then that's cooked. 3-star mobs outside of POIs are the key to success. That may be the twist. That may be the twist. Now, I do have an idea of where some of those may be that could potentially bring us some good drops. I just don't know what drop tables are going to be. That's the thing about it. I know of some places in the Goondark where we could get some good wilderness 3 stars. I know tropics mobs where we could get good 3 stars. There are spots where it's more than possible, right? It's just a matter of getting out there and seeing what the loot table is. Because there are some mobs that share Carfin, like, you know, mob tables, but do they share the loot table with the latest set of updates? That's a question. Could you find a Carfin weapon just from a mob that's outside of Carfin? Probably not. It's probably like the Steel Bloom set. But who knows? Now, you do also have the level 20 Steel Bloom mobs that are out in Great Peak, so we tried that. Any drops out there? And when did you try? The 29 3-star Enchanted Knights? Yeah. I was curious what they had, because Codex is always really borked on loot tables right now anyways. I feel as though it's so hard to tell, like, what's actually dropping and what's not with Codex. Glenn was good, got no drops. Was that, like, since the drop rate changes, or was that prior to? Because out in Goondark Snakes in Hakriba, we were out there for an hour and a half and got 7-8 drops prior. Right, yeah, so I think wilderness drop rates got buffed because Hakriba drops are fucking insane now. I wouldn't say they're insane, but we got multiple pieces of the Hollow Shade set and we got a Veil Pierce ring. It did drop some River Stalker set as well. So if anybody needs the River Stalker set, I got you guys. But I do think that wilderness spawns have been adjusted, or wilderness drop rates have been adjusted as well. And I feel as though those got a big boofington. I don't know. I can't confirm. We haven't found any actual drops from the flayers yet. So it could have always just been you know, some mobs that were adjusted and some that weren't. But I'm definitely intrigued by it at the very least. Because this is a triple flare pull, I think. Wild March feet recipe. Dude, I'm so full on my inventory space. I need to hand out gear fucking ASAP, chat. I have so much gear to give people. I've got some weapons. I've got armor. I've got level 0 stuff, level 10 stuff. I've even got some level 20 stuff that I just need to hand out and give out. So I am definitely going to try to do that today. Then I'll also need my crafters to swing by and maybe pick up some recipes. Some recipes. Does anyone have an estimate of how much money and resources one we need to get carpentry to 20 plus? Kiefer! Kiefer! I don't know where Keith is. Keith is our carpenter, so he'd probably have really good data for you there. I don't know if he's on right now or not, but when he's on, I can definitely harass him. Yeah, he's offline. He's probably working or some lame shit like that, so I'll harass him when he's on and see what's up, but he's usually here every day. So, Prame, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Fresh, what up, dude? Rogue, tank, or fighter, also are subclasses available. Secondaries are not available. That'll be next year, hopefully early to mid next year, based on pacing and some speculative changes that are coming in. I would say out of the 3, in terms of what we need, a couple more tanks could maybe be cool. A couple more like active tanks, help leveling groups. They're pretty good in PvP as well. We don't need more rogues or fighters right now. So our big 3 that we need are mage, cleric, or bard. But like if you're looking at playing a melee, I would say probably tank will be the easiest to level on, easiest to find groups on, most impactful in PvP as well. So we don't want to go too heavy on fighters and stuff, because as cool as it is, fighters in large scale can find themselves in spots where they just kind of like get melted. And we want to have as few people getting melted as possible. So tank's great. Tank can play really supporty as well. 1v1s, you're going to play super aggro. Anything higher than that, you're going to start playing a little bit more of a, you know, more of a supporty type role, that true initiate type role. So it's a pretty well-designed class in my opinion. I like it a lot. I feel as though we have a lot of very unique combos within tanking too. A lot of ways to maximize damage from mobs and all that. So calculated exactly takes precisely 3.2 metric buttloads. It does, yes. And some would say even bordering on fuck tons. Yes. It is, it's a big commitment to get up there. It really is. Now, it's incredibly impactful once you are up there, because everybody is going to want their shit crafted. Everyone. Especially because of eye level 29 bows being so strong. Everybody's going to want carpentry. Vans will eventually be run a lot more, I think. Maybe people are just opting super heavily into crates, though. Like, maybe? But I'm assuming people are still going to want to be running Vans. Very, very heavily, just as a method of efficiency. But the efficiency doesn't matter if you die trying to be efficient. Joined Guild 2 last night. Fucking massive. Keep in mind, you can always slide up and down the structure of the community as you'd like to. Guild 1 did also level again today, so we have room for 80 in Guild 1 now. So that's fucking huge. Expect a lot of people to get bumped up to Guild 1 so we can keep this roster looking nice and full. But we are also going to be looking for more specific classes to fill, kind of like a PvP roster type thing. So I think Guild 1 will probably open up recruitment like to specific classes of, you know, X level or higher that are very PvP interested. Guild 2 will probably stay as like the farm system, so to say, where everybody is able to just join up on whatever. But I would definitely like us to have a little bit of forward structure in Guild 1's rostering. I think that would be a very large thing for us to like audit and stay up to date on. How's the glint from here? It's not bad. It's not the craziest, but it's definitely far from awful. It's like functional at the very least. Thank you for the help. I appreciate you, buddy. Much love, much love. I should PvP check this guy. Hit him a little systems check type shit. Yo, Tommy over on YouTube, what up, dude? How responsive does the combat feel? In my opinion, incredibly. One of my favorite things about Ashes is that ping and input delay tend to be quite low. I play on NA servers from NA, so of course my ping is going to be much lower than somebody playing, say, like OCE on NA. But in terms of like the combination of ping and input delay, like your total time to response, I call it, time to response is incredibly low. I think most inputs feel very fluid, very responsive, very rewarding. I think it's quite nice, But it all depends on region as well. Like, I have heard from a lot of players outside of NA that even playing on NA, like, out of region feels better than playing in region on certain other games. So that's cool. Like, EU to EU on other games feels worse than EU to NA on Ashes does. Responsiveness and fluidity is always, honestly, like, one of my most advertised things about Ashes in terms of the positives right now. Systems-wise, a lot's in development. You got a whole lot of shit that's always going to change. And I still think, like, combat fluidity is still going to change and evolve over time too. But it's definitely pretty smooth, pretty responsive, pretty fluid, I will say. Jinso, just be careful, because I don't have a lot of health right now to pop over and help if they do jump. But if they do jump, I'll be right over. We just have good flares over here. I don't really care about trash mobs, if I'm being honest. If we just take all of the flares possible, then we're good. I care about nothing else. They can have every single trash mob that's here. If we just take all the flares from them, then we're vibing. I'm trying to kill the flares specifically so we can get, like, weapon drops and see what their loot table is. Because wilderness spawns have, in theory, at least from what we saw yesterday, been buffed a reasonable amount. I don't even know if they got buffed. Maybe we were just running hot yesterday. But we were getting pretty consistent drops over the course of, like, an hour-plus grind sesh. And that indicates to me that they are indeed, you know, consistently dropping where they previously weren't. How's RMT being handled? Pretty standard process, honestly. RMT gets reported through customer service. They investigate. RMTers get banned. Blah 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 blah. I think the big thing that actually makes me happy about the whole RMTing thing over here, people are always going to try to RMT, right? In a lot of games, a lot of developers try to sweep it under the rug and act like it doesn't exist yet. And it tends to be more of like a community police thing. Like in New World, we'd always give shout outs to Helen Wong and stuff because it was so known that so many people in the New World community made their full-time living off of farming and selling gold. And they never got banned for it. New World literally had zero policing to it. I would account share and log on to other people's accounts to do wars for their companies, like their guilds. And nothing ever happened to those accounts. I was never disciplined. Nobody's accounts were ever taken offline. No accounts ever lost progression. I would legitimately, like, imagine if somebody from Polar gave me a tank account to log into that was a pre-leveled, like, literally called dummy tank account. And I would log into that specifically to do wars with them. And then I would also log into an account to do wars with Aura. And then I would immediately log in after that to do a war with the fucking Suspect. And everybody from the best to the best to guilds that were newer to the PvP scene had dummy accounts where they would just have people like me log in and it would completely destroy the wars. Nobody did a fucking thing about it. People openly RMT'd. People bought and sold gold, carries, services, all of it. We would literally talk about it on stream. I didn't RMT because, well, my gear was probably funded by blood money anyways. The thing that I always say with New World is, well, I never RMT'd in New World. I can damn near guarantee that somebody RMT'd some of the money to fund my gear at some point. It's just an inevitable thing. It's like every US dollar bill has at least a little bit of cocaine on it. Every item in New World has at least a little bit of RMT on it. Just enough to smell it when it gets up real close to your nose. It like breathes and you're like, oh, goddamn. Goddamn. Yeah, it was definitely intriguing. The governor's suit. See, that was actually a misconception. A lot of people think that guilds, like competitive communities, were selling their tax income. I hate to drop this ball. But PvPers and PvP guilds had very strict spreadsheets that documented every single coin in and out of treasuries. And of course, there were absolutely going to be bad actors that sold their portion after payouts, but nobody was stealing money from their gold to sell stuff. And every person in companies typically would receive similar payout structure. So it would essentially be a spreadsheet that tracked like everything in, everything out. And with that, it was very, very, very difficult for people to actually like embezzle, right, from the top end guilds. Now, once people received their payout, that was for them to do whatever they wanted to, right? People getting paid so you can't RMT the gold without people noticing. Yes, yes, yes. The payout structure actually prevented a lot of RMT within guilds. And every single penny, every single cent, like every copper equivalent, was documented in and out in a transparent spreadsheet. Everybody was given participation points. So essentially, say we had tax money coming in. We would give people participation points for showing up to the events, the guild events, and all of that. Guild wars, everything. PvE points, PvP points, all of that. And then at the end of that week, cumulatively, some did 2 weeks, some did slightly longer. But at the end of that pay period, you would have your payouts be distributed to all your players. People would line up in a town, and your treasurer would hand out all of those payouts. So, it was most definitely difficult to like just full embezzle and cook your guild. But again, once people got their money, there was nothing to stop them from doing whatever they wanted. But a majority of your known like RM tiers, a lot of your sellers, were actually people that just grinded like the highest level of dungeon all day, like that myth, basically like mythic plus equivalent. It was called mutators in New World, and you had your mutated dungeons, and you just had people that would run those mutations, and then they would sell the carries for gold or like the completion for gold, and then they would sell that gold for money. So they would essentially run dungeons on loop, sell the dungeon completions, sell all of that stuff, and then they would turn that into their real money. So I had a friend who did that in New World for money. Yes, yes. RM tiers, the sellers, were PvEers more than they were the PvPers. The people that bought the most gold in New World were not your super sweaty guilds or companies, because they knew how to get ahead. They were actually not your ne'er-do-wells and your bad actors. You want to know who the bad actors were in New World? The 35-year-old, 40-year-old dads that said gear is the only difference between me and this person playing 12 hours a day, so I'm gonna take some of my hard-earned salary and tell my kid that they're eating ramen tonight, and I'm gonna buy myself a shiny new weapon just to get shit on and blame something else. The buyers were the dads. The sellers were the people that were just running dungeons all day. And then at the top, ooh, Thistleborn ring. At the top of it all, somebody take that if you need it. You had your very, very competitive players who put in more time, more effort, more everything, and had more efficient routes, more efficient gearing, more infrastructure within their community. And they didn't need to RMT to be ahead because they were already so far ahead. They didn't want to sell their gold because they were making enough gold off of payouts to maintain gold cap and manipulate the economy however they want to, stock up on everything that they need to for the inevitable meta change so they can remain the best and the most sweaty. People weren't really selling their shit like that. A lot of RMT stems from buying on the casual side of players that feel as though gear is the one thing that's separating them from being the best in the world. And a lot of people are delusional like that. They say, I play this game 2 hours every 3 days. Somebody else plays this game 12 hours every day. If I just had a little bit more gear, I'd be kicking their ass. You won't be. We've seen it time and time and time again before. It will not make the difference. If you are trying to compete with the best of the best of the best, and you're not putting in the actual effort to do that. Especially if the game doesn't inherently have pay-to-win systems within it that will directly linearly scale up your strength. So, even in Ashes, I don't have a lot of the input on it, but I'd be willing to wager people that are in guilds that are so far ahead that they're rich as fuck, they don't need to fucking buy gold. They don't need to swipe. Bro, Brother, it's so easy to make money if you're ahead. You farm the best shit, you get the best drops, you sell the best drops to the people who aren't ahead. Congratulations, you're making hundreds of gold a week just doing that. Like, at a certain point early on, people were selling steel bloom jewelry pieces for like 8 gold a piece. And those were dropping probably 20 pieces an hour. If you were getting in their uncon, you were getting a lot. You don't need to RMT to get ahead once you're ahead. The RMTers are the people that are bad at the game. The dads that think, I'm just a little bit away from being the best. I'm just a weapon away. I'm just an armor piece away. I'm just a 5 set away. RMT is so misconceptualized within gaming, I think. And it's genuinely fucking crazy to me that people still think the people who play 14 hours a day also have to buy money to stay further ahead. Brother, what do you think they're doing in that 14 hours a day? They're just cooking. Like, I don't have a lot of gold, but I also don't need to RMT because I play enough to farm up whatever I want. There are probably a non-zero amount of people in competitive communities that are RMTing. There are always bad eggs among the bunch. Absolutely. But I think so many people have just a stark misconception of who RMTers are, where the RMTing is being facilitated from. Like, it's just different sections of communities. Very frequently. Very frequently. He would always hit me up to Pam to run me through Mute 10s. It bugged me to come to it. He told me he had like a weekly gold quota he had to get each week. Yeah. Yeah. And keep in mind, there were people that would make so much money that with server transfers being a thing, they would run on a server that they could capitalize their gold income on. They would pay $15 USD to transfer servers. They would sell on a server that was more expensive to sell on. It would pay more than enough to cover them. And then they would transfer back to their other server to run on. Kind of insanity how much money people were making. Really insane. And outside of people that even RMT'd, like, we market manipulated a lot in New World because I made metas for the bruiser class. Like Great Axe Warhammer, if there was a gearing change, people just came in and said, Dusty, what do I wear now? And as a result, there were multiple gearing shifts that happened for bruisers where people in my community made gold cap was originally 500,000 gold. They upped it to 1 million later on. Single individuals in my community were making multiple millions of gold anytime a gear change went out from us manipulating the economy and me saying this is what's going to be good ahead of time. You heard it first. Buy everything up. It was that simple. People would transfer to other servers, buy out the supply, and then transfer back to sell the supply. It was a cooked ass game. Absolutely cooked. If you didn't mind minus 15ing, like spending $15 IRL to transfer servers, you could play in different wars. You could play a different economy. You could go somewhere for a fucking day. It's insane. Guy I talked to 100% was probably making more money than he would at a real job. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a reason that people did it. And we also have to remember that New World had a lot of dupes where people inorganically created wealth that did not get taken out of the game. That was another big thing that cooked New World. They had so many instances of dupes, exploits, everything else that just went unresolved, untaken care of. And then everybody just had this immense amount of wealth out of nowhere. Yep. Forgot where he lived, but it was in America. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you're in like a very low cost of living, very low pay area, and you're able to play on an NA server, all you have to do is get a group of your friends that also want to make insane money. You push those dungeons, you sell those dungeons, and then GG, you all funnel your gold to one person, that person sells the gold, and then boom, you're all making money. It's that easy. It's literally just that straightforward. And that shit was extremely prevalent. Like, you weren't buying gold from rank 1 war player, you were buying gold from somebody that probably had never even PvP'd before. Probably got beat IRL if he didn't make his quota. What if he was the pimp? Somebody's pimping those motherfuckers. But yes, you could legitimately just sell like an you could run an RMT ring or a gold selling ring or anything like that. And one thing I always say about RMT is like, it's always a non-zero game. You could just say, hey, Dusty, I really like your weapon right now, right? I really want your Flameheart longbow. I'll gift you 100 subs to your channel if you give me that longbow as soon as you replace it. I want dibs on it. Congratulations, you've RMT'd. Hey, Dusty, can you come tank this for me? Oh, thank you for tanking. Here's 5 gifties. Congratulations, you're technically RMTing. Now, some forms of RMT are much worse than others. But in terms of your actual harmful RMTing that is prevalent within the world, I feel as though that comes from your career sellers. Your people who are, as Kat said, literally doing it for a job. Yes, I can get Cheetos a scroll. Your people who are literally doing it for their job. And the second you make it harder for them to do their job, they just go elsewhere. People that are RMTing for a career, they don't give a shit about the game that they're playing. Like, they want to play whatever's going to give them the means to an end and the easiest, you know, income. They may enjoy it a lot more than doing whatever else is available to them. But at the end of the day, if I could make $1 million RMTing in WoW or $1,000 RMTing in Ashes of Creation, I'm going to go to WoW and make more money RMTing over there. Just wherever it's the least input and the highest reward. It's risk reward. It's, you know, your cost of input, your time input to your actual monetary output. And for a lot of people, it's not even a matter of like, wow, I got full band, I guess I'm cooked. For a lot of people, it's very simply, oh, this is harder for me to RMT, you know, as a member of than this other game. I'm going to fuck off elsewhere and RMT in this game where it's half the work for, you know, 95% of the price. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yo, Master Chief, what up, dude? 1.5 hour drive home, just listening. Hey, yo, drive safe, brother. I appreciate you. Right now, we're yapping about the ever-present RMT issues that are in the MMO scene. And brother, let me tell you, ever-present is not a fucking exaggeration. That shit is always here, always a problem, always lurking, always watching, always following. But Intrepid takes steps to make it more difficult for those people who are actively trying to RMT. A large impact is being had simply because they're saying, we know this exists, we know you're out there, and we're willing to try to do stuff to stop you from, you know, committing those things. So, I like that a lot. I'm sure. Okay, I'm getting rid of that. We do not need that. Alright. No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So, I think long-term, RMT and Ashes, hopefully, will be less out there than a lot of games RMT is. A lot more difficult, a lot fewer RMTers. Simply because of the fact that it's going to be a bit more difficult. And I think that level of difficulty, that layer of inconvenience, is the first step. Jesus Christ. What is happening? Hold on, Jinso. We haven't been able to trade yet. Jesus fucking Christ. We weren't able to trade, and Jinso tried to kill Cheeto. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Absolutely rude out here. I also had to piss. Thank you. I thought we were gonna get a quick break. There is no break. There's no rest for the wicked out here, dog. Although, this XP is probably going to be pretty solid for Cheeto. Like, even the trash mobs, if you are getting them and you're able to pull them all in, like, they are a couple hundred XP a pop. So it's not the worst. It is kill credit. It's a drop table that does have things in it. It's just a very low fucking chance for a drop table. All right, hold on. Come over here so we don't aggro real quick. And then I'll give Cheeto a scroll. And then I have to piss. And then we will cook. 400 to 500 for trash mobs. Oh, that's fucking huge. Yeah, so you're actually probably flying up pretty relatively quickly here. Take that one as well. I just don't have the space for it. You're probably flying up pretty fucking quickly, if I had to guess. Which is quite solid. Yo, Monkey Business, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Boys, I'll be right back. I have to piss very desperately. Give me un momento. I'll be right back. What level for this? Honestly, I could probably get 15 plus in here pretty easily. It's not going to be the fastest, but it's going to be XP. So, like, if you're 15 plus, probably come through at that point. We can probably make that work. Just at 16? Okay, message Jinso, and he'll get you in. me tell you what. I ran out of flour, but a dab will do ya. A dab will absolutely do ya. Sorry, I had to go pee. And then I had to realize that I didn't have any flour left and deal with that sad realization. We're back. We're back. Yo, Hidden. How are you doing, my friend? Could you please tell me what's a file size? Ooh, exactly? I'm not quite sure. I want to say that it is like 120? I want to say right around there. Moose said 130 more or less. Okay, word. I wasn't too far off. Yeah, she a chonky one. That is absolutely true. Also, Law Koofsy, what up, my boys? How are you guys today? If you guys want to come over, we can hang out here for a little bit until the gear farm tonight. And then we can get some more people pumping. I want to give this a fair assessment today. With the drop rates being changed for POI spawns, I've had a little bit of a theory that wilderness spawns are actually really fucking populated with drop rates now. So that'll definitely be an intriguing one to see. We've only found one drop being here so far, but I can pump here and get a little bit of XP for the 15 pluses. Oh, wait. Will someone be able to be level 16 and still get drops in here? Or XP in here? I had crazy drops in Oakenbane, like completely broken. Kiko, hello. Like, good? Mobs were always dropping 2 to 4 items at once instead of 1. Right now? What do you mean? Around 50 items in 3 hours on my alt leveling there. When? Right now? Or like previously? Keith, what up, my goat? How are you? A few hours ago. Oh, Para! Hello, my friend. How are you? Very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. All right. So, Onana has a group in Oaken. Onana, you should stay in that Oaken group. Based on what I'm gathering here. It's not level 20 gear. Well, yeah, I mean, of course. But, I invited you, Goober. To be level 12 in shitting out drops is fucking massive. Lock, thank you for the hydrate. I choose this Starbucks iced energy sparkling energy drink thing that Carla got. I'll have you know that it was just opened, no leftovers, none of that. None of that. Good choice? It is a good choice. It is a good choice. I haven't had flour all day. Well, actually, I have had flour today. So, I ran out of flour today, but as any good stony baloney, I had my Miss Bowl droppings. So, I just scooped them up off the rolling tray, and we got like 3 bowl skis out of that, and I don't like extracts very much, but I have way too much, like, extract just chilling at the house. So, been using some of that up, but probably dispo run tomorrow. Only dropping 2 items from 1 mob right now. 1 novice and 1 radiant in the desert. I noticed that in the June Dark as well, actually. I got like a full River Stalker set. Yeah, if there's anybody that's level 0 that needs a River Stalker set, come see me at some point today. I will definitely get some people geared out. What do they care about being out of flour right now? Oh, not flour. I'm out of weed. Yep. That was the evolution of my day. Does he saying he hates my whole ass career, does not like extracts? What, like weed extracts? Do you make weed extracts too? Also looking for you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I had my leftovers, as I call it, right? So on stream, I try to not go out there and like enjoy my bowl, so to say. I don't like sit down and fucking vibe with it, right? I'm not caressing my bong ski during that time frame. It's typically go out, speed pack, like it looks like I'm solving a Rubik's Cube in 0.3 seconds. Like I run out, and I'm not kidding, I run out to my porch, I pack a bowl, I smoke it, 2 rips, and then we're good. And then I come back to stream. And then we vibe. That is the entire rotation. And as a result, sometimes I'd be throwing a little Swede. Now, it stays all confined in one area. So it's like, you know the fries at the bottom of the bag? It's like that, but for the dank. So, I'm cool with it. You know, it's still the same bud. Shit just gets a little drier, but it's always there for me when I need it. And I just pack it into a bong anyway, so I think if flour is too, like, too humid, it's terrible for smoking out of a bowl. Because you pull it right through immediately. You always have the big sink. We make every other extract under the sun, basically. Why does that sound like you work for, what is it? There's like an office that tries to be like the regulatory authority on everything. So they have like peanut butter that's like molecularly perfect peanut butter and shit. It's like a government office, I think. Oira, I don't know what that is. But like I watched a YouTube video on it. I don't want to say a documentary. I watched a YouTube video on that shit. But they literally have like basically every substance in the world that is supposed to be had in its like purest form. So like peanut butter that is like molecularly perfect, fucking like, I don't know, like lemon zest and shit. Like they have the standard of everything, which is kind of solid. I smoked a 4th generation joint before. What do you mean by 4th generation? Like 4th generation friend hand-me-downs of like, hey, I found this? Or like 4th generation of like, that weed was from the 80s? Like what level of 4th gen are we talking about here? What kind of flower? I like sativa personally. I am a very large sativa enjoyer. I don't like a huge couch lock or anything like that, so I tend to enjoy a pretty heady, like 17 to 23% sativa. Anything lemony is a huge bonus. Really love a nice citrusy, like flavor profile wise. I really love mimosa. I think that is always just such an S tier flavor profile. I really like, just honestly, fucking, you put anything citrusy, and I'm smoking that shit. Sativa, get the fuck out. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there are some times after a long stream where I'm just like, you know, I could use an indica, you know, an indica roll, just chill, take a couple minutes, roll one up, and then, you know, spend half an hour smoking it, and then watch TV or something. But like, I'm an active smoker. Some would call it a functioning alcoholic if I was doing this with drinking. But I'm an active smoker. Because there's a different stigma around weed. It's okay. Lemon skunk? Oh, dude. I have one jar that still has the best, like, fragrance on it. It's actually a jar from the place that I like worked at. We did these like Mylar jars, so they're like these UV resistant jars and everything for our highest shelf flour to go in. And then we had these like resin labels, like these embossed labels or whatever the fuck they were. Shit was a cool ass jar. Hold on, let me see what strain was in that real quick. Hold on, I'm running. Makes sense, it was their dirty mimosa. I had it labeled on the jar. And like, anytime I go out, it literally just smells fresh. And I went out and I was like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. It is indeed dirty mimosa. But yes, anything fruity. Still not a fan of people smoking in public? Yeah, so that is not what I meant by an active smoker. So, by active smoker, I mean that I like to smoke and then be able to go do stuff after the fact. So like, I like to smoke and be able to talk to people, be able to interact, feel like I'm up and about, right? So I will either smoke in my car, windows down, if I'm getting ready to like go out somewhere and need a little prep, or I'm on my porch. Now, either right outside on my porch, which chill as fuck, or if I want to stay in the enclosed area, like I have a fan in the window pointing out, and then I also have like air purifiers and all that shit. Like I am very particular about not smelling like weed when I go out. People are like, cologne? Yes, and that shit is gross, even as a weed smoker. Like, yo, hit a pool. Thank you for the C1 dog. Even as somebody that, like, I am a daily smoker, like, very frequent. I worked in cannabis. I am very accustomed to the smell. I don't want to smell your burnt-ass joint. I like smelling fresh flower. And unfortunately, nobody that's just clam-baked windows up in their fucking car on the way to Walmart is smelling like this fresh, citrusy flower. They smell like fucking burnt-ass resin. And that is what I hate the most, and that is also one thing that I'm very, like, self-conscious about as a smoker. I'm just like, that's not for me, dog. I will literally, like, very much smell check. I have, like I said, my air purifiers in the, like, the indoor smoke area, fan pointing out, so there's always airflow. That tends to stay smelling quite solid. Obviously, that's the stinkiest we'll get. Other than that, it's completely like Kenichi. It's completely outside on the back porch, just chilling. I feed the pigeons in the morning. Every day when I wake up, have an army of pigeons that now, it started out with 2 of them on a daily basis, but I have bird feeders and stuff, but I think they're too fat to sit on my bird feeder because it like, pew. So I think the pigeons got kind of jealous. I noticed them just sitting on a nearby roof, like looking at the bird feeder a lot because I got the bird feeder for finches originally. So I started feeding the pigeons, and after a while, we now have like 15 plus pigeons that show up every single morning, like on cue when I wake up. So that is part of the morning routine. I wake up, throw on a bathrobe, or sometimes I just shirt cock it. I go out and spread some birdseed for the pigeons. Those fatties come down and have their breakfast, and wake and bake with the pigeons most days. And that's where I get my creative inspiration from. Those guys have some good fucking ideas. I say this a lot, but they're no longer scared when I walk amongst them. I really feel as though I do command an army of burbs at this point. Can you do that sound effect again? Dude, my voice is just getting healed enough to where I can start hitting high notes again. It's fucking great. It's been, what, over 2 weeks at this point since the start of P3? And I am finally at the point where I can start hitting high notes. I can't do too many because I'll cook myself again, but my nightly throat coats have been helping a lot. Tea, that is. Throat coat tea. I've been drinking throat coat tea nightly. To preserve my voice. To preserve my voice. I've been drinking tea! Don't get any fucking ideas. You hooligans, you hoodlums. I got throat coat tea. Tea! Like a bunch of leaves and shit. And that's been helping my throat recover. My voice has felt phenomenal. I would highly recommend. Now, chat had told me about it for a while, right? And I was skeptical. I was like, how good could it really be, right? How truly life-saving is a little throat coat once in a while? And I saw a post one day after talking about it because the algorithm knows all. That was like Lil Yachty's, what's it called? His like rider or whatever, the thing that's in the back room that they have to like, that the venues have to get all the shit from. And he had like a box of throat coat tea on it. And I was like, you know what? If Lil Yachty's drinking throat coat tea, then so am I. And I bought myself a box of throat coat tea. So, since then, felt pretty good. I dropped the 24-hour stream at the start of this phase, which, as you guys know, went quite well. Last phase, when I did the 24-hour stream at the start of it, I sounded like JoJo Siwa for a week. I did not get full JoJo Siwa at any point. Host can vouch. Host probably remembers JoJo Siwa. Leon's probably out there somewhere lurking, can also vouch. Like, Dusty DustyWhy was fucking crazy. When I lose my voice, I sound exactly like DustyWhy. It's not even like, oh wow, Dusty, you kind of sound like DustyWhy. I really straight up just sound like DustyWhy. No plausible deniability, no anything. Before that, I sound like a diner waitress that always remembers your order, but also takes 7 cigarette breaks over the course of your meal. So it's always a little bit of a balance. Now, this phase, the throat coat saved me from that. We're truly up tremendous. Okay, hidden. A couple more questions. Oh, dude, ask literally whatever you would like. Literally whatever you would like. You started your old man bird feeding arc? Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, I live in Maine, right? I grew up in a very not populated area. My hometown had 4,000 people in it, and my graduating class was like 62 people. So like I grew up in a very small area. Animals were always like just around. We always had birds chirping and shit like that. And not that Maine has a lot of populated areas, but I moved to more of like an in-town area. Like when I went to college and stuff, just because it was adjacent, right? And I've been living in more in-town areas of Maine since college. And so a lot of the, I don't know, a lot of like the just presence, right? That was there and was like charming about the smaller town stuff, is gone, being in like a more, you know, immediately in-town area. So I have like a wind chime out on the porch. That brings a little bit of relaxation there. I have my bird feeder. Like there's some squirrels that'll come by and shit. I leave seeds out for them. I grow plants. Like it's nice. It's nice. I try to have a bit of like relaxation outside of like stream, where I can literally just have my own little place to go where I can just fuck off, not yap, and be at peace. And that tends to be things that help contribute to that, right? It's always nice. Always nice. Ron, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, hidden pools questions. Are there enough players now for comfortable gameplay? Is it worth starting to play now? Want to fall too far behind playing behind people who started in August? So, population-wise, I think the game is quite populated, considering it's an alpha, right? In terms of comfortable gameplay, the population may actually be to the point where you get some uncomfortable gameplay, because there are so many people in places. You'll always be competing for the open world spawns. You'll always be competing for drop areas, everything. So, in terms of population, I think the world does feel quite healthy and quite full at this moment in time. There is no instancing and no system that pulls people out of the actual open world systems. So, there will be light instancing in like the long term of Ashes, but that's also not going to be like main content. That'll be like narrative building stuff. Everything is intended to be all open world all the time with Ashes of Creation. And as a result, you know, we could have substantially fewer players than something like a New World or a WoW, where instancing is the main thing, or one of the main things, but the world would still feel very alive. So I think in terms of that dynamic, population is definitely healthy right now. Just be aware, it's an alpha and it's not a live service. Because it's not a live service, there are a lot of changes that can come in that not everybody immediately agrees with. And the player base swings in the alpha, both up and down in terms of populace, can be very unpredictable and very sudden, right? So we could lose a whole lot of players in a few days if a change that's really bad comes in. If they put in a really good change to fix that, then we could see a whole lot of players come in. And as our progression continues through development as players, we should see, you know, a better state of the game that's more conducive to retaining players and hopefully help mitigate the violent up downs and make it more of like an actual content cycle, right? So naturally, you're going to atrophy a non-zero amount of players. But if you're doing that as a part of like your natural content cycle where you have an established cadence and, you know, people know to expect content every 4 months. So month 3, people tend to take a little bit of a break and then just wait for your new set of content to come out. Well, that's naturally going to happen in any game no matter what, right? That's the content cycle of everything. But minimizing those spikes and stuff like that will help it feel a bit more consistent in terms of the population. So in terms of population, right now feels great. Just be aware it can change at any time. It could either be super crowded or super empty incredibly quickly. As Kiko said, EU server, way less populated than the NA server. Not that it's like not functional, but compared to NA, it's definitely a bit smaller. Also, speaking of smaller, somebody said Americans in small. Praetor. Dude, when I was in Iceland, we literally would come up to towns that were listed on Google Maps as towns that were 2 buildings. We were like expecting some form of infrastructure just with any town that had a name. And brother, it was literally like uninhabited area. It was fucking insanity. I had never seen anything like it, but it was also really cool. Kind of made me want my own town in a European country. So is it worth starting to play now? In my opinion, oh, we're just getting started with the reply, buddy. In terms of if it's worth starting to play now, I think it is absolutely worth if Ashes is at a point where it looks really intriguing to you. I always tell people that it's an alpha. If you're playing a live service that you're really enjoying right now, then it's best to not force yourself into Ashes until you're like, okay, I can't physically wait anymore, right? That is always going to be your best chance of success and not burning out in the long term. But it's important to remember too, Intrepid gives you a 90-day refund period where you can get all of your money back regardless of how many hours you have played your Ashes playtest from the day of your purchase. So you buy your pack today, over the course of the next 90 days, whether you play 1 hour a day or 10 hours a day, if changes come in, if you just burn out and you don't think you'll be playtesting anymore, if you have something change and you really need that $100, the refund period is there for any reason whatsoever. No questions asked, 90 days. No hours limit. Yes, as long as Steven doesn't go to Belize and kill the company. Absolutely. And always a non-zero chance of Steven going to Belize and killing the company. Absolutely. We do establish things can change. This is development. The Coney 2012 movement had a lot of momentum until the guy that started it ran through the street with his cock out. Anything can change at a moment's notice, right? So, just keep that in mind. I hope nobody at Intrepid feels, you know, stressed to the point of running through the street with their cock out, but, you know, sometimes things happen. So you got to be prepared for whatever. So 90-day period for the actual, like, your pack, your $100 is, in my opinion, why it's always worth starting when you're interested in starting, right? Again, if you are, if you are finding yourself at a point where you're like enjoying something, you're having fun with another title, and Ashes just kind of looks cool, then I'd say it's definitely not the worst idea to wait it out a little bit. But if you genuinely are like really wanting to get into Ashes at this point, the 90-day refund period makes it completely safe for you, regardless of whether you think you'll like it, you won't like it, whatever. That is there for the consumer, and there is no other game that is going to give you that much of a refund period. So I think from that standpoint, it's always worth checking out if you're interested in it. Don't force it, but if you're looking forward to it, then you're good to go. Intrepid can take 2 to 3 weeks to refund, so don't treat it as an actual emergency fund. Yeah, payment processors are a bitch. Like, when I was managing my Starbucks store, I would have like a $6 refund pending for somebody if their drink got fucked up, and they would come in a week later or call a week later and they'd be like, yo, where's my money? And I'm like, dude, I put the refund through. That's out of my hands at this point. I know that grind. So basically, last question. Will I be behind? Yes, you'll be behind the top end curve, but there are always players that are starting new characters daily, people that are hopping in daily. And one cool thing about like the waterfall system in Ashes, in terms of something that stops you from falling behind, right? There is no bind on pickup or bind on equip on pieces of gear outside of your very first pieces that you acquire for whatever reason. So I could take this weapon off right now and give it to you. As soon as I find an upgrade, that means that my old piece makes its way into the economy. So you have still a finite amount of gear in your economy, but it is way less finite than something like a World of Warcraft with, you know, bind on pickup, bind on equip on a lot of your good pieces. I could have a blue rarity, so it goes gray, green, blue, and then it goes, this is where it gets weird, it goes like tan, purple, orange. It gets a little weird, but I could have a blue rarity bow, and I could have found that one, used it for months, craft myself the highest rarity, and then instantly sell my blue rarity, same exact condition as it was when I got it. And I can still get some good money for that. Or I could just hand that down to somebody else. So you will notice more gear in the actual, like, economy. More drops available. On top of that, you also have areas of the world that will dynamically progress as towns level. So Oakenbane Keep was not available day 1 of the server, minute 1 of the server. When Miraleth, the town adjacent to it, it's like within the Miraleth boundaries, leveled, Oakenbane Keep actually unlocked in 2 different segments at 2 different levels. Now, Oakenbane Keep is an incredibly good farm spot for people at, like, you know, level 11 all the way up to level 16. So things like that, I think, make it very catch-upable. And there is a realistic ceiling that does get hit. Of course, you'll always have your outliers that are like the most geared people. But with everything being open world competition based, it is very realistic to assume that people can level to 25 easily. And then once they level to 25, they're going to have some difficulty actually gearing unless they're a part of a community that helps them gear, right? Everything's competition. You'll notice there are a few groups that are trying to contest us on these mobs, and we just keep taking every one of these elites because they're going to have the good loot table, and we're winning that, and people can't contest us. There's always competition over everything. So once you hit that soft ceiling of max level, then you're like, all right, I got to get my 20 gear. I got to get everything going. How can I do that? And if you're not in a spot where you can farm for that, compete for that, then you're going to have worse gear, stuff like that. So it's very community-based, and there are a lot of opportunities to be a part of communities that can get drops. Now, you're not going to get completely locked out of content because the world is very large in terms of the playable area. But if you're trying to contest the best spot, the most efficient spot, you're definitely going to have to actually contest that with multiple people, right? It's not going to be easy. So there's an element of risk reward associated with everything, but that soft ceiling definitely does slow down progression once people do hit max level, and then gearing on top of that does also get slowed to a certain extent if you're unable to contest the highest level areas. So a bulk of your player base is going to be at a pretty early state of affairs. So not trying to be inflammatory, but is this game, has everyone accepted this is mob grinding crafting? So I don't think that's like an inflammatory take necessarily at all. I think that's a genuine question. My first answer to that is find me an MMO where it's not that. That's kind of where I always start that out. Find me something where you are not, strip away the instancing, strip away everything else, either hitting players, gatherables, and craftables, or mobs. That's the core gameplay loop, the trinity of progression for anything from ARPG to MMO to anything with, like, you know, a kill mobs, gain power level of stuff. Guild Wars 2? Don't you level to Guild Wars 2 in like an hour now? I played Guild Wars 2 a long while ago, and I can promise you, my gameplay loop, yo, Swanson, thank you for the follow. My gameplay loop in Guild Wars 2 was either hitting players or hitting mobs the entire time I was playing Guild Wars 2 as well. Now, I played a long time ago, but take away all of the, you know, extra polish. Take away running through a super fancy portal and going linearly through a super fancy map. It doesn't matter if you're moving or not. If you're hitting mobs and killing mobs to get loot, that's the core aspect of it. So I always try to tell people, strip away the years of accessory systems, strip away the years of polish, you know, all of those things branching off the systems, and put them at that, like, very, very baseline stance. When you're that reductive, sure, but everything around it is what makes the game. Exactly. But this is something to keep in mind with Ashes. This isn't the game. This is that reductive point of things. This is the core gameplay loop. Now, we're going to start to get those things around it, starting with the November patch, with the Harbinger system, and with more, you know, sport fishing coming, shit like that. So there will be more things around the core of it, but this is, as you said, the reductive state. This is the lowest common functioning denominator. They are still at the point where they're making networking improvements on the baseline core functionalities of their servers. So, is the game at launch going to be more than just mob grinding? Every MMO relates to either hitting mobs, players, or gatherables in a different spot. you will absolutely still see me hitting a lot of mobs and hitting a lot of players. Right now, it's already more than that. There's the citizen loop, growing and leveling the towns. How do you think Kaltorum is going to get leveled? How do you think buildings are getting placed? That's through citizens engaging with that. There are already things around it, but what you choose to engage with may limit what you're actually seeing. Trying to answer the question? I am answering the question. You're just, like, not listening to what I'm saying. There are already systems around it that are built up. I answered what you said previously about a minute ago when I said accessory systems, those things that are around it. Think of it as a tree. You have the tree trunk, and then you have the branches that come off. The branches aren't coming off of this tree yet. It's a trunk. It's still growing. So, when Ashes comes out, you will have branches of different gameplay loops. You will have arenas for the PvPers. You will have guild castle loops. You already have the citizen loop for node progression, which is an accessory coming off this that's just not mob grinding, just not crafting. But you do have to realize the core of a game is what will be shown at most by most players. And that's what you'll always see the most. Accessory systems do exist, but they're not all accessory things. Like, you already have the entire ability to be primarily a citizen of an area, building up your node. If you want a PvP for your node or your settlement, then you can. If you don't want to, you can just do buy orders, requisitions, stuff like that. There is the entire artisan loop, albeit, again, trunk of the tree without all of the branches. But in November, the artisan loop starts to get branches. So it's all about just seeing the state that it's in. And I know very commonly, no, I know you weren't criticizing anything, you're just inquisitive. So very commonly, people put Ashes on a level of comparison with completed polished titles, and that's not where Ashes is at. Whether it launches in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, I'm not the one to say. I have my prediction based on cadence, but I always say that could very well be wrong. People's predictions have been wrong before. So, in terms of like a comparative state, I always do try to remind people, if you're comparing it to a WoW, a Guild Wars, an OSRS, a Final Fantasy, anything that actively exists in the community, then Ashes, in terms of its core endgame gameplay loop, is going to seem worse. Because one, we're not in the endgame yet. We're level 25 instead of level 50. And two, those loops don't exist yet. So if they put in all of the endgame right now, well, then you would have a huge bulk of shit to do at 25, and then it would, like, thin out. It'd be like a badly rolled joint with a belly in it, right? So, from my standpoint, right, I never get upset with people for kind of, like, thinking that it's very bare bones in terms of the gameplay loop. Because it is. Like, this is looking at a building that's under construction, and they're still framing, and they're still getting the walls up and the floor plan done and all of that. The walls are actually not up. They're not plastered. There's no, you know, there's no house there. You see the structure of it, but you're like, man, wouldn't want to live in that shit. And then there's somebody out there that's been homeless for 3 months. It's like, ayo, I got a roof over my head. Might be holes in it, but there's a roof. It's all a matter of perspective and expectation. And some people walk into this house that doesn't have tiles on the roof, plaster on the walls, whatever it may be, and they expect it to keep the wind out, keep the rain out, and be that fully put together, fully sutured up building. And it's not. This is literally seeing the bones of it. This is seeing the house when they're still putting up the wood. That's the baseline. The foundation has been poured, but now they're on the, like, standing up the framing and all of that. And then once November hits, I think the framing will hopefully be decently well stood up. And then they can move on to the stuff that people actually like to see. Those accessory loops, the house coming together, right? And people actually being able to populate the house for a long time without getting rained on, without getting wind, stuff like that. You may still get some rain and wind through your house, may have a leaky roof here and there that can get patched up, but there will be a roof on the house eventually. So, essentially, November's update is going to bring in the Harbinger system. It's going to bring in the Renkai, another race I'll be re-leveling in November. Pog. It's going to bring in the actual like active sport fishing mode. I don't know if I want to call it sport fishing mode, but basically like the fishing minigame mode, which is an extension of the gathering, refining, crafting system that will hopefully also lead into the like the hunting mode rework that they're working on. So you will have more to do as soon as November rolls around, if I'm being honest. How the hell do I vote? Bring up the node menu, and then there should be like an announcement in the node menu once you're a citizen. I don't know what your settlement tab is by default. I think it's like N by default. Mine is, oh damn! Well, there's a drop, boys. One weapon drop so far is not the worst. I should probably destroy an initiate recipe for that. There we go. I do not need that. All right. Well, that's a 20 weapon from this. Truly up tremendous. Fucking massive. Anyways, so with Ashes, right? I think a lot of people just come in expecting it to be very, you know, more put together than it is. I don't think it's really supposed to be that put together. It is very core right now. Will a player be able to quest their way to max level without having to grind extra mobs outside of quest objectives or normal kills through exploring? Or is this type of grinding a core design aspect? It's going to be a very grindy, non-linear game. There's a good recipe on that mob. So in terms of like, I pick up a quest at the starting area and then seamlessly always have another person to go to that gives me another quest that keeps me on my journey to like lead the narrative. I don't really think it will have that element of like a hand-holdy linearization. Heracles, what up, dude? I don't think it'll have that element of like a hand-holdy linearization to it. Now they will have a little bit of hand-holding to it where you'll have questing hubs to go to. But I picture it as more of like a non-linear period. For sure. For sure. Why hit? What do? Why rogue hit? I don't know if was accident, but I'm assuming duel me. Why? I don't want to duel you. Brother, I'm farming with my guild. If you catch me when I'm not doing shit, then maybe. But I'm just gonna like drop what I'm doing to fucking duel somebody. Hit me up like when I'm not doing something, potentially. What is going on here? Is he getting jumped? God fucking damn it. Am I really gonna have to help? Gameplay, combat. Alright, hold on. I'm helping Heracles. I got you, Heracles. Don't worry, buddy. All is well. All is well. Yo, Strawlwin, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful one. Got your toes? Oh, we're gonna be smacking that ass. Yes, yes, yes. They are not going to be able to do sheet. It is a full Cookington Supreme out here. I regret to inform them, but it's not gonna go well for them. Gotcha. And I pull ya. You don't have a grapple. Looks like you might have fucked up, dog. We got that CC break. Oh no, I got your grapple. Oh, that's so sad. Oh no. Oh no, that's so sad. Help. I'm coming. I'm coming. Papa's on the way. Hold on. I'm coming. I had to kill the rogue first. Every rogue has to die. No rogue gets to escape. I will kill all of the rogues all the time. Did you guys kill that other guy? Oh, you're dying to the mobs. Word. God damn it. That would have taken longer. You don't want to do that, buddy. I will CC your shit so fast. I will grapple him into this clump and then CC his shit instantaneously. I know he wants to try it. Ready? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, he's trying to corruption bait. Brother, stop trying to corruption bait. Stop corruption baiting, please. Doesn't work anymore. And you're corny. L plus bad at game plus unknowing of system. Brother's mad that he got shit on, so now he's trying to corruption bait, and you can't corruption bait anymore. I don't want to bait you for corruption. No, not you, Heracles. No, we were saving you, you goober. I was saving you. Fucking Heracles got jumped, so he saved. Ooh, a map. All right, make sure you let your flags drop off. Bro's regretting his choices right now? Yes. Yes, I do not think they were very happy about their consequences of their actions. I don't think they were very, very, very satisfied after that at all. Okay, sorry. I think this is where some of the disconnect is. I look at this and don't see content. I see placeholder, but essentially this is the content. Like, to a certain extent, yes. And again, looking at it in a very reductive state, you will have more quests. You will have more options in terms of your progression. But it will absolutely be optimal to do things a certain way. And that way may not just be following a linear questing progression, because there won't be a lot of linear questing progression to have, right? It'll be non-linear questing prog, and I would expect like chains and, you know, some idea of where to go. I don't think questing should feel suboptimal for people, and right now, in a lot of instances, it kind of does. So I definitely think that, like, just looking at it from a progressionary standpoint from December to now, right? This may help. Back in December when I started playing, questing was just unacceptable. And not unacceptable as in, like, raw and intrepid, it's so bad. It was unacceptable in terms of, like, the progressionary point of it, right? What's up with this Walmart? And always wanted to host me. What? Wait, for real? Through the app? The fuck? Why are you getting racially profiled? They charged me twice for something and I went to take care of it. Bruh. They wouldn't give me my money back. What the fuck? L Walmart, what the hell is this? Okay, so, essentially. Sorry, I got distracted because Carla's getting profiled. I had to take out my calculator. Jesus fucking Christ. So basically, at its core, Ashes is definitely going to be a bit of a non-linear, grindy experience. It always is. It's meant to be. The leveling process, for perspective, has been said 1 to 50 to be a month or more of grinding for an everyday player. It's not supposed to be something where everybody is just like immediately level 25 and progging on that. So that's also partly why it feels bare bones. But on the topic of questing, right? When I started playing, questing was just in a like an unperforming state. You couldn't do shit. Now, the fastest progression, 1 to like level 12, and it may even go past that now, is questing. The optimal route is just fucking pumping a quest chain, and you can be level 12 in under an hour if you have the correct quest line. It's very, very, very strong if you get all of the scenario, or all the quests, like situations, all the rewards, everything just free, right? But again, everything's open world, so you're always gonna have competition around that, and it's very unlikely that in a populated instance you're going to get that ideal chain start. But questing does have its validity, but a lot of people, you know, pick up every quest, and there are a lot of quests that aren't worth doing. There are some quests that are much more worth doing. So like questing has come a long way. Questing is going to continue to come a long way, but questing and Ashes can also be a fucking trap. And I think that's why people don't try to 1 to 25 with quests. A, because it's not really supported right now in a fluid way. B, because questing can just lead you on such a long, like, total route to have something that's contested, something that's unavailable, where, you know, you're running. Keep in mind, I ran from over here up to here to grind this, and it was about an hour of running. And we have a portion of the map right now. So systems will definitely continue to improve, get better. Questing will continue to improve and get better. But there will always be an element of like traps in Ashes, in my opinion. And I think questing is one of the traps that can really cook a lot of people's prog because they get so into like, oh, I need to do all of these quests. And then they do something that's like not, you know, not worth. Yo, Heracles, what up, dude? Never thought to find you randomly? Yeah, I'm trying to grind out for these goobs a little bit. Honestly, I thought you were in here. But I was saying, if you find me when I'm not grinding for goobs, I am always happy to run PvP. I'm trying to get some XP for our lower levels and trying to simultaneously see how the flare weapon drop rates are out here, because a lot of the wilderness spawns seemingly have changed a little bit. So I do want to get more data around that. We have had one level 20 weapon drop, so that's good. Not the worst, not the best, but pretty cool area. Will they ever get the flag and stuff scored away? Ever? Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, I think it logically makes sense that healing a PvP flag target also flags the healer. Because if you couldn't, or if you didn't flag from healing a PvP target, then that would mean you could heal people from outside of PvP. And, well, that would be bad. You would have a lot of very outside influence on fights. So that's why healers will cascade. In terms of the settings themselves and kind of like why they are the way they are, previously in phase 2 and phase 2.5, there was a big problem with corruption baiting and people trying to like call their mount in, you know, on groups of people that were PvP flagged to kill their mount and to get them to corrupt. That's what that guy was doing to us after I killed him, and he was very mad about it. So people used to call their mount in, and because there was no differentiation between a mount and a player character, you would just be able to flag up, you know, get baited by that mount, and then you would go corrupt. They'd jump you when you were corrupt, not flag up, and then you'd lose your gear. So corruption baiting has definitely come a long way with the new settings. Do you have a roll code? Exclamation Ashes. I do indeed. Corruption baiting has definitely come a very long way with these new settings. The inconvenience of having to change the settings every time you want to fight versus not fight is absolutely that. It's an inconvenience. But I do think, like, there's progress being made. They're messing with different settings combinations. What we have now for the PvP settings are completely different than what we had in phase 2.5. So I'm confident with all of the, you know, all of the scenario testing that they're getting. They are working towards a better state of flagging. I think it's always going to be the most frustrating for healers because a healer is supposed to flag up when they heal somebody that's purple. So if somebody in your group flags up and then you do heal them, well, that makes sense. I mean, unless there's just a straight up, like, require force flag to heal affiliated combatants as well. But I think that would be, I mean, it'd be a safety on the gun, but also one of those inconveniences that you'd have to change as soon as PvP broke out. Which is, I think, pretty tough, if I'm being real. Are you farming these mobs for XP or gear? We are doing a little bit of both and a little bit of science. So the flares that spawn here have a pretty solid, like, you know, XP payout. They're pretty easy to kill, a lot of mobs here. And we can bring people that are like level 18-ish here, and it can be pretty chill. So flares are known for dropping weapons pretty regularly. Now, it's not going to be a high tier, high item level, high rarity weapons, but we've been out here for a couple hours. We did find one more Flameheart mace, so that's kind of cool. It's, again, probably a min roll, but that's a level 20 Fizz mace that we didn't have before that we'll now be able to hand out to the community. So I wanted to do a little bit of data sourcing, but the level 20 white drops can roll for casters. Yeah. I mean, if something drops, feel free. We can even, like, change stuff over, honestly. Usually with all of my gear, I just try to hand it out to people just periodically. Also, Jenks asked if you can get the Riverstalker set. Yes, I have 4 pieces of it. I will do a gear handout before we get ready for our guild raid tonight. That's in like an hour. So I'll probably run over to Winstead in a little bit. Vendor repair. Oh my god, my glint. Vendor repair, get ready for the raid itself. And then from there, I'll do a quick gear handout, and then I'll run over to Forge. And then we'll grind it out at Forge for a little bit tonight, see how the drop rates are doing over there. And we'll be up tremendous. Hopefully, get ourselves a couple of decent drops along the way. But If anybody does need gear, please, for the love of God, pop over to Winstead before our raid. I would say in like a half hour. Be over in Winstead. If you're in Cats, if you're not in one of our guilds, lick my balls. Exclamation guild, discord.gg/cats-with-abs. But if you're in one of the guilds, come through. I have a lot of free gear. Level 0, level 10, level 20 stuff. I will just distribute it until my inventory is empty. And then if we have any crafters that are also, you know, around that want to do a recipe pickup, I do have a lot of recipes as well. Priority, obviously, cats crafters. So, you can't lick your own balls. If I could lick my own balls, do you think I would be streaming on this website? Think that through for a second. Think that through. ESO or mob grinding is the best XP to level. You also have tons of quests. XP leveling being mainly behind mob grinding means that people who do those quests actually pay attention more to the quest lines. Yeah, so quest lines are going to be building a large narrative, and there are going to be rewards from the quest lines that are actually worth doing. Like, even in the past, we had the Arlogian Collar line, and that gave Abyss Caster Neck that Nin had and then corrupted on a level 4 with and lost. But that was a very, very good caster necklace from a quest line that people didn't even know existed for the longest time. And then once it, you know, was out that that did exist, everyone flocked to it. There will be, you know, worthwhile quests. It's just from that same standpoint, why would I quest when I can just sit here and mob grind hours and hours and hours on end? It's just more efficient, right? So questing still, it's going to exist. They want to have a good questing system that helps the world building and helps the narrative aspect, and people can still get XP fluidly off of. I just don't think questing is ever going to be comparable in terms of, like, I'm trying to hit 50 fast, right? That's my biggest thing. That's my largest thing. I think that you will have a lot of questing opportunities, but again, you'll have a lot of narrative-based questing opportunities, especially as you go throughout the world. It's a big fucking world. Questing, anything can be contested. Open world mob grinding, anything can be contested. You're doubling down on that because then you're dependent on a quest resource for completion that will be more readily available than anything mob grinding. And the second that's competed for and you're not able to actually get that quest good, you're now losing time. You're running across a map that's dead time. Like, so at its core, everything's going to continue to come further and further, right? It's just, this is, honestly, it's efficient. It's probably the most efficient. While we're mob grinding, we're getting the potential of drops, glint for gold, silver, copper, and we can get recipes for our crafters to then craft the higher rarity version of the drops that we all need. It makes so much sense to be out here doing this and killing as many things as possible to try to get as many drops as possible. And there's no downtime because Bard sustain and Cleric sustain, we don't have to stop for drinks. We don't have to stop for mana. Like, we heal up, we keep pumping, and we're good. And we could put 3 more DPS in this group and be killing even faster. So I think it really does just relate back to, like, uptime percentage with questing. And I think that tends to be very low. The percentage that you're actually, like, gaining XP actively versus the percentage of time that you're idle doing nothing that's benefiting you, I think is a big variance between questing and mob grinding. So even if questing were in, right, even if there was this quest line that I could follow 1 to 50, but it was, you know, 30% slower than mob grinding, I'd just mob grind. I'd get drops, I'd get recipes, I'd get a lot. And I could mob grind wherever I wanted to. If I'm on that quest line and a million other people are on that quest line, and then that shit's congested forever, I mean, we saw that in New World. New World leaned very heavily into its main story quest to level, and every fresh start, there would be a queue of people. Not like a queue in-game, in terms of not being able to log in, but at the specific quest areas, there would be a line of people waiting to get the actual quest reward. It would be something that spawned in the world, or it would be a mob that you had to kill. People would form an actual fucking line. So as cool as it can be, yo, next level, what up, dude? As cool as it can be, it is very, 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 very contestable. More moving pieces means more things can go wrong. And if I can just sit here and have the fewest moving pieces possible, we're fucking set. Personally would love if they put cool armor, skins, weapon, housing items behind quest lines. Balance out the XP difference. I also don't want anything to feel forced in Ashes, though. I think that's one thing right now that feels really nice about Ashes, in my opinion, is that you could have somebody who hasn't mob grinded at all, and they've just been doing their artisan loop up. You could have somebody like me who avoids artisan at all costs and really likes mob grinding. And I think that the second you start forcing people into certain gameplay loops, then it takes out a lot of what Ashes is supposed to be about, with like the decision making on a personal basis, like what you want to do. Because we have our dailies and we have our weeklies. It's just stuff that we determine ourselves. I can determine, do I want to spend 2 hours today grinding trees because I need to get my lumberjacking up? Or can I convince enough people to get on and mob grind for that to be efficient? And I have my own set of like checklist things that I want to accomplish. I have everything like under my control, to say it very bluntly. And I like that a lot about Ashes. And I hope that Ashes doesn't get to a point where that's compromised by just like, I have to do this content because I'm obligated. Now, I think there's also a difference between being obligated to certain content and having a most efficient route of content that incentivizes people, right? I think obligated is you cannot get this anywhere else other than this form of content. And incentivize means that this is the best way to do this. I think if you're making people feel obligated to quest because certain things are locked behind that, that can push off some people. People feeling obligated to mob grind because they can't get experience from questing. And I don't mean experience is bad. I mean they physically can't get experience. That's where it gets into an obligation instead of a, you know, a matter of efficiency. So it's all in that perspective for me, and I really hope that we do maintain that level of like, I'm not really obligated to do shit. If I want something crafted, I can gather all this stuff myself, or I can mob grind enough to get the money to actually buy the stuff to craft that. Or I can get the money to wait for somebody to craft it. Anything is possible in Ashes, and I think with the systems the way they are right now, right? Questing's obviously going to continue to get better, have more like carryover from that, you know, 12 to 25 plus aspect. But I also just, I never see it going to a point where everyone just feels like they have to quest and everyone's just pumping those quests. Balance-wise, start making questing the best because of the same speed for the average player. An optimized questing path can be way fast. Oh yeah, I mean, optimization will always be incredibly fast for outliers, which is why I say that people shouldn't worry balance-wise about the top 5-10%. Balance in terms of econ, in terms of questing prog, in terms of, you know, gain of power, I think should always be scaled around the sync up of the bulk of your player base instead of, you know, your very, very, very few percentile outliers. Because if everything appeals to that few percentile outlier, and everything's balanced around that, then no normal player has an organic, normal experience in your game, and it's just full cook from there. Your outliers are always going to be outliers, whether it's in how much time they can dedicate to the game, whether it's how much knowledge they have, whether it's how many resources they have, people at their disposal. So I just think that going towards outliers as point of balance, or a point of timing, or point of anything, for town progression, crafting, sync, anything like that, I would like to avoid that. I would love it if it was just based around the bulk of the population. Your outliers were truly your outliers. You see someone that's really far ahead and you're like, God damn, they're cooking, but they're also gonna have to wait for towns to be leveled. I think that's fine. I think if I have all the drops in the world, it's reasonable for me to have to wait for towns to be set up. I don't think we should have to rush towns to the point where as soon as, you know, people that are grinding every single day have their baseline set of drops, bam, crafting's right there. I think that's too fast for the average player. I think people will be looking at fucking heroic legendary pieces before they're even looking at green pieces at level 20, providing they have any gold for it in the long term. If it's weapon skins though, would it be a forced thing? If you don't want this blue and gold sword skin from a quest line, you're not forced, can you just do it? It's gating something behind one specific form of content, which they'll still have achievements and stuff anyways, right? So I think I'd like to see it as more of like, there's an achievement for completing X amount of quests that grants you the skin for completing the achievement, rather than it coming from one particular quest, if that makes sense. I think that's a little bit of a different, like, framing for it. You'd like to see those types of rewards spread throughout all types of content? Yeah, like the achievement system giving titles, giving skins, giving cosmetics, seasonal achievements being a thing as well. Oh god, is that another gray drop? I think that there are definitely ways for that type of content to be incorporated with it, where it's like, hey, if you want this, you know, here's your route to progression for it, here's what you gotta do for it. And, you know, that changes up, that gives people fresh stuff, fresh takes on things, maybe like, you know, some monthly, you know, challenges where you don't really get anything power scaling from it, but it's like a cool skin of the month or something, right? Something where if I have nothing else going on, and it's like, you know, cut down 642,000 trees, then I can work on that in my downtime, but it's not something where unless I really like that skin, I have to go out of the way for it. I think that'd be kind of cool for it. Entirely possible. I already read that one. But yeah, definitely like, I think questing, I think a lot of systems are going to come a very long way. I think, just from my standpoint, right, I'm always going to be mob grinding. I'm always going to. I think mob grinding's fun. I know that may not be everybody's cup of tea. I think hitting mobs to find stuff, to get better stuff, to hit more mobs, is a fun progression route. And that's why I do always try to explain it in a very reductive sense of like, any MMO does tend to just be hitting mobs, hitting players, or hitting gatherables. It's just the scenery in which you're doing that, right? So I just kind of enjoy this shit. We're talking about rare cosmetics or one high-tier weapon craft. It's not that bad, dog. It's not that bad. The material costs aren't even that. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. The DDoS demons are returning. This isn't good. So, Pirate Software streaming right now? Random question. Is he live? Just hit me as soon as I got to Winston. Someone see if Pirate Software is live. He is not. What a coincidence. What a crazy set of circumstances that the man that streams 18 hours a day is not live this 1 hour where we're getting DDoS'd. Allegedly. 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 My ass is gonna have to go to Cats with Craps thanks to all the interruptions. Is insanity, by the way. Oh wait, they want my glint. Yep, no, I'm logging out. I'm logging out and hoping I don't get full cooked. I have a lot of glint on me that I don't want to lose. That is, yeah, that's scary hours. Hoofsy's transporting the Lego mats again. I swear to God, anytime Hoofsy says he's transporting high-tier mats, it's bad. Is Pirate DDoS? No. Ashes has been getting DDoS'd, like, pretty much every day, to the point where they've had to put in more DDoS protection as part of one of the patches that we went through recently. That was actually, like, yesterday's patch as part of it. So, they have been coming through frequently, pretty much daily. They usually last about a half hour, and then they're chilling, like a little earthquake type shit. We don't know who it is. I'm assuming if they knew who it is, the person would be arrested already. Because from what we gathered, DDoSing is very illegal. Very illegal. Running out of popcorn after this weekend stream because of the drama. There's always a lot of drama with the alpha, I will say. And the cool thing is, I just get to narrate it. It's fucking dope. I like just being able to sit here and yap about shit. I consider myself pretty lucky. I had no characters for a minute. Oh god. Should I try to log back in? Server lag last night caused me to die to an otter. Like one little baby otter? You're fucking my ass. Alright. That's not good. That's not good. Back over we go. Back over we go. If somebody takes my shit, I will Thanos them off the face of the earth. I'm just preparing in case somebody tries to. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yo, Hidden. Thank you for the 3 gifties, dude. I appreciate you. You are a fucking legend. Where are Papa's ashes? Off we go. Quick in out. Quick in out. Is that not mine or is this gonna flag me now? No, it's cooked. Oh no. Yeah, nope. I'm out. I'm out. Hold on. Okay. Hiya! Everybody run for your lives! I dropped the epic map off of that. Thankfully, I got it back. I'm going to run to Winstead. If we're getting DDoS'd. I'm gonna run over there and sell. I think. Ooh, burr. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pet the burr. I wanna. Wait, I'm still taking damage. Ah! Can I pet that dog? Nice. Okay. 1 pet. 2 very violent pets coming in hot. 2nd very violent pet. What am I doing to the bear right now? What? Oh, wait. Wait a second. Okay, cool, we're up. Interact. Oh shit. I need to make room for the burr. Is it a carcass? Oh, it's a carcass. Tragic. 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 What are you petting? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I do what I need to secure the burrs. I want to make every bear feel welcome. I want to make every bear feel valued, appreciated. Jesus fucking Christ. To get in there all nice and deep like, bro, all I can picture from that is the rubbing of the belly button. That is literally all I can picture from it. That shit is fucking ingrained in my memory. It is rough. I don't think it's pirate. I think it's a mafia section of the company that offers DDoS protection. That sounds like something pirate software would say. That sounds very pirate software-y. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely... Spy? What if it's a man himself? He's not live right now. Nothing saying it's not. His name is literally pirate software, sus as fuck. Yes, what if he's trying to be the captain of Ashes now? Aurelia outside the box theory, it's an unusable server of an alpha game. So, if I hadn't played Ashes at all before, to actually interact with their servers through very densely populated areas, then I would be more likely to agree. But Intrepid's server infrastructure is actually remarkably stable in my experience. And something we have to remember too is that the reason why that's disproven is that it hits multiple parts of the world at once. So if you're in Ashes, if you haven't played before, you can always do page up and that will show you the server worker that you're on. And that server worker is one of many that runs the areas of the world, right? So if multiple server workers are simultaneously getting hit and become laggy over the course of a large area, but not every server worker is, then that's an indicator that something unnatural could be happening. If it's the entire world at once, then it could be Intrepid, could be anything. I'm not a netcoding expert. I'm not a fucking guru. But I will say, it's not a theory that they've been getting DDoS'd. I think from an A, like, I don't think you actually play Ashes based on what you've been saying about Ashes. I'd be shocked if you did. So it's understandable to not have like the back history, but we have been here for over 9 months and the server infrastructure is remarkably stable. The instabilities of the server infrastructure are typically isolated to one part of the world because there's typically one server worker, if it is overpopulation, that is cooked, right? So say server worker 30 is just really, really, really bad. There'll be an outage here on 30, right? But if there's one here on 30, and then there's one over here, and then there's one over here, and then there's one over here, and they're not all in super populated areas, then that's a lot of independent things being kind of like hit at once. So with the structure of the world, with the setup of the world, I just transitioned from 30 to 31 right here. So if 30 was bad, the second I go to server worker 31, this is a different allocation of resources for me. This is legitimately like, we gotta get ready for the forge raid. Because I have to go over, I have to sell, I have to hand stuff out. So, explain to me as a player, how can you tell the difference between a DDoS and a replication exception? I just told you I don't pretend to be a netcoding person. I, as a player, listen to what Intrepid says, and I can definitely tell you the servers have crashed before, and they say, hey, the servers are cooked right now, we're working on it, we're going to have fixes coming out. And when Intrepid says it's a DDoS, then I basically trust that. I guess my question is, why would you be so distrusting of what the person that is making the game that is saying? I guess that's my question. Like, why do you have such a naturally distrusting attitude towards a game that you haven't even encountered with, or played? You have no hands-on experience. Because one is infinitely more likely than the other. If I say that I'm taking a break to go stretch my hamstrings, and I go take a shit, that's me lying to you. Me taking a shit is much more unlikely. But you have no reason to think that when I say I'm going to get water, that I'm going to take a shit, unless I've lied to you many times before. I don't think there's really a reason for you as somebody that doesn't know Ashes, hasn't interacted with Ashes, hasn't been here long term, and hasn't done anything with Ashes, to actually have a reason to distrust what they're saying and act like you can tell the difference between the two from not even playing. That's my stance on it. From being here and being a player and a member of the community for a good amount of time now, Intrepid is very quick to say, hey, our servers are cooked, we're getting it back up for you guys. And when they say that, it's typically pretty controlled. When they say, hey, it's a DDoS, we're going to try to mitigate it as quickly as possible, I have no reason to distrust that. If you're that distrusting of the developers already, because I'll be completely honest, every time that you come into chat, you're like, is it all just mob grinding? Yes. Oh, is the DDoS really a DDoS? Yes. If you don't like that, then nobody's making you watch the stream and continue to follow the game. If you're always angry about things and distrusting of Intrepid, distrusting of Ashes, I'm on server worker 33 now, by the way, then you don't have to watch stuff. I just asked how you tell me the difference. How do you tell the difference as a player? Can you tell me what the difference between a DDoS and a replication exception is, and how you would tell the difference, and what your qualifications are to tell that difference? Because you want to throw around buzzwords. What is your line of work? What do? You want to be able to as a player. So how would you have any opinion to even discern that? What are your qualifications to even bring that up? I'm curious. What MMOs have you made? Where are your netcoding qualifications coming from? Because I will say, I have none. I don't pretend to have any, which is why I, as a player, over a long series of interruptions and disturbances, am pretty able to tell when something's naturally happening because of peak player base, and when something unnatural is causing lag in a not populated server worker area at 6:24 p.m. EST. You said you could tell the difference from your experience. I just asked what that was. I did not say I could tell the difference between a replication exception. Those words never came out of my mouth, and you're trying to say that I said something that I didn't. And you know what happens when people try to gaslight? We talked about this yesterday. If people try to gaslight and rage bait, then people get Thanos snapped. So, you can either try to explain to me what your credentials are, and why you're bringing up replication exceptions, and acting like you know what they are, instead of just saying, no, you wouldn't be able to tell. I never even said I knew what the fuck that was. But what I did say was I can sure as hell tell when a server worker that is in my immediate vicinity is overpopulated. I work in the games industry and UE5. Do you? Or are you just typing that for Twitch chat? Because you still haven't explained to me what the replication exception even is. You still haven't elaborated what that even is. You haven't said it. I also work in the games industry in Unreal Engine 5. Yes. Yes. Bad Dad also works in the game industry in Unreal Engine 5. He's making an independent game. A lot of people work on Unreal Engine 5. But what is a replication exception? Hold on. What we're going to do is I'm going to Google what is a replication exception. So that way you can't just copy paste it. What is a replication exception? So I'm going to Google it. And I'm going to see if you can phrase it differently. It's sitting on my screen right now. Because a replication exception is where your server workers and replication layer have an unresolvable difference in the state of actors. Do you understand what server workers are in a standpoint of Ashes of Creation? Because I think you may be misunderstanding what the functionality of that is. A replication exception is a condition where a data replication process encounters an abnormal situation, such as an error, an unexpected event, or a failure to complete which stops or interrupts the replication. What would be replicated here? What would be the replication that's actually getting, aka DDoS? Actor data. So a DDoS. I guess I'm confused of what the difference is.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Starbaki, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hold on. A miscommunication between a physical server and the replication server. I'm loving how everything here is just Googleable. Whose man's is this? I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. What's the point he's trying to prove again? That Intrepid's lying about the DDoSs. His entire thing is that when Intrepid says the servers are getting DDoS, they're actually making it up and lying. And that it's they're super unstable servers. That's literally his entire thing. I have at no point said they're lying. Brother, you literally started this entire thing saying, how would I as a player know that there is a difference between a DDoS and a replication error? And then questioned when I said, because Intrepid says it. And I have played through a lot of the difference. Hidden, Thank you for the 3 gifties. You're a legend. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Massive W, massive W. Like, you were on this entire rant because you distrusted when I said that the servers were getting DDoS'd because Intrepid says they're getting DDoS'd. Tell it's a DDoS because when these servers get hammered, the more populated server nodes go down first because of the network overload. Hoofsy! The 3 gifties as well. Could also be a network disconnect where the server stopped replicating data to them. This could be caused by a DDoS. Grandpa Tech has tech in his name too. Yes. So, this entire thing started because I said this area of the world is getting cooked right now in corroboration with a lot of other areas getting cooked all at the same time, which indicates that multiple areas are getting hit all at once, right? Which is very hard with a lot of independent resource allocation through the server worker system. It's very unlikely that there are replication errors on 8 unique server workers that are all randomly throughout the world, all at the same time, and all corresponding. Do I need to have the internal data to say, oh, you're in chat and you're in the Jundark. Oh, you're in chat and you're in the Anvils. Oh, you're in the Tropics. Oh, you're in Nuela. Oh, you're all getting cooked. Oh, somebody else is perfectly safe in a different part of the world. Wow, that's really abnormal.
Is absolutely
Yo, Beef Supreme, thank you for the follow. It's really not that difficult. There was also a post about 11.9 terabytes of data was being forced onto the network at Cloudflare. Jesus Christ. It's a fucking lot. Zabubu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you as well. 100% trying to fuck with you. See, the thing is, I don't... A second? Ah! A second? What? That's a lot. That's a lot. But yes, so like... Again. From my personal standpoint, there is no reason to distrust when Intrepid says the servers are cooked because the servers are cooked and the servers are cooked because of DDoS. Are servers disconnected for various reasons? Absolutely. Is it typically pretty obvious that you're in a really populated area that's going to crash because it's too populated? Oh, hell yeah. You can typically tell. When you're in an area that's incredibly not populated, and that gets cooked correspondingly with multiple other areas spread throughout the world getting cooked, correlation isn't causation, but we can typically piece together point A and point B. And am I definitely saying that someone's absolutely cooking the servers? No. There are server hiccups. Shit does lag out. But I can promise you, 6:30 p.m. on a Thursday, without peak population on, farming on a server worker that is not a popular server worker, that's not a town server worker, that was not an overpopulation of players. That was literally like an incoming big burst of lag. I've listened to that a few times. And then an absolutely cooked push off of it. Maybe I'm wrong on it. Maybe sometimes I say it's lag and it's a DDoS. Maybe sometimes I say it's DDoS and it's a lag. But if Intrepid comes out and says, hey, servers are being DDoS, bear with us, then we're good. That's all I need. There are other variables in population that can cause server lockups, and you'd expect them in an alpha. And if Intrepid says we are being actively DDoS'd, it probably means they're being actively DDoS'd. And if they say we've been getting daily DDoS's, and specifically have a patch note that says we are upping our DDoS protection because of ongoing DDoS's, then that probably means it's a DDoS. That's... I don't think there's too much more. If the Ashes server workers have trouble communicating with each other, you can end up with a line of ghost players at the boundaries, but that's not what's going on. Grey Pelt's a knowledgeable lad. Grey Pelt's a very knowledgeable lad. Thank you, GP. I appreciate you. So there are indicators that there are crashes happening server related. Again, I'm not one of the Ashes networking people. I don't pretend to be. I don't know shit. I don't pretend to know shit. But that's also part of the reason why I'm not coming up with crazy crackshot conspiracy theories. Brother, why are you obsessed with the replication layer? Why is that the one thing that you were obsessed with? He doesn't have an understanding about how UE5 works. Like, I'm sure there's a non-zero chance that something else could go wrong, but Jesus Christ, like, at the very least, Praetor, you have to understand, even if you're dead set thinking that you may be right about something, at this point you're just fucking intolerable, dog. Like, you can try to bring up a point without just puffing out your chest and saying buzzwords, and you still haven't articulated anything that you're actually trying to defend. Not sure I'm right about anything, then why are you being such an intolerable douche canoe about it? Like, you're talking in certainties as if you know more than everybody that's involved with Ashes, playing Ashes, hearing the announcements from Ashes, the communications from the team. And we've had actual, like, announcements. Oh no, I know you weren't talking to me, legit. But like, we've had actual communications from Intrepid like, hey, this shit is happening. I'm still trying to find this Vortex replication system. I'm searching the engine code right now and nada. Unreal Engine 5 replication system Vortex. Hold on. The search term Vortex in the context of Unreal Engine 5 replication, hold on, does not refer to a standard system, but most likely one of two possibilities. A third-party asset or plugin on the Fab Marketplace, which adds multiplayer-compatible Vortex effects, or an integration with Vortex Studio, a separate physics simulation software. The core Unreal Engine 5 replication system, designed by Epic Games, operates on a server-client model to synchronize the game state across all players. Core Unreal Engine 5 replication systems. The default system. I don't know. The Iris system, maybe? Iris is a newer opt-in replication system built on Epic's experience with Fortnite. It's more scalable and performant for games with a large number of players. So maybe he meant Iris? It's Iris, I corrected myself. You corrected yourself? You corrected yourself? Or you said it after? Because, like, after Googling, that definitely makes sense. But if you work in game dev and work with Unreal Engine 5 regularly, well, that would be like me calling a Guild vs. Guild War fucking WWE SummerSlam. That's just not the right term. That's not it. That's just wrong. Let me see if I can find this. I'm going to try to see where you corrected it. No, you did not, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, you said, let's see. Where is it? Unreal Engine 5 has its own internal replication system called Vortex. And then you never said that it was Iris until we Googled it. You didn't correct yourself. I have your entire chat history right here. You didn't correct yourself at all. You're a liar. Now you're just trying to backpedal. I tried to give you many outs. I did. I really did. But you did not correct yourself. I'm just throwing that out there. Yo, Nell. What up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Is there another grind? Guild Forge grind tonight. This guy's delusional. I mean, I think the worst kind of wrong to be is confidently wrong. And I think that it will always get exposed if you're yapping about shit that you don't know about. And maybe he does know about it, but I'm definitely not convinced, as someone that doesn't know about it, that any of his credentials are actually there. Like, I always say the worst kind of wrong to be is confidently wrong. And I'm more than happy to say I don't know stuff. But I'm not here to bullshit people. I'm not here to make everybody think I'm the next genius. I'm a fucking idiot. I just happen to be lucky enough to have people to show up and watch my stream every day and let me be an idiot publicly. So that's fucking wonderful. But I most definitely would not want to go around acting like I know a lot that I don't know and then getting roasted for it. Now, I'm a little more permanently, you know, stuck out there. Chatters can just, like, not chat. But what stage is this town at? This is the town. So this is tier 4. So this is the footprint. This large. So it's a good chunk of the, you know, the quark. It'll still grow a lot more. But this is a tier 4 town. So you have the walls up around the entirety of the town. You've got, you know, your marketplace area. You've got more buildings out there as well. So AOC uses custom networking code as opposed to Unreal Engine's default networking. And I made that myself. I made all of that code myself. I did it. It's out there. I'm actually the Ashes of Creation network. I know. I know. This is the twist you guys never expected. The server workers, it's all me. There's a reason I bounce so much while I'm streaming. It's because if I stop moving, then we're cooked. Intrepid has customized UE5, and if I remember correctly, they have their own rep layer. Wait. One of my YouTube chatters said that before GP did. What the fuck? Who is this smart YouTube chatter? What the hell? Vit, you're not allowed to leave. You're here permanently now. What the hell? Brother knows his shit. Before GP even said it, Vit over on YouTube goes, Intrepid has customized UE5, and I remember correctly, they have their own rep layer. Fuck, that's cool. Have you seen a POI drop yet by chance? I haven't gone to POIs because everybody that's going to POIs keeps saying they're awful. Anybody that wants gear, by the way, please get over to Winstead ASAP. I have to go over to Forge soon, and I have a lot of gear to hand out. So if you guys need fucking anything, just come through and see me. I will hopefully give out all of the shit. I got mostly Fizz stuff. I will say it's mostly Fizz stuff. Oh, just there? Where are you at? You'll be missing me, Strag, Sib, and Fatal for the raid. We'll be a bit late. Oh, you guys are running a crate? Well, tell Zombie, not me. I don't fucking care. Can I call a magic power item? I don't have magic power items. First to come is the first to get served. It's a game of wet cookie for the gear, boys. So, everybody get on your grinds. I am here. I will be here for another couple of minutes. Kenny G, what up, dude? Yo, Black and Gold. Coming with a gifty as well. Black and Gold, thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Taking advantage of that September savings, dude. Much love, much love, much love. Yard, what up, dude? What you up to? Gaming, brother. We are, actually, I might have a pair of magic bracers. We are about to head over to Forge. And at Forge, we will be doing our guild gear grind for the evening. Let's see. Do you need a weapon? Hold on, I have more. I have more. Take that. And then take that. Believe you me, I got more. I got a lot of shit. My storage is full too. I'm gonna try to save some stuff for the casters, but I'll get you all set up. Give you that. Is that an upgrade for you? Have you looked up Beast Wardens yet? No, what's going on with Beast Wardens? Good or bad? I know Zarin got changed to just Fizz. Beast Warden. Beast Warden's prod. Oh, crit power and power. Oh, damn. Wait, that shit's kind of nutty. Oh, damn. Crit power and power is real nice. That's definitely a solid prod. Fizz crit chance as well on it, just as a passive. That's really nice. I was messing around a lot with, I believe it was like the steel weapons. Oh, fuck. I don't remember what they got renamed as. Oh, no. And then you also had the Carfin weapon. What's the Carfin weapon? That's the one that Stragma has. So, yeah. But today's been pretty solid. We did a good bit of a gear grind earlier and got a couple, we got one level 20 weapon. Nothing crazy in terms of drops, but we did okay for ourselves. We actually found some stuff, which is great. Like I mentioned, we're gonna go check out Forge here in just a minute. We've got our guild gear farm there tonight. So we'll be trying to run over, lock it in, not get absolutely cooked immediately, and hopefully find some more decent pieces. So as long as we can keep the momentum rolling, we're good. Dude, I have so many Meyer-woven necklaces and shit. Like, actually, hold on. You're not out of the woods yet, buddy. Bronze hoop earrings. There's room for one more ring. Where is Kenny? Kenny? I don't know where you are. Yeah, you're getting jewelry too, buddy. I got too much of this shit. Oh no, is it happening again? Not like this. Kenny's losing his mind. So, Beast Ward is definitely solid. Hauling some lobies to KT with us, making everybody money. Wait, that's fucking massive. Yeah, money is good. Money is very good. We must get all of the crates in as soon as we are able to. Alright, there you go. That frees up 4 more slots for me. Thank you. You're doing me a favor. Dossington, what you getting up to today, my boy? Forge 23 plus. I don't know if he's doing 23 plus or he opened it to 20 plus. I don't know what Zom's planning on it. I just show up to this shit. If I'm being completely real, I make him do the hard work. Hoofs, where are you at? And I'm assuming you'll need some magic stuff. And then we have the Riverstalker 4-piece already spoken for. Hosted Lionhold? Okay, word. Hosted Lionhold. He's going to need magic stuff. I have a lot of fizz. Excuse me. Pardon me. Let's see. There's a wand, daggers, axe. Let's go there. Hoofs, do you need adept weapons? 20 plus? Okay, cool. Cool. Works for me. I think we're lagging again. That goddamn replication layer. Stupid fucking iris letting us down. God heckin' damn it, dude. Stupid fucking dumb iris replication layer. Net coding issues. Dumb shit. See me. I worked 7 years at Applebee's. I would never let this shit happen to the servers. And honestly, Intrepid just needs to clean house until they stop having all these replication problems. God fucking damn it. Emily demanded wings, so I DoorDash some Wild Wings. Oh, 0 for 2, DoorDash and Buffalo Wild Wings? Oh my god. I would actually rather spend my money on a hitman to show up and pistol whip the fuck out of me. If I'm being completely upfront. Buffalo Wild Wings, I don't know what it is, but B-dubs in Maine is fucking awful. And DoorDash prices are exorbitant. So, I don't fuck with either side of that equation. I'll be completely honest. Do you have adept weapons and armor for Rogue about to ding 10? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely I do. I can get you a good amount. You might actually want this. I'll give you a shield to start. Yeah, I got you. B-dub's just awful, not just main. Yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. That shit's ass, though. Pretty mid and mass too. I swear it's better in Cali. Were you just more fried in California, by chance? Because I think mass took a lot longer to get weed, right? So maybe that was it. Collectively, we're gonna make like 50 gold. Do I get the streamer tax on that? Buddha, I may load you up with gear as well and then have you seek out Hoofsy for me. Because Hoofsy has a little care package here too. So, I'll get you some shit. And then we'll also make sure... Uh-oh. It's all going to poop. I might get out of Winstead, actually. I might go south and get the fuck off this server worker. Because Winstead could actually just be cooked. Potentially. B-dubs has to be conscripted permanently because only they have Thai curry. I mean, that makes sense, but I feel like their wings just kind of suck. Like, I feel like the wings themselves aren't good. Like, B-dubs is the food version of Starbucks. Mid-product coated in a good sauce to cover it. B-dubs, Starbucks, I think Subway's better quality than B-dubs if you know what to order at Subway. I'll be completely honest. I fuck with Subway. I like Subway a fucking lot. Probably more than I should. Hamsters are struggling everywhere. It might not be BIS right now. I got most of the stuff out of my storage, so that's cool. But we may be slightly cooked at this point in time. Thoughts and prayers for everybody's favorite server worker hamsters. They are truly going through it right now. Truly. Can we lock Fupo in a cage for a bit? I'll throw the fucker in a lake. Think I fucking care. Goddamn cat's been eating server workers for weeks. I've been telling him no. I've been saying spray bottle is gonna happen. Fubo! I told you what was gonna happen. The water gets more and more every time. We will go on a drive to the lake and we'll go for a nice swim together. I got your little life jacket and it stops you from paddling those little legs. So that way you're just stuck there treading water for the whole day until I take you out. Isn't that nice, Fupo? Doesn't that seem wonderful? Try to place near me called Wingspot, but their idea of spicy garpar is buffalo wings with garlic sauce drizzled. Oh, you at least gotta like homogenize the sauces, I feel like. The buffalo sauce overpowered anything else on it. Oh no. You gotta do like a honey buffalo for the garpar at that point. This is a marshmallow. Thank you. Garlic parm is vanilla of wing sauce. Or like, I think vanilla gets a lot of shit. I actually think honey barbecue is a vanilla of wing sauce. Oh wait, you said the vanilla ice. Haha. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. I had Dave's chicken in Georgia. It was amazing. Carlin and I had Dave's hot chicken when we went to Vegas, and it fucked. We also recently tried Popeyes. I hadn't had Popeyes before. Popeyes actually slapped as well. Was quite good. Dave's hot chicken and Popeyes were good. I think Chick-fil-A is good. Like, Chick-fil-A is good. But, I don't know, dude. Buffalo sauce, Buffalo Wild Wings just fucking sucks. Just, like, their product is bad. It's always prepared poorly. I don't understand it. And like, I understand that B-Dub's big like craze happened before like NFL Sunday Ticket and stuff like that. So they were just showing a shitload of football games all at once and a whole lot of sports and people wanted to go there and stuff. I feel like B-Dubs went the same route. Oh no. Bodadi's nuts. I think B-Dubs went the same route as Hooters. I feel like Hooters used to be a place of elegance, of grace. And over time, it became so much about the titties that they forgot it was actually about the food. And I can motorboat my face in a plate of wings. I can't eat a pair of titties. So, I don't know, man. I think Hooters fell off. I think B-Dubs fell off. I think, honestly, out of that era of like early to mid 2000s neighborhood stuff, low-key, I think Applebee's has stood the test of time the best, and I hate saying that because I worked for Applebee's for a while, but Jesus fucking Christ, they have evolved and are still pumping. Applebee's has been like the Honda Civic of like the American fast casual dining scene, and I wouldn't even say like fast casual, I would say like NASCAR casual is the way that I would describe it, is like your customer base. I would say at any point in an Applebee's, 85% or more of the customer base is actively looking forward to a NASCAR race. At least in Maine. It seems to be where all the left turners go. My dad used to love B-Dub because they had the trivia machines. Yes! The trivia comp was also a big thing for B-Dubs. And then everybody got smartphones and just played trivia on their smartphone against way more people. Yup. B-Dubs had its time to shine, and it definitely lost it. Customer service at Applebee's is nice. Every time I go, I get something free from ice cream to a small appetizer. Oh, dude, yeah, if, like, we had a lot of freedom over there to do stuff. Like, I did, everything front of house, but primarily did, like, car side to go when I was there, because I was just working there through college, super easy. So, if I had somebody that was just, like, chill on the phone when they were ordering their to-go, I would hook them up with free shit. I'd give them, like, extra fries. I'd be, like, giving them a bunch of sauces and shit. Yeah, I can't get stuff out of my storage right now. I'll do it later. I'm gonna head over to Forge. I do have some stuff, so if anybody can meet up. Cool. I'm in the right spot at least. Maybe now it'll work. Now the lights are on. Maybe I just like couldn't see the storage guy before. Mayhaps. Hiya. Oh no, it's worse now. Maybe I should fucking run. Bad for business. You're an owner's nightmare. Me giving like 3 people a day an extra thing of fries is way less bad than me convincing the fry cooks to drop an entire order of boneless that we don't need so I can eat. And I did that multiple times a day.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Yo, Snowius, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah. No, definitely. Like, I may be an owner's nightmare, but that's also because me and the cooks were always going out and taking bong rips in between orders, and they would always make me free shit. Maybe that was the worst part about me for the owners. Maybe that was the level of terror that they had to deal with. But if that made me a nightmare, brother, I don't want to be a dream. Because I ate fucking good out there. I ate real good. And let me tell you, every Applebee's that I would take fries out of the fry bin from, by the way, every Applebee's employee takes fries directly out of the fry basket. Directly out of the fry bin. Your fries are coming from a fry bin that is being pillaged. I hate to fucking tell you. I really hate to tell you. But there are absolutely servers that are just going through and plucking fries out of that bin. Every single Applebee's location. Probably every restaurant location that sandbags their fries. But absolutely your fries have probably been touched by somebody else. If you don't like it, make your fries at home. But I would eat probably... I don't know, I'd probably eat like fucking 4 plates of fries a day. I would get like gravy and shit. Like, if the company was paying worth of shit, the crew wouldn't need to steal food to survive. Oh, I made great money at Applebee's. Yeah, I made more than the managers did because Carside got hourly plus tips. I just didn't want to pay for food. I figured, why would I pay for food when I could just have somebody make it for me for free? Yeah, it wasn't even... Yeah, no, that was just benefit. Yeah, I did great. I made, when I was working Carside at Applebee's, $15 an hour. Because I was on the highest end of what they could pay Carsides because my sales were so high. And then since my sales were so high and my customers were like regulars, I made about 10% of sales in tips. And I would go in on like Friday, Saturday, and I would do 1,500 in sales, 2,000 in sales, clear that, come home with as much money as the servers were making to sit out back, take bong rips in between orders in my car, and then run food out to people's cars and be like, hey, hope you're having a good day, dog. Steak pieces of chicken after frying them at KFC when I was in high school. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, restaurants can either willingly give their employees meals or employees are going to take meals. When I worked at Applebee's, I would legitimately, like, we'd cook shit for each other. Sometimes I would walk back, like, on the line and make food myself if we were dead. Like, it wasn't that deep. And then when I ran a Starbucks store, I had to run the profit and loss reports. I was directly bonusing off of my store's profits. I still fed my employees. I didn't make them use all of their meal swipes and shit. Not their swipes, but like basically your partner numbers, they were called. Got you a certain number of like free meals and shit. And then you got unlimited free drinks while you were on the clock. You got like 1 free food item a day, unlimited free drinks on the clock. But some people would be like, oh, you can't have a drink while you're on the floor. Can't have it while you're working. I would literally just fucking let my people go and make their shit so they could enjoy the rest of their shift. I'd be like, are we busy? No, not busy. All right, cool. You're good. Like, there's also a certain level of, I think, like, humanism to it, too, where... Also, you have to find Jenks. Jenks wants the River Stalker stuff. Hoofsy gets the magic stuff. And then for you, I have... I'm gonna give you this, because that seems good. That's Radiant, Adept. Actually, you'll probably like this more, actually. That's daggers for you. Alright. That'll get you some weapons starting off. And then I have more shit. I just couldn't get it out of my fucking storage. I'll be completely honest. But I have more. Thanks, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. When I managed Chicken Express, every member was fed a meal if they arrived 15 minutes before their shift started. That's a good fucking deal, actually. That's really smart. That's fucking good. So, when I was in management... Like, I obviously am not anymore. I can barely manage myself to get on stream on time at this point. But, like, when I was in management, I tried to do a lot of reading because I was young for a store manager. So like a lot of people just, you know, it was different types of management dealing with different people. So you could either be like a resource, and task oriented manager, or you could be a people oriented manager. And like a resource and task oriented manager is all about like you shut the fuck up and accomplish the goal, and then once the goal is accomplished, I'll love you. And then a people manager is like, I love you, please accomplish the goal. And I was always a lot more of like a people manager because I'm very social. I try to just be a human with stuff. So my crew would work very hard for me. My employees would work very hard, but they also knew if they were busting their ass that everything was great and they were going to be well taken care of. I would give people raises if they were performing well. I would, move people up on the team through promotions and shit. So, it's all about like, I think a certain level of if you take care of your people, they'll also take care of you. And honestly, if my managers were getting on me all the time about like, Dusty, why are you eating boneless wings? I would have just made up some bullshit about how they were dead anyways, and then I would have just eaten them out back regardless. They weren't gonna stop me from eating, but they realized that I did a whole shitload of sales, and that me being happy and showing up to work meant that they were gonna make even more money. So they just kind of let me cook. Do people from New Anvil's area link up by 25 in the map often and share nodes? Debating rerolling in the Riverlands. The Riverlands definitely gonna be more social. More to do, more areas to go to, more everything in the Riverlands comparatively to the Anvils. The Anvils is great because we're basing our community out of that area, but like, if you cannot successfully play in the Anvils comfortably, the Riverlands is definitely going to be like the easiest area to level in right now. You've got more POIs, more groups, more to do, more pretty much everything. So, if you haven't played a ton already, might just be worth re-rolling in the Riverlands. The Anvils, again, it's great if you have a group you're starting with. If you guys want to tough it out there, awesome. If you're just looking for a smooth, chill experience where you can post and looking for a group and find people, that's going to be the Riverlands. Most people are basing out of there right now. So, watch out, headed to the jungle on the road northwest of Halcyon. There's a pack in the road with a 25 polar hiding, waiting to attack you if you pick it up. Wait, that's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. I won't even fucking lie. When I was a chef, we did a family meal every day for all the staff. Damn, you were a chef for someone rich, huh? The fuck? Or was that like in a restaurant? Were you like a private chef or a restaurant chef? Because I also feel like private chefs get like well taken care of typically, right? Don't you get to like eat your own shit? Like eat your own food? Who's the River Stalker for? The River Stalker was for Jenks. Restaurant? Oh shit, so you guys would all just chill and have food? Actually, I have seen that before when you're getting ready for like a dinner service and stuff. People gotta ruin our fun baiting PvP on packs. Oh no. Yeah, because a lot of high-end places, when your menu evolves, you also do tastings and shit like that, right? That seems fun. Seems very fun. And I bet that also helped morale. Probably just made people enjoy showing up a little bit more. Living my best life as an alchemist, handing out health and mana salves and pods to guildies. A true fucking hero. When Zine is unavailable, Black and Gold shall take his place. An absolute Chad, an absolute mad lad. Brother, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. My goal is to have us pumping out enough moolah, enough clams, where we can really help facilitate some coins for people. All of the crafters, all the gatherers and everything, massively important. Yo, Incognito. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're having a great night, by the way. We got a little bit of a runski over to Forge. So we're going to see how that bad boy shapes up while we're on our way down. I might put the auto run on and go grab some water and a quick snack for this Forge raid. Gotta wish I had dex roll. Who are we trying to deck on? Wait, I have 10 gold. Who would we like to drop it on? Because I'll pay all my gold for it. We can have Cyborg fucking craft that bitch up. 5 fungi just chilling here. We send in one person flagged up to bait them into flagging, and then we kill them all. My bombs are getting sweaty. Is it a value kill, though? We need to find all of the fungi for a full frontal engagement. Also, we need to push people into main guild. Can you point me to one of your peeps leveling carpentry? Oh, Kiefer. Kiefer is guild carpenter. Yeah. Also, Keef, I don't know if Keith's still lurking or not, but somebody earlier was asking, like, how difficult monetarily it is to get up to journeyman carpentry. So I don't know if Keith's still lurking. I am, but I'm in KT at the moment. Word. Link up with Kiefer and Game Rooster, and then when he's in the area, you can hit him up. So, it's a lot of monies. I would probably guess journeyman. It has to be, like, over 50 gold, right? For the processing? Oh, God, wait. You're probably looking at hundreds of gold then, right? With all of the processing? Is Cats more of a serious high-demand guild, or is there a group of casuals? Yes to both. So, we have a multi-guild structure in Cats. Sorry, I just knocked a can over. So, in terms of Cats, our top guild, Cats with Abs, is our most competitive PvP-oriented guild with, like, the sweatiest, degenist players that we have. Cats underneath that, our second guild, is for, like, PvP-interested players that may not be able to or wanting to degen. So, the top guild is held to the highest standards, highest expectations, and then the second guild is for the people who want to PvP, want to get better, but may not have the time to commit right now, maybe a little bit on the, you know, on the boundary of wanting to come in. Basically just people who are normal people that really like PvP. Then we have the casual Cats guild, Cats with Crafts. That is for players of any type that do want to just be a part of the community. And then we have Cats UA, which is our EU guild over on the NA server as well. So we have 4 guilds on NA at this point. So, Polar is jumping your boys running crates. Where? And how jumping running crates? Unless they're naked and corrupting. But that wouldn't do too much. And I don't think it would be any of the intelligent Polar. But I wouldn't be shocked if Polar was jumping people running crates. But I don't think they would jump our guys. But yes, so West Halcyon. Which of our guys is it? I don't even think we have anybody running crates in West Halcyon. But I mean, we're going over to Forge right now, so we have a lot of people that are right here anyways. Is it bipolar? It may be. Send me $100 cash app after you fill out the guild app. Yes, absolutely. Make sure that you T6 sub to DustyWhy or you're fake and getting banned. But yeah, so our guild focuses on every aspect of the PvX. We have the structure for everything. We have our guild crafters, refiners, everything in-house. We've got legitimately everything, every part of the game from, you know, top-end desired PvP to all of it. So, Exclamation Guild is a place to go for all of that. It's definitely a bit of a challenge trying to, you know, maintain the community in the sense of being all-inclusive while also trying to push the top end. But I also think that's one of the benefits that we do have as a community, is that everybody can move up and down the community ladder just as they want to. Yo, Master Chief, thank you for 6 months, dog. I appreciate you. Fucking legend. If I want to join the ranks, where do I sign up for the different guilds? Exclamation Guild, discord.gg/catswithabs. So you will post in the request to join or ask to join channel. We keep it pretty simple. And then from there, an officer will get you perms. You'll see the create a ticket. You'll have to make your ticket and be in a guild relatively quickly, or you'll have to go through the whole process again. So post in the request to join. Officer will get you perms. Create a ticket. Ticket gets sorted, gets all put together. And then you're good. Dusty can bring the rest of y'all in. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. They're fighting, and Cats with Abs are fighting at the moment. Sib, you see any PvP West Halsey? Someone said Cats getting jumped by Fuller there and have crates. Cyborg's right in the area and just came down from there. Nobody's told me that they're getting jumped yet. It was Axe? Oh, what the fuck? Interesting. I'm assuming it's dealt with. Yellow stopped hitting him, but Axe kept hitting yellow. Fucking yellow. Fucking yellow. Okay, so Nelly! Hi! Do you have a better mount than this? What you got on you? Okay, yeah. He was still hitting Axe to begin with, but he's already gone. I'll make fun of him later. Yeah, it was yellow. Yellow's a goober anyways. I like yellow. So, from what we heard, Swab, I appreciate you by the way. So Axe was running a crate, and then yellow hit Axe, and then stopped hitting Axe, and then Axe kept hitting yellow. So apparently it was our guy jumping him, I think. I think our guy with the crate was the aggressor, actually. Oops. I was gonna say, I don't think they'd, like, go the route of trying to fucking naked corrupt on our guys to grief crates. Because at the end of the day, I don't care if we lose, I will go fight people. I don't fucking care. I've lost a good amount of PvP in my life, and I've won a whole hell of a lot more. I'm not afraid of that, so. I'm low level, I ran. That's fucking awesome. Brother just sees a PvP and he's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm getting out of here. Cause he could have sworn I just saw yellow in Nuela. Oh, he might have come down Nuela way. He might have. I mean, I got told about it like 5-ish minutes ago. So I mean, very well could have. I was told it was happening in Western Halsey, so probably over here. I don't know what people are doing with their crates now, but if it was an ongoing thing, I would have like turned up and been in there like swimwear, but from what I've been told, it's already resolved, and I think Axe was shooting people more. TDOS killed us. The TDOS was cooking shit. But I don't like, was that actually a DDoS or was it just an intermittent disruption? That's the question. Because that wasn't like that sustained, it's kind of come and gone, but that could also be with, you know, the ebb and flow of their mitigation of it. Because they didn't post like a detection in the, or they didn't post that they detected a disturbance in the servers or anything like that, so that genuinely could have just been a weird hiccup, could have been a quick one, but. Got any tips to get up to the anvils from the Riverlands? Purchase a mount before you go. I would purchase multiple mounts. Yeah, DDoS. So I'm not killing zombies comes. How much is a shoal skipper? Shoal skipper? Probably like 5 gold, if I had to guess, if it was still around that. I think between a shoal skipper and a scorp, you were probably paying around like 10 gold a piece, but a couple of pretty safe ways to get to the anvils without worrying. Yeah, get to the anvils, of course. You can run up through here, just go up here, and then snake your way along this side, and then minimize your time actually encountering mobs. Once you get into the anvils, you're kind of fucked. Like, you will get absolutely griefed by a lot of mobs all over the place all at once. You will be very angry. How's Facer going? Dude, fucking great so far. Very, very, very fun. I mean, I know everyone's got their own complaints about it. Everyone's got their own feedback. I don't think it's a fucking perfect finished MMO state, but I think Phase 3, for all of its trials and tribulations, I think it's a pretty good state of the game. Now, I think the biggest thing in Phase 3 that's been like, you know, back and forth, like what's going on here from my standpoint has just been how rapidly drop rates and econ things are adjusting. It almost feels as though we like don't have enough time to fully grasp the levity of the econ changes before they're changed again. So that's kind of what I think. What I think is by no means necessarily just correct or, you know, anything like that, but I definitely feel as though we haven't had a lot of time to familiarize ourselves with a lot of these ongoing econ changes before they get changed once again. Go over this way, Sim. So I'm hoping that we get into a spot where they're comfortable, like, letting it cook right? And they're comfortable. I've arrived. Whoa. That's a new ability for him, right? I don't think he used to disintegrate with fire. That's intriguing. Oh my god, wait, he actually hits kind of hard. But the econ is something that's been, you know, touched on a few times at this point, right? And I'm hoping that they get into a spot where it's pretty well set up for a long term. 5 minute live stream, checking out how it feels about it. As I'm decoding, if now's the best time for me to pop in. Personally, I get asked this a lot, right? As you can probably imagine, I stream Ashes every single day for 8 to 12 hours a day. Like, I am quite legitimately always here. I get asked this a lot by a lot of players. $100 is a good amount of clams. That is a large amount of clams, especially for an alpha. But one thing to keep in mind is you get a 90-day period where you can just get a refund on your pack. So I think from a standpoint of like, when will the best time for me as a player to hop in? That's probably gonna be right now. Best time was probably like a couple weeks ago at the start of this phase. Second best time is gonna be now. And as the server continues to progress, you're kind of like quality of life hopping into the content immediately will be a little bit more degraded. There will be more people already that have played through the content, fewer groups available, more progression on the server infrastructure itself with like the town infrastructure, all of that, right? It is a living, growing, evolving world. And keeping that in mind, the later you do hop in, it's, you know, more progressed, right? So you don't get the full experience. I think with the refund period in place, especially having no hours limit, if you're even fringe interested in Ashes, there's no real, like, risk of getting cooked, so to say. It's not really a matter of, oh no, I only have 2 hours to decide if I want to stay for the rest of development or not. It's not that. You could play as many hours as you wanted to the entire time. So I always tell people, like, I as, you know, a content creator, I as a gamer, I'm gonna have way different preferences than somebody else may. I really like mob grinding. I really like, you know, just the simple stripped down aspects of games, which are like, you know, the mob grinding, the crafting. Like, I try not to get too invested in all of the bloat and the polish and really get down to that like core gameplay aspect of like, what do I like about it? So from that standpoint, I like Ashes a lot. I also have the benefit of having my community with me, and that's a huge added bonus, right? Just on top of everything else already. So, come from BDO, so grinding don't scare me. Oh, dude, if grinding doesn't scare you, then the second scariest part about it is that it's an alpha, it's buggy as fuck, and everything's going to change. So I always tell people, don't get too attached to the things that you like a lot, and don't hold the things that you dislike too far against Ashes right now, because everything is truly in a developmental state, right? It is an alpha through and through. Intrepid doesn't try to hide that. There are some people in the community that will take any issue that pops up and go, well, it's just an alpha. But truly, to a certain extent, that is, you know, a correct take. It's okay for things to be broken. It's okay for things to be less than ideal and not in the best stance right now, because it's in development. It's all coming along. I always say something along the lines of like, if you ask me to get you a glass of water, I've got to physically fill up that glass of water. It's not going to be completely full the second you ask for it. It's not going to be full the second I grab the glass. It is a gradual filling of the glass up to the top of that. And if you're cool with that, uh-oh. Can we get like an uppies or something? But yeah, if you're cool with that, if you're cool with that developmental state, if you're cool with probably finding a lot of bugs and then typing /bug and then dropping a bug report, then welcome to Ashes, dog. That's the scariest part of it. It's grindy. It's core gameplay loop. We don't have a lot of accessory systems right now, so that replayable content for a lot of people isn't quite there. It's not very on rails right now. You've got to find a lot of your own content that you want to do and get pretty creative sometimes. It is far from just a straight up like on rails linear experience. It's far from a polished experience. But let me tell you, it's a goddamn experience, and you can get a lot of playtime out of it. And if you really like the concept of Ashes, you can help shape the systems that you are passionate about. I like combat, I like PvP, I like PvE, I like tanking. I try to provide feedback on my specialties and listen to the community on other things. So, from that standpoint, like, if all of that's just like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense, it's an alpha, then congratulations, you have a better mentality than 90, I wouldn't say 90. You have a better mentality than probably like 40% of the players that are actively in the alpha right now. So many people burn out on this test, on this development, because they think that it is, you know, the fully polished, fully finished game and it's supposed to be all put together and perfect. It's not. It's simply not. And if you're cool with that, then I think genuinely you'll have a lot of fun with Ashes. The world will continue to grow. Developments are made quickly at a very fast cadence, and we get a lot of content. I will say a lot of rapid bug fixes, a lot of very important bug fixes when they do need to come in, much quicker than, in my personal experience, a lot of live service development titles. So, or like live service, you know, published titles, not development, right? So I don't know, just from my standpoint, I have always felt like there's no shortage of content delivery, no shortage of like content cadence, bug fixes, anything like that. I've always actually been quite impressed. So from that standpoint, like, I always tell people not everyone's gonna like it as much as I do. I like the grind. I like the community aspect of it. I like the fact that it feels like one of those classic MMOs that I sit down and I'm like, I'm hitting mobs today. I like that. PvP can happen at any point. If you don't like all those things, then Ashes might be rough. If you do like all those things and you like that really grindy state of affairs, then you'll probably really like Ashes and you'll probably like it more as it continues. So, I don't know, man, from my standpoint, I think there is legitimately, and I mean legitimately, near zero risk for people that do want to check out Ashes. There is a non-zero chance that Steven, the creative director at Intrepid, has a mental break one day and just walks in and goes, fuck it, you're all fired and Ashes is gone. Could happen. It's in development. Absolutely. But if you're cool with a little bit of variability, you're cool with some uncertainty, and you want to be here for the long term, then, brother, that's Ashes. We still got a lot of game left. We still got a lot to, you know, implement. We still got a lot on our end as players to experience. But if you're here for the long run, then I think you'll have a lot of fun on the journey from point A to point B. It's not for sure. I make no money off of selling the game. I always try to just tell people how I'm honestly feeling about it. And like you'll notice, I tell people the parts of the game that aren't good right now. Like, I'm not out here saying Ashes is perfect, Ashes is awesome, Ashes is the best. Ashes in terms of a full MMO is pretty mid. Like, if you're looking at it comparatively to MMOs that have been out for 20 plus years, well, it struggles to hold up against some of them, right? That's the big thing. If I was sitting here just peddling that this is the greatest MMO since sliced bread right now, it's got really cool systems. A lot of those systems are not fully in, but if you believe in the vision and you're not really playing something else that you're actively enjoying that much, as the founding fathers once said, fuck it, YOLO. Could get in right now and really enjoy it. Could get in and really not enjoy it. Best part is, if you don't enjoy it, you get your money back. Not many other things in gaming that can tell you that, so. But you touched on a lot of points. Yeah, and I think a lot of people have this very, like, I don't know, stark one way or the other take about Ashes, right? People are either like, this is the best MMO, or they're like, this shit's a scam. And I think it's okay to be in the middle of, like, it's in progress. It's not the best. It's not the worst. I believe in the game. I like the development of it. I'm here for it. There's nothing else right now that's really appealing to me. I quit New World. Somebody in chat earlier asked why I wasn't playing Borderlands right now. Because I like Ashes. I really like Ashes. So, like, I don't know, man. I always say, not everyone will like it the amount that I do. Not everyone will have the resistance to burning out that I do. I can play this shit all day, every day, and hang out and yap with chat and just enjoy it. I do stream every day for about 10 hours, 7 days a week, over 800 days in a row. Not everybody can be able to do that. My situation is not somebody else's situation, but I also can wholeheartedly say, as the content creator for this game, Sleazy, thank you for the follow, dude. I can wholeheartedly say, like, as a content creator for this game, that I feel zero pressure of like, man, I better make sure that they really do enjoy it. I don't give a shit if somebody enjoys it or not. I don't care about fucking boosting the numbers of the alpha. That's not my focus. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to build my community and enjoy what I'm doing, and I just happen to enjoy it. Someone asked me a question. Intrepid doesn't pay me. Intrepid's not my boss. They're not my fucking salarying employer. Like, I make no dollars off of sales of this game. They get all of that. I'd make more money feeding you this super crazy story about how I had cancer and lost both of my legs, and then I played Ash as a creation, and then both of my legs grew back, and my cancer turned into a huge dick syndrome. That's not Ash's thing. It's not there. It's not there yet. Maybe long term. But like, I try to tell people what it actually is. I always say you have the protection of the refund period, which I think is the only reason why the only reason why I actively tell people to check it out is because it is legitimately zero risk. If there were any risk associated with it whatsoever, I would tell people only check it out if you are really dead set that you want to be here for a long time. It's pretty safe. People also say it's been worked on for a long time, so saying it's still an alpha is not an excuse, but Intrepid's super transparent with the fact that things are rough and it's not close to being finished, but with it, with what we have, it's a blast. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, Snow. And I think one thing on that too, that people are very quick to forget, is people will be like, well, this AAA MMO from this developer that's published 32 games only took this number of years to develop. And Intrepid's not a AAA developer. They haven't put out 10 plus titles. They haven't launched a title. They haven't shipped anything. This is their first game. This is what they were brought together as a studio for. And this is an indie title. Technically. It's like the largest indie title in the world. But motherfuckers have to realize this was made from the ground up. From nothingness. They genuinely have put in so much core groundwork to make this playable in the first place that I think, pray, the loot whoring is punished here. Like, they, I think, have put up a ton of effort on the very base groundwork where a lot of time, effort, and development hours have been spent on the core infrastructure of what this game and what this world runs on. And I think it makes sense, right? Obviously, some people want a much faster dev cadence. Some people want the game launched yesterday. That's fine. I'm not here to say when it should launch. I'm not here to say when it shouldn't launch. I don't make those decisions. But what I can say is that I most definitely see that they have done this from the ground up. All of the infrastructure, all of the evolutions of gameplay so far. It's nuts. What got me to play was not how good the game looked, but with just how open they were with progress and how much feedback they take from the community. Yes, I like the systems, which are a long-term thing. I like how the development team handles their, their desire for what the game is going to be in the long term. I like the development team itself. And after coming over from New World, it's night and day for me, right? New World was always supposed to be about the polish, the glitz, the glamour, all of that shit. New World was terribly unpolished, and they never wanted to admit that. They never wanted to admit that New World had such core problems that it had to be completely scrapped, redone, wasn't ready to launch, all of those things, right? And I love the transparency. I love, like, to a certain extent, like, it's vulnerability from them. It's them being realistic that, hey, we're trying to make a game that you guys and we will enjoy. We have our idea of how we want to make it and how we want it to be. Please bear with us. Please, just give it a shot if you want to. If you don't, it's okay. The game will launch someday and you'll be able to check it out when it's finished. They're fucking realistic. I don't think they're this delusional dev. I think the biggest critique about Intrepid is that Steven gets too excited and says a lot of dates that he may honestly have been told by his teams. And some people are just like, wah, Steven shouldn't say dates anymore. Brother, if that's the biggest thing that we're knocking the devs for, I'd rather have somebody excited and trying to set an expectation that they want to push the team further and get those times properly established, like, you know, get that fast cadence of things. I'd rather have that than them being like, we'll get to it when you get to it. I don't know. I really like Intrepid. I really like the team that's cooking this game. I really like a lot of the baseline of it too. The combat system, I enjoy a lot. The movement system, I enjoy a lot. The actual world building systems, the PvX loop, I really do fuck with it. I like it a lot. And I'm hoping that other people will also see it for what it is. Not a perfect state of affairs. Some shit's pretty jank. But really, I think that a lot of the sentiment that, like, Ashes is the best thing since sliced bread, Ashes is the WoW killer, Ashes is gonna bend your mom over, fuck her, and you're gonna have a baby brother soon. That's not what anybody in Ashes actually thinks Ashes is right now. And that shit is usually slop that's put out by MMO tubers who don't actually fucking understand the games that they're making content about, because they just want to have a controversial take that gets them an Asmonbald react. And if they get their Asmonbald react, then that's going to take them from 100,000 views up to 200,000 views, and that's going to be the start of their career path to the biggest YouTuber ever, derailing Mr. Beast. I don't like MMO tubers. Genuinely. I think so many MMO YouTubers just hop MMO to MMO and have a half-assed, uninformed opinion about every MMO that they play, and they try to have these I am content creator, guru, god opinions, when in all actuality they'd get pooped on in any of the MMOs that they played, because they don't actually fucking play them. They just go over and they put out a sensationalized video trying to get a react and a hot take, and then they just move the fuck on to the next MMO trying to get a sensationalized react and hot take. That's it. That's literally it. The MMO tubers also work on UE5. Bro, I hate the MMO tuber meta. Like, it's like variety streaming, but worse. Like, variety streamers, they're just trying to find something that they stick with. MMO tubers don't even care about, like, the MMOs that they're making content for. They just want to cover as many titles and have as many search engaged terms on their page as possible. Fucking Quinfall, New World, OSRS, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14, review all at once. 2025 is the era of MMOs dying. 2026 MMOs are alive again. Every MMO, Ashes of Creation, Riot MMO, Dune. Like, bro, people literally just try to sensationalize every fucking buzzword, every single keyword. It's so cooked. It's so fucking cooked. I'm a side hustle like that. Dude, I wish that there was like a credential check from the communities. I wish somebody had the dick to just call one of these MMO tubers out and just be like, hey brother, I see you put out 6 different videos on 6 different games in 6 months. Can you tell me what the late game loop of any of these titles actually are? Can you tell me what your progression in these titles actually were without having characters leveled for you? And I guarantee most of them couldn't tell you shit. And I would rather take my advice and my opinions and stuff from someone that is doing it every day than somebody that's going around trying to act like an expert on every single game ever. And if somebody was going around and they were saying, I've worked in every department and every possible occupation that I can, I've done every job, and I understand them all better than you do, that's an MMO YouTuber. That's literally it. I've played every MMO, I've been to the tops of the mountains, the bottoms of the valleys, and I was playing MMOs the entire time, and I know everything about MMOs, I know every gameplay loop, I know every system, I know all of it because I spend a week doing the first time user experience in an MMO, and then I master it! Bro, it's so bad. It's so bad. Whenever I go into like a YouTube video that's like, I reviewed this upcoming MMO, and then they're like, I spent a whole 6 hours playing this MMO before I made this video. I'm like, dude, I spend 10 hours a day on fucking stream. You spent 6 hours to make your once monthly video? And I spent more than that in a day just sitting here. Like, motherfuckers are crazy on YouTube. I swear to God. I swear to God, bro. Like, people will come in and they'll level an Ash's character to level 12, and then they'll be like, is Ash's a creation cooked? Motherfuckers that haven't hit max level in 4 phases are like, man, Ash's a creation has really gone downhill since I started making content for it. Brother, you don't even play anymore. You haven't even interacted with it. You're watching my content to make your video. It's fucking crazy, bro. I swear to God, I hate YouTubers. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's so cooked, man. Not all YouTubers, but so many YouTubers are just fucking engagement bait, algorithm bait, fucking keyword bait slop. And I can't stand that shit. And I know a lot of people are scared to say that shit, but I fucking hate MMO tubers, dog. I think they're a plague. I think part of the reason why MMOs are so down bad is because you have so many uninformed content creators that are just going around spewing slop about a game that they don't even fucking understand. And they do it multiple times a month to multiple different games. And everyone assumes because this person plays MMOs and streams twice a month and makes a YouTube video a week that they know everything. It's awful. It's awful. Started 2x at Blizzard, but it wasn't nepotism. I just wish people would be fucking actually, like, able to talk about what they're putting out for content matter. Debuff, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, next time you guys are watching, like, an MMO tuber review or something like that, listen to the way that they're actually communicating, right? When somebody asks me a question about the game, I talk in an organic manner because those thoughts are off the top of my head. Listen to any of your MMO tubers, and they will immediately be reading off of the PowerPoint word for word the entire time that the PowerPoint is up. They will have a PowerPoint that has 7 words on the slide, and they will say 7 words and then move on to the next slide. It is actually like somebody that didn't do their homework grabbing their friend's homework and reading their friend's homework out loud to the class. It is wacky, wild, and whimsidaisical, to say the least. And I think just the difference in quality of information that goes out. Yes, YouTubers script stuff. I script my YouTube videos when I do them. But I still have an organic thought process in my script because I'm not just reading a patch note, copying the patch note over, and not even knowing what that does. And the next time you watch an MMO YouTuber, give them a little listen. See if they are actually, you know, spitting that information that they know, or if they are just reading it, regurgitating it with no actual depth and no actual thought behind it. To be fair, there are a lot of smooth brains. Maybe they can't think past 7 words at a time. Yes, clickbait slop is fundamentally incompatible with the time investment MMOs need, but clickbait slop is also what grows on YouTube. Because YouTube doesn't give a shit about your average viewer retention. It doesn't give a shit about your concurrent average viewers. It cares about total views. I can put out an Ashes video a year and a half later. It could pop off and get in the algorithm because Asmongold sees it and plays Ashes and reacts to it. MMO related YouTube content. And trying to condense that down into an 8 to 20 minute video is going to be cooked if you're trying to review an MMO in 20 minutes. I give people 20-minute answers about one question. And motherfuckers try to do 8 to 20 minutes to talk about the state of an entire MMO. And I'm like, brother, that can't happen. And keep in mind, they're not incentivized to keep people there. They're incentivized to have somebody drop a comment with their opinion, even if it's, you know, the same or different or anything else, and then somebody else reply and be like, no, you're wrong and you're stupid for this reason, and then somebody else to go, no, you're wrong and you're stupid for this reason. Like, it is slop. It's engagement bait, it's slop, it's rage bait in content form. It's unfortunate. Because YouTuber have many views and use few big word, and few big word make tiny brain hurt, so he must be smart. Yes, yes, because MMO Tuber Man has 100,000 views, so he knows everything. Abso-fucking-lutely. That is, dude, it's genuinely, it is why I hate YouTube. You are not incentivized to put out good content that people will stay on for long periods of time. You're incentivized to put out content that gets people engaged long enough for them to hear one of your takes and leave a comment, and then somebody else reply to that comment, and they're taking a shit the next morning, and then they reply to the comment, and then you have a comment thread. And then that's engagement. That is all YouTube's alg is valued upon. And YouTube actually didn't come out and publicly say this, but a lot of YouTubers have actually been theorizing that YouTube changed its algorithm lately, favoring old content. So if you are scrolling through, especially on YouTube mobile right now, and you pull out your recommended videos, you're very likely going to be seeing videos that you either A, saw previously months ago, or B, are month-old videos that you never saw, and it's actually going to be quite difficult for you to find updated content from the channels that were previously featured on your YouTube front page. I'm getting useless recommends. Yes, they changed their algorithm. Exactly. It is all going towards just get as much slop engagement in your algo as you can. People commenting, everything. You're familiar with DustyWhy Phase? Yeah, I don't... Like, obviously, I don't watch all of the MMO tubers videos. There are some that I do like that try to give an informed decision, and they don't pretend that they know everything. But I also feel like so many MMO tubers go the route of just, like, pretending like they know everything. And, like... I play this game 10 hours a day and I don't pretend I know everything. So whenever somebody that plays the game less, knows less, and has spent less time over here tries to act like they know everything in just you know, an I am absolutely correct decision-making mentality, that shit's full cooked. And nothing grinds my gears more than a motherfucker being confidently wrong. We were talking about that earlier. Confidently wrong is the worst kind of wrong that you could actually be. And I think so many MMO tubers get themselves into spots of being incredibly confidently wrong. And as a result, that shit's really, 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 really annoying. But they'll say anything to make it, you know, this super hot take, this super controversial take where people will engage in the video, in the algorithm, in the app long term. They will put out anything just to get a couple more clicks. It is genuinely a very intriguing thing. Very intriguing thing. Confidently wrong describes me when I drink. And most YouTubers when they talk about MMOs. I genuinely have never understood the thought process of like, I am going to play this MMO for way fewer hours than actually required. Sorry, zombie get through. Zombie get through. Yeah, baby! We got you, Zombler. That wall was perfect. I let Zom through and none of them. I love wall. The one thing I know for sure in this game is that Intrepid hates me and makes my personal drop rate shit. I agree. I agree. And fuck you in particular. Decided to go and try to get a little Fran Scorpion mount, ran around a bit and saw 3 in one area, and the last little guy was real Fran and let me take him to train. What? Wait, you got it in 3? The goddamn hell is this? That cat's got some good fucking luck. Zop, I'm gonna auto follow you because I have to pee. Was 1 last time? Bruh. Yeah, no, that's a scam. That's an actual scam. That's crazy. This was unlucky. Poopo, I'm not gonna be the only one throwing you in a goddamn lake. I think Nellie's about to as well. I'll be right back, guys.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
I think you're gonna use flour too. I think so. Good day. Oh fuck. Zop! Zop! Where is everyone? Marco! Oh no. Oh no. All my friends are dead. Hold on. Where is... Oh no. Straight across. I'm coming! Oh, I'm gonna try to make it. Pray for me. Pray for me, boys. I am one with the force. The force is with me. I am one with the force. The force is with me. Oh, he's following me. Oh, shit. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We made it. Careful of the pat in the back, guys.
My name is Pat Back.
Chat, please tell me somebody else gets that. Yo, Kander, thank you for the follow while it's gone, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. Level 2 apprentice today off mostly broods and only got 2. I think Fubo hacks. Really, I won't lie. I think Fubo hacks a lot. I don't want to spread any, like, accusations, but what if Fubo started the polar propaganda so he could hack more? Because hear me out, hear me out. A good hacker is called a white hat. A bad hacker is a black hat or a black cat. A black cat. Fubo is a black cat. Fubo is a bad hacker. It's all adding up. I have the suspect board over there. I've been working on this for months now. Literal months. So I'm actually here from an intrepid task force. We are meant to disperse all threats, both domestic and international, to Vera at all costs. And Fubo, you've been found out. You've been discovered. He's been terrorizing these streets for far too long. It's against my creed. A likely alibi. A likely alibi. I've seen people commit murder in Utah just so they say they couldn't be in a robbery in fucking Arkansas. I don't want to hear it, Fubo. Tell it to the jury. We'll let them decide. Any drops yet from Forge? No, but I did go out and rip a fat Dubinsky. Cheezels has dropped a few times, actually. Cheezels does not like mobs that blow up on death. Cheezels likes loot, but Cheezels attempts to grab loot too early. The bags are a core part of your initiation of cats. That's what they all say. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, what level should I get to before looking for a guild? I mean, any level. There's no, like, restriction on just, like, joining a guild in general. Now, some guilds will have level requirements, or, like, as our casual guild is open to every player. So if you're trying to join up with the community and you're trying to play with us, we do have a guild that's open to quite literally every player. That is Cats with Crafts. So you can join up there, as Hoofsy did. Exclamation guild there, discord.gg/catswithabs. Really simple permission process as well. We make it so straightforward for people to actually get in. And we have our guilds going from casual guilds all the way up to the most competitive-minded guilds with Cats with Abs. And we give people the accessibility to just go up and down through the organization as they want to. So it's all about the true community feel. We are going to wipe so fucking hard on Xamarin. I'm predicting this now. Is Cats UA Party all? Yes, that is our EU guild. So we even have like the full EU guild over. I just Tim Tebowed that banner. We have the full EU guild over on NA as well. So Erie and the rest of the leadership core over there, they are all active during EU times. So any players that are either like, you know, morning to midday NA players that specifically can only play there, or they want to join an EU guild, it's basically that EU time frame on the NA server. So we got that like super late night presence into the early morning midday, and then our main guild comes on with the NA side, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We have had some goobers on both sides though, as recruitment always does, but every guild is held to like the same expectations as the rest of our guilds. So we've definitely had to deal with a little bit of an adjustment period there and expectation setting with some people. But it's been great. We're really happy to have them. I mean, they're pumpers as well, and they're always down for PvP, which is fucking great. I love that we have more people in that are not afraid to just throw hands, and if they lose, they say GG and run it back later. I like them a lot. Can't wait till we can actually all call and get them on board with us for stuff. It'll be fucking phenomenal. How the gear drops been today? The gear drops were best when we were not in a point of interest. I forgot to mention that EBC Titans war decked him. Oh, really? Did EBC Titans get cooked? I didn't hear about that. We need to get a scroll. A brave battalion of Cats UA fought a hard battle against me, Kaiser, Adoy. Am I saying that right, by the way, with Adoy? I'm assuming it's like Adoy or something. Either way. Incest this morning in the tropics. Dude, I love my Cats UA guys. They are fucking scrappers, aren't they? They will just keep coming back. Adoy? Okay, it's French. It means a door in French. But yeah, no, the Cats UA guys are fucking scrappers, dog. I love them. I absolutely love them. And that's not the first time they fought Polar either. Like, they were scrapping with Polar for leveling spots. Like, they do not fucking back down, dude. I love those guys. We are so happy to actually have them, and I'm so glad to have people like me that aren't afraid to play the game, and whether you win or lose, just be like, yo, great PvP, dog. And I'm assuming that's what you guys got out of it. Some really good PvP, some really good fights, and then both sides probably said GG's and y'all went on with the day. Dude, actual ideal addition for the Cats community, I will say. They have been great. Every time I see them, we were in Steel Bloom one time, and Erie Terry is the guild leader over there. And one time we were sitting in Steel Bloom farming, and Erie was in chat, and there was a group that flagged up, and we fought the group and then ended up dying to the mobs after the group, as you know Steel Bloom PvP goes. And Erie goes, yo, y'all need help with PvP? And out of nowhere, like 20 Cats UA rappelled down from the ceiling. We were in church. And literally just like rappelled down, and I was surrounded by cats. I was like, fuck, we got this many already? It was so dope. I was wondering if Tumak was actual cinnamon. Actual cinnamon. Yeah, 6 a.m. resets, huh? So we probably have like a pretty solid EU presence there. God, are y'all getting up at like 6 a.m. and then just going back to bed every day? Oh, dude, fuck. That would be awful. 6 a.m. If I'm waking up, it's because I have stomach pain. I'll be completely honest. Like, sure, Tumok stuff, Firebrand stuff would be cool, but Firebrand doesn't exist anymore. And like 6 a.m. is fucking cooked, dude. I stay up way too late for that. Are we zammering? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, we're so cooked. I got the ads, don't worry. We got him, I think. I'm gonna point them away from Zom. I'm gonna try to not get cleaved and then just stand on the edge of this. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Zammer is going to absolutely... Ah! We're fucked! Everybody say bye-bye to your Glyn! Oh, no! Oh, no! That's not good. Berserker is bugged. Oh, shit, he's invincible. Oh, what the fuck? I need a GM. I need help. We got an invincible berserker that's just got all of the Iron Aegis auras in the world stacked up. All right, just put a healer on me. I'll just keep the berserker over in this corner away from everything. Just put a healer on me and then have everybody else ignore the berserker. And then we're fine. Everybody just go on Zammer. Everything's fine. I sit here. I got you in the ring for 3 minutes, buddy. 3 minutes of fucking playtime. You get in this corner, bitch. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe I can bug him in a wall. Because we used to be able to get behind these bad boys. Did the entire backline just die again? $6 a.m. is my 6 p.m. because night shift. Ooh, that's convenient. That's pretty fucking nice. Yeah, that works out really well. So what about the people that aren't night shifters? Are they just full cooked? Because I would assume that's not a fun disruption to the sleep schedule. I'm also a night shifter. Massive. My alarm hits at 4:30, 1.5 hour drive, paid travel time. Ooh, wait. Paid travel time's always nice. Like, that's cool. But hour and a half drive is crazy. 12 hours a day or more. What field do you work in? God damn. No, that's fair. That's fair. Some motherfuckers just don't be sleeping. Like, I get it. I just, dude, I get grumpy when I don't sleep. Like, have we ever thought that a non-zero amount of Discord PvP between competitive guilds is simply because everybody's low on sleep and grumpy? Because if my sleep schedule gets fucked up, I really do not do well. Where's Forge on the map? It is over here. So it is all the way to the west of the Riverlands. And then it goes underground. So it's a pretty big build out in the actual underground area of it all. But, you know, chat, funny enough, some may think that this isn't the most fun form of tanking. As a paladin tank, I did this shit a lot in WoW, where I was just told to grab a mob and smack it in a corner and not die. This is nothing to me. At least this mob's not fucking perm-fearing me like the council pull on Mulgore. That shit sucked. I was the fear bitch. Oh no. Oh no. I remember tanking council, and I was always the one that was tanking the mob that had the undispellable fear. So I would be responsible for grabbing aggro on a mob that would just spam fear on me that nobody could rip off of me. And I literally had to just run away and go, hey, I'm feared, be careful. Okay, I'm out of it. Hey, I'm feared, be careful. That was my entire comps. Mage tanking council was the best. So I have a story about mage tanks on council. So we would essentially start our pull with the mage tank, hunters would MD, you know, all that shit, right? Start our pull with the mage, we'd grab threat on what we need to, and then tanks go from there. We had one of our frost mages, one of our frost mages that was our puller, and we couldn't figure out, whoops, I just got Donkey Konged. We couldn't figure out why the pull kept getting scuffed, right? Just everything kept getting pulled early. People would walk into the pull and then it was full cooked. Like, it was very consistently getting scuffed. And finally, we watched the mage pull, and he walks too close and he body pulls. And that started the fight early, right? Because we were starting it on his cast bar. And we're like, what are you pulling with? And he's like, well, Frostbolt, I'm a Frost Mage. And we're like, brother. You know Fireball has way more range, right? You know you have like an extra... I don't even have it, he's got max range. Frostbolt was less range than his fire abilities. So Frostbolt was forcing him into the vicinity to body pull. But fire spells would not have, because at that time, fire spells had more range, I think. I wasn't the mage player. All I know is multiple weeks of our council pulls, our entire tank core, we had a feral tank, a warrior tank, and myself, all of us were fucking pissed at that mage. And I like the mage to this day. He's a friend of mine. But fuck him. Brother scuffed so many of our fucking pulls. Yo, good evening, Quantum. How are you doing, my dude? Ran my first crate tonight, had a blast, and I'm a citizen. Fucking massive. You get some gold from that crate? Cause Papa needs some streamer tax. Do you have a PO box for packages? I have not set one up because I don't consider myself important enough for anyone to care about. So I never really thought anyone would want to like send me packages or anything, but I also never thought that anyone would watch my stream in general. And now I stream full time. So I don't know. I will say though, if there is ever anything, like, I consider myself to be somewhat of a simple man. If somebody does exclamation donate and donates and says, Dusty, spend this money on this, then I will like honor that. I'm not just gonna be like, nope, not happening. So like, if there's ever like some cool or some shit. Anyways, but how do you get free stuff from sponsors if you don't have mailbox? You know, that's actually a good calm. But I'm also not important enough for sponsors to want to send free stuff to. I don't know. I'm like, I don't consider myself that important. I have a care package. Is it available on Amazon? What are the new drop rates? Lower drop rates in points of interest. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Maxon, what up, dude? It's a tab target game? Yeah, tab target at its core. There is the alternate, like, action reticle, like the action mode. This does still give you a target lock, so to say, but does make it a little bit more of that fluid, like, action combat thing. So, from that perspective, like, very much yes on a tab target baseline. There are some movement mechanics, though, as well, that can be pretty, like, action-based movement mechanics. You've got your active block, which isn't movement, but, like, stamina usage. You've got a dodge, a 0.5 second 100% evasion gain that uses 50 stamina. So, pretty cool. Yo, Tritium, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't know where my noties are, but they'll be here soon. It'll catch up in a sec. It'll catch up in a sec. Dusty does not need a P.O. box. It's too dangerous. Wait, how's having a P.O. box dangerous? Because I feel like if somebody, like, ships a bomb, then that's more on them, right? What could be dangerous? Glitter bomb. It's too dangerous for me. There it is. Yo, Tritium, thank you for the follow. I was gonna say, so, like, if you're sending, like, ricin powder or something, that would also up the danger for you a little bit. Can you send saplings via mail? Because I want, like, cool trees and shit. Talk about gift card would be dangerous. Don't. One thing I always say, though, exclamation donate. Y'all can literally just put the reason it's for there. It's like a little memo when you're cash apping somebody. I will honor that shit. It's always there. That's the most direct route. You get a forwarded mailbox? Oh, wait. So, I would set up a P.O. box and then forward the P.O. box to my address? Could that be linked up to the P.O. box, though? Would it just be easier for me to go check the P.O. box every now and then? I don't think I've ever had people reach out and just be like, yo, Dusty, let me send you some free shit, dog. Yes? Interesting. Sounds like extra steps. Well, that would technically save steps, because if I don't have that forwarding, then I would have to go to the actual post office for it. So that'd be intriguing. What's going on here? Is Bellow Smasher not attacking? Weird. He's targeting Sin. Sin is standing right here. That's a little strange. That's very strange. The lava looks way more lava-y now. That should be, like, bright. Very bright. I actually don't know if that's too bright to be lava. I don't really know. But that shit bright as hell. I gotta get the sunglasses on. Is there a nursery in your area? What, like tree nursery? Like fucking greenhouse? Yeah, we got hella plant areas here. No, that's accurate. I'm not a lava expert. Looks kind of cool though. Looks pretty dope. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of like nurseries and shit in Maine, but everything in Maine is pretty relatively close. So that's the thing. Like an hour in Maine is considered close in terms of a commute distance. Oh, I just hit the nastiest B-hop there. An hour in Maine is considered pretty close commute-wise. So from that standpoint, like, everything in Maine's pretty much an hour away. It's, like, Maine's not the biggest place, and there isn't much traffic, so. Can always send you some of my Gamer Guy bathwater. Something to keep me nice and hydrated throughout the day. Funny enough, I've actually been saying I need to hydrate more on streams, and I haven't drank a single drink of water yet. I haven't been hydrated enough. At all. At all. So I need to be more hydrated and less gamer. Leon, thank you. Appreciate you, dog. How does looting players in PvP work? Is it a full loot system like Albion? No, so it is not full loot. On any normal death, you will drop things from your materials tab. So that is gathered materials. That is glint, which can be used basically like to sell to vendors or to put on crates. Those crates you can like walk place to place, or you can put multiple crates on a caravan. Caravans will flag you up for PvP, but they're a higher risk, high reward mode where you can make some good money off of those bad boys if you complete them successfully. So you drop a portion of your materials tab on your ashes, like your body, and then a portion of that also just goes into the abyss. Fupo eats that. Fupo is the intrepid cat, not an actual intrepid employee cat though. Lemon? 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 Lemon, what the fuck are you doing? This is my opportunity. Lemon! Can I Roadhog grapple Lemon off of the height? Should I Roadhog grapple Lemon off of the height? Should I hog? If you grapple me in, that would not be good. For you. That'd be pretty cool science, though. It'd be nice. Like, just to see if we could do it, you know? You could always, like, roll after. Uh-oh. Alright, peace on. Excuse me. That shit's a lot scarier now, by the way. Like, we can still make it, but it's scarier now. So, in addition to dropping your materials tab, or a portion of it, you can see what portion it is as well under your miscellaneous tab. So, resource drop and resource delete. You also get a little bit of experience debt. Experience debt is a red dampener on your bar. I actually have 11,000 remaining right now. Experience debt at max level doesn't do a ton, because it just dampens your stats by a little bit. Not a huge amount until it actually adds up a lot. It's a max of 20%, I believe, at most. But you can farm that off by killing mobs, just earning XP in general. Those are the two, like, kickbacks for normal deaths. Now, there is a system called corruption. If you come up to me and hit me, and then I hit you, we're both combatants. We are fighting in PvP consensually. We opted in to smack the shit out of each other, right? So, if you come up to me and you hit me and I'm like, no, I'm just a streamer. Oh no, I'm so bad at the game. All I do is create content and yap all day. I can't actually play. And you proceed to kill me without me hitting you back because I'm dog shit at the game, then you would actually corrupt. Ooh. Is this a sample of the chicken? Oh. Thank you. But yeah, so if you hit me, I didn't hit you back, I didn't flag up for PvP, then you would corrupt. Corrupting is red, not purple. Corrupting is always, always, always very bad. The two ways right now that you can farm off your corruption, it's either going to be through dying or through farming off a lot of mobs. It's not a timed thing. It is those two options for now. Long term, there will be more ways to stave off your corruption, like to farm that off. But for the time being, it's those two main ways. Let's see. When you die corrupted, you will drop, or have a chance to drop, a certain number of pieces of your gear. It is always going to be like 1 to 3 minimum, I believe right now. I don't think there's any level of corruption where you don't have a guaranteed drop chance. Maybe level 1, you have a chance to not drop anything. Either way, if you corrupt, you turn red, people don't have to flag up to hit you. You can't go into towns, can't take off your gear, can't trade with players. That will be the only time you drop gear. And that's if you are the murderer, you're the corrupt one, right? Somebody kills you, you'll drop equipped gear on that. So, the potential for non-consensual PvP content is there, but it's really, really, really heavily punished and not necessarily something that anyone's gonna want to shoot for or strive for as part of their everyday or even near everyday loot. So, what the fuck? Was that soul theft? God damn it, I got soul thefted. That shit's 15k damage, that hurts. That's just an automatic one shot. But what? There's no way. I just rezzed into another ability. I hate my life. I had it all. Literally, I could have had it all. We had it made. Everything was beautiful. And it all got thrown away. Thinking about buying the game, but I'm afraid the population will be small and the game will never get out of beta. I mean, I don't really think that's much of a concern. Keep in mind, you're also not buying the game itself right now. So when Ashes does launch, or if you want to say that, because it is, you know, a non-zero chance that Steven just shuts the project down at some point. But when Ashes does launch, if Ashes does launch, whatever it may be, there will be no box cost and no DLC cost at any point. It's just a $15 a month sub. So from that perspective, like, you're not paying for the game now and banking on it to actually launch. You're paying for access through the remainder of development, no matter how long that may take. So from that sense, if the game never makes it out of Alpha 2 Phase 3, if that lasts for 10 years, well, you still have access until the shit shuts down. So the $100 pack gets you access no matter how long or short development goes, and that is just for your development. Now, if you do stay long term, then you get your first month of sub time when the game launches, but it doesn't, you know, the sub itself doesn't start until the full launch of the game. You're not paying that through development. So best case scenario, you stay through development, game launches, you get your first month of sub time, $15, and then you also get $15, 1.5 in the in-game store. That in-game store is transmog only. It's not even in yet. It will be later, though. Transmog only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience ever in Ashes. So you get $15 to spend on skins, and you get your first month of sub time covered. If you don't like Ashes, I always tell people the 90-day period where you can get a refund is the safest bet. I think in terms of any gaming, you know, any gaming platform, any testing structure, any live service game, anything, you will not find a 90-day refund period that gives you 100% of your clams back with no hours limit. You can try to look, but I don't think you'll find it anywhere. So the nice part is that if you come in to Ashes and you're like, you know what, it doesn't seem like things are moving along quickly enough, kind of seems like things are stagnating, I'm not having a lot of fun with it, you can just get your money back. If you played 10 hours a day for 85 days and you're like, damn, refund's getting close, don't want to chance it, you just get your money back. It's really straightforward. They make it so simple, I think. Really, $100 is not a cheap amount for pretty much any human being in the world. But I think Intrepid, for better or worse, however people think about them or Ashes, nobody can argue that that refund policy absolutely fucks. It is undeniably, I think, the single best refund policy in gaming. And it's there for a reason. They don't want you to burn out and hate the game before it even launches. So I always just try to tell people about that. You have 3 months. So with the servers being new, with the servers being like in the spot that they are, I think take some time if you do want to hop into Ashes. Pick up your pack using !Ashes. Let them know where you came from. And just check it out. Server's still pretty new. Yo, Master Chief, the 5 gifties. I'll eat chicken to that, brother. Thank you. A fucking legend. Someone asked about the chicken, by the way. Carla's making Nashville hot chicken and brought me in some of the like first round of fried chicken to see how it was. Puffsy! Matching with the 5 of his own. Boys, I appreciate you. I'm just sitting here pouring buffalo sauce on my chicken. I don't know what I'd do to deserve y'all love, but I appreciate it, bro. I genuinely do. You guys are fucking insane, and I greatly appreciate the support. It helps so much keeping the stream going, keeping the channel alive, and keeping me here. And it means a whole fucking lot, boys. I appreciate y'all. Love your honest view on the game and life. Dude, I just exist. I don't know. I'm not here to try to, like, fucking force shit on people. I just consider myself very lucky to have people who want to come and hang out every day and stream. I spent a long time streaming, thousands of hours streaming without anybody to talk to. So, like, my life's awesome. Like, I consider myself very, very, very blessed. Yo, Rectify, coming in with the T1 as well, dude. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Like, because of you guys and the support that you guys throw out, I'm able to literally live my dream. I have time throughout the day to breathe a little bit and still can come on and stream 10 hours with full energy, a full night's sleep, and a full belly. And that is because of you guys and only because of you guys. So I greatly appreciate that, man. It is, you know, it's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly humbling that people do choose to support me. That's quite literally what it is. I think a lot of streamers lose sight of the fact that people work hard for their money. And whether it's somebody gifting 1 sub, priming, T1, T2, T3s, 10 biddies, whatever it may be, that's somebody taking money out of their wallet, out of their savings, out of their whatever that they could have themselves and using it to support this channel and keep me here doing this. So thank you guys. I genuinely appreciate that. I just try to... Why am I marked? My ADHD? What's going on? I just try to, you know, spread the honest word about Ashes. I tried to do the same with New World, and, you know, New World is New World now. And there weren't really many people in AGS that appreciated honesty over there because they wanted to blow smoke up everybody's ass about everything. So, like, I'm just grateful to have a community that is real about shit. We talk about what's good, we talk about what's bad, but we don't get too up in arms over it, man. I think we're very, very, very fortunate to have the community that we have here. From chatters, lurkers, everybody in between, man. It's nice. Are you power leveling in the Goondark? Maybe. I don't know how. I think this is only gonna go till 9, if I remember correctly. I'll probably go down and try to get some levels up for people. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, because Carla might be done cooking at that time too. I definitely want to try to get some more people up to 25. I think that's probably one of the best things that we can do. I don't have TV subs, would rather spend a couple bucks on streamers I watch. Honestly, so I always try to say I want to be people's like Netflix with stream, basically. Like, I'm not out here trying to just put on like a big event or anything like that. I want people to be able to show up every single day, hang out for 10 hours, and feel like they got something to do, right? Just genuinely. It's pretty cool. I just, you know, that's always something that I've strived for. And the fact that we have people that hang out so long every single day. I mean, I've streamed 806 days in a row now, and pretty much every day the community just continues to grow and grow and grow. And it's a really cool thing. What's up? Oh, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted in the apps. People were gifting subs. It's really good, by the way. Oh, yeah. I had taken a bite already and then got distracted. I don't know what you did for the breading, if it was just flour or what, but that shit's good. I can literally pour my buffalo sauce into this like a cup, and it doesn't leak out. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta leave. It's habit now. Getting paid 30 an hour to babysit an air compressor? Hey. That's not too shabby. You got benefits and shit too. Buffalo sauce plus keyboard equals win. Oh no, don't worry about it. I wipe my hand on my leg before I put it back on my keyboard. It's completely sanitary now. I would wipe it on my pants, but I got the mid thighs on right now. So I wiped it on my leg right here. So I might have buffalo sauce on my leg now, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go outside later and like the stray cats will all be bugging me because I smell like chicken and buffalo sauce. TMI. Brother, you realize like 6 people just screenshotted that shit, right? New drops good or bad? Depends on who you're asking. There have been some adjustments made to the drop rate in points of interest. So, Forge, Carfin, you know, areas like that. Some adjustments made. And from what we've gathered, shit just don't drop anymore out here. Shit doesn't drop. I don't know if we have master loot on or what. Oh god, we haven't found shit. Wow, it's all need or greed. Yeah, we actually haven't found jack shit out here. The drops have been very low in points of interest. Like very, very, very low. I'm intrigued to see if we can find spots that are really good wilderness drops in the meantime. I feel as though from my standpoint, somewhere in between where it is now and where it was before. But I also don't necessarily feel like Carfin and shit were dropping too many items. I feel like it was Steel Bloom, if I'm being completely honest. I think Steel Bloom was dropping way too much shit way too easily. Like, people didn't even have to, like, risk anything to go out to Steel Bloom and get Biss. It was insanely available, insanely good gear. And you could go out there with a group of 8 and then come out with fucking 10, 15 drops an hour. It was absurd. So, I agree with areas like Steel Bloom getting completely bricked down to, like, you know, a normal standard. But it definitely seems like a lot of areas suffered even more when they didn't have to. Far for weeks until you get a good set in such places as a group. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that if you're trying to fully slot everybody out, it should absolutely take time. I think Steel Bloom was way too fucking fast, but I also think that if it is too slow, then you're just going to have no gear populating your economy. Maybe long term it's cool, but they don't want people hitting like level thresholds without at least solid baseline gear. And I'm assuming they don't want people at 25 still rocking level 0 gear. And that's unfortunately, like, with the new drop rates going to happen, especially if we're looking at a fresh server state. Like, yes, crafting is becoming available now, but in a server state where crafting isn't available, everybody would legitimately be rocking level 0 gear. And while I want it to be a crafter heavy economy, I think a crafter reliant economy is not good. I think a reliance on one facet is not the best, but I'm not their econ person. Maybe they want it to be, you know, grinding mobs doesn't matter and every single person in the game just goes and chops trees and hits rocks all the time. But I believe they still want mob grinding to matter a bit. Dropping shouldn't be the only way to obtain gear. You should also craft it because of let's get material points to get specific materials for the gear you need. Correct. And I also don't think that people are dropping all of their gear right now. The reason people are dropping their gear right now is because the crafting isn't available for level 20 gear for every slot. So that's why we have on the dropped gear that we have. if you're gonna ask if I would rather have this gear or crafted legendary versions of the same thing, then that's intended. But I don't want to feel like I can't get a single item without having a crafter just craft a common rarity for me. Thought that was intended to be crafter focused, but relying on mob drop for biz. Kind of like backwards. So crafters make the best shit is the saying. So like crafter focused, yes. But in terms of like playability, so far, it seemed like they're going towards crafters make, you know, low rarity if there's nothing available yet. But crafters really want to be making that premier item that you can't find elsewhere. And you're going to sell that to the people for the highest profit. And then from there, if you are making, you know, an item that's common rarity, you're going to have to be ahead of the curve mass producing those things if you do want to make any money, right? So, crafters, at least to my understanding, are supposed to take the pieces of gear that you have and essentially make the best versions of those. So drops, according to Steven, are for like low quality pieces of gear of that tier. So every piece of gear has like a quality number assigned to it, which determines its rarity and its stats. So they want minimal dropped gear, like they want every drop to feel rewarding, but they also want those drops to be lower rarity, lower quality, and then actually having crafters putting out that bis or even that, you know, that heroic plus, right? So in a healthy world, I think you can go about either route. I think that in an ideal scenario, I mean, something Steven said is they want to try to match what you'd get from 4 hours of crafting to, or 4 hours of gathering to 4 hours of mob grinding, right? I think that's a little tough, especially planning around elite areas, because like, are they planning around 4 hours of mob grinding, crafting, gathering for this many people in the elite areas, or are they saying every individual should have a chance to find one piece if that's what you could craft in the same amount of time? Because then your mob grinding becomes exponentially worse than your crafting does. Because if we could just have all of our people split up and gather in different parts of the world, and we could gather, you know, at 11 times the rate at which we're putting out items right now, then the entire econ just shifts towards nobody actually hitting stuff, everybody just gathering, AFK gather simulator, crafter stuff, and then you're done, and there's no incentivization to go to the PvE areas. If crafters are genuinely making everything, then why in the hell would I even be here? Why would I be wasting my time here if there's no incentivization? Why wouldn't I just go hit trees? Literally everybody will just go hit trees if crafters are tasked with making everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. So I think that that's not the route with everything being crafter made. And I feel like devaluing mob grind too much is very detrimental because nobody will go here. But I feel like incentivizing mob grind too much is also detrimental because nobody will go to the open world and hit shit. Like, this is still open world, but Epic like world bosses drop the best gear IMO. They should be very difficult to kill. I would agree if world bosses were still viable for like player accessibility. Right now, world bosses are not very frequently having like an organic spawn timer. They only spawn around server reset, which right now is daily at 6 a.m. EST. So for a world boss, like if you put the bis behind those, but you don't have multiple world bosses in the world, you don't have the actual like, you know, natural recurring spawn timers, then I think that's also going to be kind of cooked. At least from a testing perspective, it'll lower a lot of the data that you can get around that gear. I do agree though that world boss drops should be heavily incentivized and they should be very good. I hope for a day where world boss interactions are organic around a natural spawn timer. So like say right now, if Firebrand spawned, right? And we wanted to go kill Firebrand, we'd have to get out of here. We'd hit an all call. We've had everybody go over and everyone would just fight for that. But if you think I'm going to wake my entire guild up at 6 a.m. and tell them that they have to be here to kill a world boss in an alpha, you blew in from Stupid Town. Like that's just not going to happen. So I think the current world boss system definitely leaves something to be desired. I mean, the daily resets just instantly shitting them out. It just adds too much predictability to it, and world bosses don't fucking spawn organically. Really, like, other than that. Maybe, but on a daily timer, I don't think we're seeing much more than one spawn a day. What did I mail? Never did anything on the market. Skin distributions, maybe? Could always be that. Or even a very bad boy. They said in a post before P3 started that they want crafting to be a big focus. End of the time, 1 hour crafting should equal 7 hours of mob farming. Did they say 1 hour of crafting should be 7 hours of mob farming? Because when Steven talked about it, he talked about it being equivalent between your crafting input and your mob farming input. At least on the dev stream. I don't know if that was like a typo in the forum post or something. But Steven's always talked about it as they want like 1 hour of mob grinding to be equivalent to 1 hour of crafting in terms of what you'd get for your output. So things are kind of like parodied in the grinds. There's a community post about crafting progression compared to grinding. That seems typo-y to me. Was that in one of the news articles that they put out? Discuss our plans. Live stream. Guide to phase 3. Huh. If you can find that, I'd be intrigued, because if I remember correctly, Steven had said that they wanted to be equivalent. I could always be wrong. But I think the wording might have been weird. It could have been that the gear output should be equal to what you get from that time spent. Right. See, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And one thing with mob grinding too, right? Like I mentioned, if we're mob grinding with 11 people and we're not getting what 11 people would be getting from crafting, then crafting's just more incentivized. We could just cancel our guild gear farm. We could gather every single day for 2 hours as an entire guild, and it'd probably be more efficient if drop rates are actually cooked. Long term, it'd definitely be more efficient if we just did 2 hours of force gathering. But, like, I'm fine with that being the BIS acquisition. But, like, right now, actually bringing people out to these areas, having them grind out their, you know, they're not best in slot, but they're good in slot. Like, none of this is irreplaceable gear. Every single piece that I have will eventually be replaced by higher rarity versions of it, different pieces, whatever it may be. So, I don't know, I'm hoping mob grinding doesn't feel terrible. I know not everybody likes mob grinding, and I hope that there are alternatives and people can pursue the route of crafting their common stuff. But I think mob grinding getting nuked, especially in an elite standpoint, is kind of rough. But on that as well, I think this is actually bugged levels of low. Because everyone's farming in points of interest and not finding shit. I farmed about an hour and a half. No, I'd say probably like 2 hours today of a goblin farm and found multiple pieces of gear. I farmed about an hour and a half yesterday of the Goondark power leveling farm that we do that previously dropped absolute dog shit nothing. And I found more pieces of gear out in the wilderness than I had previously. So a little intriguing food for thought there. But I think they're just messing with spawn rates to see what's going on. Only gear I have I made or bought. Yeah, that's awful luck. That's terrible luck. People have also said that Oakenbane is still shitting out gear. So I'm intrigued. Well, Honglaze, what up, dude? How are you? Send you mail when you pay your dues, kind of like a receipt. Oh, that's cool. So that way you don't forget, pay him again. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. But yeah, I mean, instances like that, if somebody can't get their gear from grinding, I think that crafting being there is absolutely awesome, right? I think it's phenomenal. But if you're ahead of the curve and crafting's not available, why should I have to wait 3 months gearless for crafting to start putting out higher rarity stuff when I've been hitting the mobs for 3 months, seeing every recipe drop 1,000 times over, and not actually getting a drop? I want drops to be scarce and rewarding, but I don't want drops to be non-existent to the point that they devalue the actual grind. Probably getting drops on higher mobs is who gets the drop if someone else wears down the mob. What do you mean in terms of like the competition? I mean, that's just part of the open competition of everything. That's all the mob contests and everything. So they're not complaining. No, I know. But I actually, like, you saying that made me think that grinding, or sorry, the availability of crafted goods is there. They say grinding to crafting is 7 to 1. Crafting to grinding or grinding to crafting? Now I'm curious what Steven said at the dev stream. Did they change the text on this article? Why does it look like the actual, like, font is different? Where is this? Crafting, gathering recipes. Start, we rebuild all crafting things. You're level 1 and beyond. Starting, blah, 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 blah. At a moment, there will be at least one set that provides a baseline. 3 types of gear. Where is this? Recipes call for a broad mix of resources. Is it drops, vendors? Hold on, I just got down there. Speaking of mobs and vendors, we made a number of adjustments to mob drops, quest rewards, and commissions to help ensure gatherers, crafters, and adventurers stay in sync. Mob drops have been tuned to keep crafting the center of gear progression. Gear drop rates from enemies have been substantially lowered. In general, oh yes, players can expect that roughly 1 hour of crafting will yield comparable progression to about 7 hours of mob grinding, though outcomes will still depend on player knowledge and skill. This ensures crafted gear is highly valuable and remains the primary path to power. That said, mobs can still drop gear across various tiers within each grade. Most loot will be from the lower end, but there's always a chance to land a high quality item. No, I appreciate you, Snowy. Agans always clutches up. Thank you, Agans. Yeah, so they said 7 to 1 there. I feel like Steven in the dev stream said something different. Maybe I'm fucking tripping. I could also be coping because I want mob grinding to still be valid. 7 to 1 is really bad. Considering you also need multiple people to actually grind mobs. Like, it did change. It's changed multiple times from what they said originally. Oh, they edited the article? Oh, those rats. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. But, yeah, like, that seems really heavy, dude. Like, why wouldn't we just pull all of our people out of this right now and just have everybody gather for multiple hours? Tried highway and church with 0, but couple those POIs. Like you said, Oak was cracked. So Oak's still good, other POIs cook. 7 to 1 is definitely rough, but I understand where they're going. Crafting being a big part is cool, but that big of a swing towards crafting is a bit much. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, how many pieces of gear is their intended output? I think there's still more information to the problem that we don't have. Like, how many pieces of gear do they want somebody to find from 7 hours of mob grinding versus 7 hours of crafting? What is their intended area, right? The journeyman stations aren't even up, so you can't even make shit gray items. Exactly. Exactly. That's a big part of it, too. So, drop rates have already been adjusted multiple times. I would have to guess that they're going to be adjusted again throughout progression. Multiple times. So, who knows if this is anywhere near what they want the 7 to 1 to be? Who knows? This could be a fucking 30 to 1 right now. 30 hours of grinding to 1 hour of crafting. They could have it all whacked up at this point and not even know what the ratios are at this point. They could be experimenting so heavily with so many things, bro. It's always intriguing to look at. But I think my biggest hope is that they don't find a way to completely devalue everybody from actually mob grinding. Because, like, yes, crafting should be at the forefront of a player-to-player driven economy. But a full reliance on that's pee-pee poo-poo. Like, let me mob grind my basic goods. Let me sell stuff ahead of time when crafting's not available to actually make some money, because people will pay for grade drops before crafting's available and not once crafting's available. I feel like that kills a whole part of the econ. But I'm also not an economist. I'm just here to test. I always say, if changes do come in, even if they feel bad, I'm gonna test them and I'm gonna give my feedback on them. I also say, that our drop rate changes have been happening too quickly. I want more time to cook with a lot of these changes comparatively to what we have had. I'll do it too. I would say a lot of these, I don't know, a lot of these drop rate changes, a lot of these econ changes, they seem very quick, very fast-paced, very fast-paced. And I wish we had just a little bit more time to let these stew, even if it's something where drop rates are going to be low. Let it stew for a week or two. Get some good data from it. In a couple of weeks, revisit. I think that'd be fine. I think if drop rates feel bad, and people are saying they feel bad, they should put out a communication saying, hey, we're testing this right now. It's going to last about 2 weeks, and then we're going to readdress. We just need people to keep grinding their normal route and let us know how it feels. Isn't that wild? But I think if they keep changing it up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, nobody actually gets a sense of what the economy is supposed to be. If you were grinding Steel Bloom 3 days ago, you were getting fucking 30, 40 drops an hour in a group. If you were grinding Steel Bloom today, you're probably getting 0 drops an hour. Steel Bloom gear drop chance is a joke. It was a joke in terms of being too high before. And I think from what I've heard from most people, I haven't been to Steel Bloom since the changes, but I've heard that it just doesn't exist now, which is slightly unfortunate. And I think somewhere in between the two, abso-fucking-lutely achievable, absolutely possible. But I don't know. I feel like we have just been on a very up, down, up, down, up, down cycle lately. And I want some time to just ride the wave. If the drop rates are going to be bad, let the drop rates be bad long enough for us to actually feel the effect of it. If the drop rates are going to be juiced, let them be juiced long enough for us to feel the effect of it and flood the economy. But they're basically turning the hose all the way on and then turning it all the way off. And then all the way on, and then all the way off. And then all the way on, and then all the way off. And that constant flow change is not letting us actually get accustomed to what's happening. We can't provide up-to-date feedback on stuff because I geared in a completely different drop economy than what level 25s now are going to gear into. Level 25s, if they change this in 3 days, are going to be gearing differently than the 25s were today. So they're invalidating an entire data set, an entire testing set of data points every single time that they update the econ. Because if somebody says, hey, I've farmed 20 hours and I've got 2 drops, what's going on? But within that report being, you know, sent in, reviewed, and passed up, they already changed the econ. It's just all over the place. It's cooked. So I'm hoping they just let it ride. I'm hoping they give us a little announcement where they're just like, hey, you may notice reduced drops for a little bit. This is more in line with what we intended for the drop rates to originally be this phase. We temporarily increased them because there was not gear flowing into the economy, but after further review, the ruling on the field is overturned, right? I'll be fine with that. I would absolutely be 1,000,000% okay with that. As long as there is a level of communication of like, hey, we're putting in these changes and we just want you guys to feel them out. I don't care if it's good, bad, indifferent, dog. I'm here to test. Let me test. But I can't test and I can't provide feedback on things that are changing twice a week. Leon, my boy. The good old days are still here.
I miss the good days.
They're always here.
Back when
They're never leaving.
bruiser was a bruiser. Clumps were clumps. Everything was simple.
Nothing is simple right now. Nothing is simple right now. But it's okay. I still think they're fine. Like, I see why they're changing the drop rates. I see why they're going back and forth. I just want more time to cook. For better or for worse, good, bad, indifferent. Papa Dusto wants some goddamn drop rate consistency up in this bitch. That's where I'm at. And if I get that, then we're up. If I don't get that, then I don't care. They'll change how they want to. I'll still test it. I'll still be here. I'm not freaking leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm dead. I couldn't get out of the range of that quickly enough. I didn't have stam. I had to keep blocking. My indom just came off cooldown on the slam itself too. I think we got separated from the rest of the squad. I won't lie. I think some bad things may have happened. I will res at the top. How dare you ask for things? I know. I'm fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. I am a voice of violence, hatred, and negativity. I'm critical of Intrepid at every step, and I think they're fucking lost. Yeah, no, genuinely, like, my personal preference would have been, still to this day, having the original econ and drop rates of Phase 3 launch, because we didn't even get to test those in a full sense. The drop rates were inflated before we had any towns to Tier 3. We didn't even have a fucking village, and drop rates got pumped. So we got zero opportunity to actually engage with the drop rates in their organic manner, with crafting also implicated within that. It was a bit hasty, but Goondark Farm, can we get people for it? If we can get a full 8 that's getting XP or like benefiting from it, I'm more than down. As long as there is a full group, I'm gonna fill up my water and go steal another piece of chicken. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm down to power level. boys. Good day. Are small scale fights in the plans? I feel like right now PvP is just outnumbering people and it's annoying. When you're in a duo, they have 4, you lose, no skill. Or they have A+. Yeah, so that's kind of like the woe of open world, right? I definitely get that, Roche. One thing that I really look forward to is the arena system. So they do plan to have a queuable arena mode, where you'll be able to, I believe, plan modes are 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, 8v8s, and then possibly a larger team mode as well. Now, of course, plans could always change. That'll probably be implemented kind of like, you know, not all at once. But how are the drops tonight? I don't think we got one. I legitimately don't think we got a single drop.
The one that I crisped up a little too much.
Oh, word. Can I have a fork? Thank you, I love you. Yeah, I don't think we got a single thing. Arena would be a good idea. A good idea. I think Arena is the lowest hanging piece of fruit for repeatable content in the entirety of the game. Genuinely. I think people that have their gear, people that want to participate, people that don't even have gear yet. If there is a simple queue interface, there is a random fill, or you just have to get the number of people that you want to play with. You can post in global chat and be like, looking for Cleric and Bard Arena, right? They don't even have to incentivize it. Thank you. Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, darling. I love you. Anyways, arenas. They don't even have to incentivize it at all. They don't have to do a single thing around it other than making it accessible and queuable. Give us a minimum level of 20 to queue. And then just bring us into some fucking circle that has basic texturing and a couple pillars in it. I don't need lore, I don't need anything. Just let us kick the shit out of each other. I think that is the #1 thing that I would really, really, really love to see. Arena would be so dope for practice, and as repeatable content. It gives people something to do other than hitting mobs and hitting people. And like, or hitting mobs and hitting gatherables. Like, it brings in the hitting people aspect in a like repeatable way. Matt Streep, thank you for the hydrate. And for the people that like want a consensual even numbers start, you get that good practice. Intrepid gets good combat data. It benefits, I think, everybody and hurts like nobody. The only thing that it may possibly hurt is pulling some people out of the open world. But not everybody will want to go into arenas for their PvP content. Some people will want to stay in the open world for their content if open world content is incentivized more. Which it is. I don't know, achievement to sits to a flex only. That's good chicken. I agree, but I don't even think they like need to incentivize it. I think people just play arena to play arena. I would log on. I would do a couple hours of probably power leveling, a few hours of arena, and then I would do our guild gear farm, and then I'd play more arena. That's it. I would do that every day. And I would be so happy about it. I think that arenas don't have to be anything special. Literally just a queue up, random match, 30-second prep time or something, and they're good. I think it'd help recruiting for PvP guilds. Well, because people could actually get a PvP rep in a sense that they don't think they're gonna get jumped by 30 people. Yes. Well, that's it. I mean, I've wanted arenas here for a very long time. Because you also have to think arenas fit in with the risk-reward structure of Ashes as well. If I am taking my time to do arena, you know what I'm not doing? Anything progression-based. I'm losing time. I'm in the void. I'm in the vacuum. Nothing is benefiting me. I'm losing benefit character-wise, to play that arena. So, pulling me out of the open world actually comes with a risk-reward. And I have to make the decision of, do I want to play arenas or do I need to get more gear? If I'm getting my shit rocked, then I may decide that I need more gear. And I may play arena less. I like it. Now, arenas are coming regardless. A chicken nugget. Oh, thank you. Arenas are coming regardless, right? Like, they're going to exist. It's just a matter of when. And I think that would be my favorite system. That is incredibly low-hanging, incredibly replicatable, incredibly straightforward. So I'm saying a little achievement system. You can show you have no stats. Yeah. Losing on progressing professions too. Yes, you're in a vacuum where it is a net loss vacuum to your actual character progression through arenas, but you are still playing something. You have a method of accessibility to a replicatable form of content that people really want. Consensual startup PvP. You have people that feel like they can actually go and get that consensual combat, which is great. You don't have to worry about being jumped by 32 different people. And if you lose to 3 other people, then you can say, well, GG's, we had the same number. Let's see what they did. Chief Given here. Bang, bang. Where did your tendies get made? Carla. So, she's doing Nashville hot chicken, I do believe. So she's just been frying up a shitload of chicken. And she keeps bringing me in chicken. Because I keep bugging her for chicken. It's fucking delicious, though. So, she does some breasts and thighs and stuff like that, so I'm in heaven. Oh, I should run up to Kaltorum. I'm gonna run up to Kaltorum and get citizenship there. So that way I can vote, because I'm not a citizen up there yet. Just don't make it like New World did it first. Where it's like, you have access to these PvP modes, but your gear sucks, and you get destroyed. I mean, in all fairness, people are going to get shit on in PvP modes. I don't think there's a way to prevent that. Even if they gear equalize it, like Terraceland did, RIP Terraceland. People are still gonna get shit on. That's just gaming. I don't think there should be any incentivization on equalizing gear. I think you should let the best players shit on the worst players in an equal queue state, and then you should also have a rank in the long term. You should have a ranked mode and an unranked mode. There shouldn't be skill-based matchmaking. If you want to play pubs, you play pubs. You take a chance. Gear equalizing that sounds so lame. Some systems do it quite cool. So, like, in Terraceland's PvP system, like, their arena system, I actually thought their arenas were pretty fun because of it. But yeah, Terraceland is now shut down. But I also... Terraceland was something where a lot of people could get their gear quite quickly. So, like, there was a little bit of benefit to it, but... Overall, I don't really like the concept of me playing... all the time to get my gear up. And then just have that not matter in PvP. 100% people get shit on, but it's a first. Shit players get shit on. That's how it goes. Yeah. No, I agree. I think with any MMO too, right? If you just hit level 20 and you're like, oh, I want a PvP. And then you queue in, you've got an equal chance to see either another player that just hit 20 and also wants to PvP for the first time. Or a max level player that is just going to two-shot you with a combo that you've never seen, a weapon that you've never seen, and a pace of death which you've never seen. And that's PvP, dog. Still got like a great one-hitter? Yeah. I have 2. Oh, wait. I have 1. I gave 1 away, but I saved you a mace. Yes. I got you. But yeah, I mean, my hope with Arena is that they don't try to do it too fancy. I don't need skill-based matchmaking and pub queues. I don't need anything. I just want to be able to queue. I want to be able to match against a random team that has the same number of people that I have. And then I want it to start and let us kick the fuck out of each other. No XP debt, no repair bills. And then we go again. Chi-chi. That's all I need. I don't need a fancy arena. Give me a circle filled with dirt with 4 pillars in it. Terrace Land was such a good game to start. Terrace Land went fucking crazy at the start. I was streaming Terrace Land as much as I stream Ashes right now. I hit rank 1 Paladin in North America. And like rank 8 world. I was going sicko mode on that shit. We were going out of our way to make sure that we could play the arena sessions because it was like only set times throughout the day that their arenas were open. Because something like Chinese laws or something. I think it was Chinese laws. But it was such a good game with an ungodly amount of momentum. And then out of nowhere, the momentum just pew. I'm not even kidding. Like, I was nowhere near this size of streamer when I was streaming Terrace Land. But like, I stopped streaming Terrace Land. And within the week that I stopped, I went back to look and it had under 10 viewers. Dude, it died all at once. Literally all at once. I have no idea what happened that caused that large of an atrophy all at once, but it was so cooked. Played a lot of Sea of Thieves. My favorite thing about it, everything's skill-based. The entire game was cosmetic only, so all PvP was equal. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain element to that, but then there's also a certain element to like, does that really respect your time input? And some people feel it respects the time input more. Some people feel it respects the time input a little less. If I play more, then maybe I should have a gearing advantage depending on the system of the game. And I think different game systems function differently, right? So, I think from that standpoint, right? Fortnite, you've got RNG there, but at the end of the day, if you drop in somewhere, I drop in somewhere, we run into each other, and I can just shit on you, I'm gonna win that fight. But that is also genuinely how I feel about Ashes to a certain extent. I feel as though Ashes has way more potential to be a skill-based, mechanically influenced fight than many other tab target MMOs. Yes, gear is impactful. Absolutely impactful. But I still think there are a lot of outplays within reasonable brackets. Obviously, if I'm 82 power and you're 250, I'm going to be at a very big disadvantage. But Terrace Land died because it was heavy pay to win, greedy devs, and also them not permanent banning cheaters and only banning them for a couple of days. Was Terrace Land pay to win? I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't spend any money on Terrace Land and hit rank 1 Pally NA. Maybe it was. Was it really that heavy? What was the pay to win aspect of it? I think they had like gearing shit, right? Fuck. Yeah, I forgot about all the pay to win shit. Huh. Yeah, that'll make huge sense. That'll make huge sense. Shit, I'm shocked I even played a pay to win game that long. Not that I played it long. I played it for like, I don't know, probably a month before it had that like mass exodus. Oh wait, Leon, you got a shitload of carpentry crates? You buy the currency and then just buy things to help you. Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Fucking pay to win, dog. I hate pay to win. I thought Terrace Land arenas were pretty fun though. And honestly, that game had so many eyes on it for a while. You had like Echo Guild, you had Team Liquid playing that shit. Like, You had a lot. Most MMO organizations were in Terrace Land at one point. It was fucking wild. I remember we were doing arenas and kept queuing into a liquid stack and just fucking shitting on them. It was wonderful. It was very fun PvP, but no, Cribba. I'm going up to the to KT to vote in the election real quick, because that starts up very soon. I'm not a citizen yet, so I need to get citizenship, and then I need to be able to vote in the election, and then we're good. And then I'll go down to Cribba. So I just have to run up there, and then keep in mind, my MB is in Hakribba. So I can just death warp down there. Just low level shit, leveling very slowly. I think you put a bunch of recipes in crates, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you can put anything in a crate and then just store that shit. Chat was telling me to do that earlier to organize my storage a little bit, but that seemed lame. But yeah, I've heard high level crates are fucking massively useful. Hooked up with Keeve, and I'm now rocking a Lego Apprentice hunting boat. God damn! God damn! That's fucking juicy. Sitting waiting for this election, and then I have to go to work. The American dream, huh? Absolutely fucking beautiful. Hell yeah, brother. I'm going up, I'm registering as a citizen, and then I'm fucking unaliving myself. And then I'm probably going back down to Hakribba. And then I'm assuming a couple levels of prog, or a couple hours of prog in Hakribba. We'll probably have an entirely new group of people at 25 and all ready to go. So that's the biggest thing. I just want to keep getting people 21 to 25 in Hakribba as quickly as fucking possible. And we should be able to do that quite easily, as long as people keep showing up. So, I don't know who else needs power level, but I will be going down that way after I get my citizenship. Oh god, y'all got 2 rogues. Oh no. You're gonna need a mage to carry shit. Because if you guys don't have a mage, it's gonna be scary hours for you, I will say. Bro, I need a new mount. I need a new mount so fucking badly. You vote for 24 hours after the voting starts? I think the emergency election is 24 hours, yeah. I do believe. And then normal voting periods are 5 days. So once it's the 1st of October, he'll have another re-election process, and then that'll be a 5-day voting period. So what happens to my extra storage purchase? If I leave my Mira citizenship to start transitioning it over to KT, do I lose that? Yes. So like, is it the citizen tab or was it the normal tab? The citizen tab, you get like 1 free and then 1 discounted one that you can buy, right? And then there's the 5 gold and then the 10 gold one, if I remember correctly. And I think the 10 gold is a normal and the 5 gold. Is the 10 gold the citizen and the 5 gold the normal? I spent the 5 gold? Okay. I don't remember. It's 5 and 1. Oh, it's 1 and 5, not 5 and 10. Oh, why'd I think it was fucking 5 and 10? Weird. For the first tab? Oh, cool. Cool. So 1 is your citizen tab, and then 5 is your additional tab, right? Who is that? A tank. Good heckin' golly. 9 minutes till voting, you're gonna be late. Yeah, they'll fucking wait for me. I don't know what else to tell them. They'll fucking wait. Winstead has a tab you can buy for 10. So is it 1, 5, and 10? Okay, that's the second. Okay, so maybe I wasn't wrong. So are there just 3 tabs that you can purchase? 1, 5, and 10? And then you have 4 tabs if you're a citizen? Seems like a lot. But that also checks out. Not here in 9 minutes, you're banned from voting. They'll fucking wait for me. They'll wait for me. Everything's fine. It's not even a big deal. I'll be a citizen in fucking no time. Yes, it's the same how it was. That's how it was? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Zombies here chilling? Well, I hope he does well. Because he might be down 1 vote. Look at this shoal skipperless tank. Well, maybe if somebody had streamer loot me a shoal skipper, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Do you need to be in the city to vote or just a citizen? Just a citizen to vote. So you can go into your node menu, your settlement menu, and then you can go in and it'll show the voting stuff through there, and then you'll be able to cast your vote to evict. Dusty has plenty of time. Shortfoot says hello. Yeah, it's just a relaxing little stroll. It ain't nothing too deep, nothing too crazy. I think the 10 is an extra at the town level. Not a citizen anywhere and can buy the 5 and the 10 at Winstead, but Jova only has a 5. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that would make sense. That would make sense then. So you get another level of storage at town and then probably another one at city as well. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Big incentivizer for those higher tier areas. But that just means more stuff to loot when settlement death comes in. That's gonna be a fucking killer system. I cannot wait for the first settlement death where everybody is complaining that all of their storage is looted and pillaged and gone and they couldn't get it out in time. I can't wait. That's gonna kill the Discord. Oh yeah. Any community managers should absolutely call out of work the day that settlement destruction is coming in. That shit is going to be such a bad day to be a CM. Like, they're just gonna turn the Discord off for the day, if I'm being real. The tiers will be fucking rampant. Rampant. They will be flowing and crashing like you have never fucking heard before. Yo, what up, Brett? How you doing, dog? I can't wait either. People actually have to defend their shit. Ain't that crazy? Serious question. If I'm more of a solo player, is it still possible to enjoy Phase 3? I mean, I would say if you're a solo player, it's impossible. Impossible. If you're a solo player, it's possible to enjoy it whenever, simply because I think solo players should come in with more of a sense of like, my progression is going to be slower, it's going to be more cooked, I shouldn't compare myself with the endgame people. So from a solo standpoint, I think if you just hop in and play through as a solo player, like, solo is always going to be really hard in Ashes. I wouldn't recommend trying to do it all solo, because it can definitely be a long process. But if your goal is to come in and take on Ashes solo, A, good luck, and B, it's doable. Probably quite enjoyable, if you are looking to actually play. It's not a matter of like you're going to be just somewhere leveling and somebody higher level will come up and kill you. It's not that deep with it. Like, yes, that could happen, but that doesn't happen much at all, if really ever, to leveling players when they're just minding their business. So I think it all just depends on like what you want out of it. But I always tell players the 90-day refund period protects you entirely. So, solo so far, never been bothered. Yeah, and you can usually farm in such chill areas too, that it's not really that crazy for a solo player to just kind of like slip off into the shadows and not be disturbed. I definitely agree. Now, I would recommend joining a community !guild if you are looking for one. Our casual guild is always recruiting new players. But if you do want to take it on solo, it's doable. It's slow. Ashes is in development. So you're going to find bugs, you're going to find quests that aren't complete, that don't give good rewards, whatever it may be. That's development. But if you want to do a solo, it's absolutely possible. You can 1 in 25 solo. Crafting endgame stuff is going to be a bit tough, but I think it's definitely doable. The server state, it's about 2 weeks old, maybe like just over 2 weeks. So that's not bad at all in terms of like a progression standpoint. Yes, some people have good gear and are level 25, but like I have 190 power right now. My endgame build will have 240, 250, and that's before like you know, the God build. So people will be pushing up like 300 plus this phase. Like, there will definitely be a lot more power to get. So, y'all made my PC crash and forge with your walls? Good. Yo, what up, Cat? How you doing today? What's up? I was trying to see about joining before I go to work, but I will tomorrow. Oh, it's super fucking easy. We try to make the process as easily acquirable for people as possible. You essentially join the Discord, get your perms, and then make sure that you're making a ticket, and then you're good to go. So, as long as your ticket's made, as long as your ticket's in place, no problems in the world. What's the plan? I'm running up to KT to get my citizenship real quick, and then I'll death warp back down, and then from there, we can do Hakriba for a little bit. I can invite you, and then I'll pass you lead to fill out this group with people. Because there is a cleric and a bard already, so should be pretty easy. So fill it with whoever else, and then +1, and then I'll just sit outside of the group if you have a full 8. Should be pretty simple. Cat, because that is the only reason. Can join your Discord and not join Cats? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a lot of people in there that like aren't in Cats. It's just a community hub in general. So like, we have friends of Cats rules. We have like public chat and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Just in mind for the Discord a little while ago. Yeah, we try to make it super simple. It's legitimately just like posting, getting your perms, and then making your ticket. And then once you make your ticket, just check your ticket. That's the only fucking ask. You can mute the entire rest of the server. Just check your fucking ticket. Make it easier for everybody. If you don't check your ticket, then it will get a little bit cooked. We'll get a little bit cooked. You may lose perms. You may have to re-up in the Discord. So don't let that happen to you. Don't get cooked. Just check your goddamn tick. And if you do that, you're up tremendous. Yo, Baron. Hail, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. What are you guys getting up to today? How is the hold holding up? Now, you guys got a level. I see that 2% prog. 2% for the village as well. Boys, we're going to be a town in fucking no time. Holy cannoli. We are truly up tremendous. I wonder if they have a tab on like when things are supposed to be leveling. And surely they can see the total experience earned for stuff. Because they've been manually leveling up the towns as they're supposed to be leveling. Which is definitely less than ideal. We would like the automated side of it all to work. I think that would be preferred, to say the least, but I might have to go to bed for work before you get down here. Yeah, if I had a better mount, it wouldn't be a huge deal, but I did definitely neglect becoming a KT citizen after gore. So now I've got to run up and atone for my sins, but we will be able to pump. I think we're going to get Cheezels and a couple other people. So if you do have to dip, it's not the end of the world. Just park yourself there. Next time you're on, we can always pump it. Like, I try to do a good bit of this every day for people. So hopefully, if you do have to dip out, we can get you in. The fuck? What the hell is Stoic doing up here? What the fuckington? Interesting. Just a train of Stoic running through. I have no idea. Maybe like a named mob loop or something? What the fuck would they even be doing out here in Shorefoot? Surely a named mob loop. Also on my way to get KT citizenship, then Deathport to the June Dark. Fucking massive. Any caravans? Dude, I wish I would smack the fuck out of a caravan just to feel something. I'll be completely honest. I don't even want the caravan, I just want the PvP. I would smack the shit out of a van right now. No goddamn doubt about it. That's why I want arena so bad too. I would spend so much fucking time just queuing arenas, man. It would be probably my main gameplay system in terms of time played. I would get on. I would play arenas constantly. I would get a lot of data about combat. I would test a lot of shit. And I would have a lot of fun with it. I don't need a reward. I don't need a ranking system. I just want arenas that I can queue all day. And PvP motherfuckers with a group. That's it. And if they make it no XP debt, no repair costs, by golly gee willikers, I will be thrilled. Where's my I voted sticker? That's on Zombie. That's on Zombie. I'm not rigging, I mean running this election. This one isn't mine. He's doing the stickers. He's got the snacks and everything. I just fucking show up. I'm the same as you. I'm actually going to be trying to get myself a sticker here. And if I don't get one, I'm probably going to be a little pissed. The sticker is legitimately the best part. There better be snacks. I mean, I'm here. I have been called one once or twice in my life before. Imagine they put XP debt in instance PvP. They put experience debt in the open world PvP battlegrounds. So, do we think it's that far out of the realm of possibility? Yup. So, they have like the rotating PvP battleground areas, but you still have like material drop and experience debt on death. So, those will go through different points of interest, but because those include lower level POIs, high levels just go in and nuke any low levels that are still in the area. Like, absolutely fucking destroy them. And then pillage all of the loot. So people get XP debt. People lose their gear. Not their gear, sorry, their materials. Like, people lose their materials. People get XP debt. Like, it's intriguing. What am I witnessing here? What? Brother's fucking hoofing it. Brother's fucking hoofing it. Node C just had no XP debt. I think there's still XP debt and repair bills. I want to say there's still XP debt and repair bills. Here's a crate. I know, I can't slaughter a crate bearer though. Only a true caravaner. Now, hopefully someday we see a true caravaner. Yo, what up, Falcro? How you doing, dude? Master Chief, welcome back in. XP debt, no. Repairs, yes. Okay, no XP debt, but we still have to repair. That's a little cooked. That's a little cooked. I mean, if we get no XP debt in arenas, I guess I'd be fine with the repair costs. I'd prefer no repair costs, if I'm being honest. But, does he want to lose both mounts to birds? Nah, I mastered the birds. The birds work for me. That's what Stoic was doing. That's why caravans won't be a thing anymore. And take 10 people together and move crates. People have to go right on you and take the crate. Oh, yeah. No, totally. It does cook a lot of the risk associated with the caravan system. I absolutely agree. But it does open up guild versus guild decks to a certain extent. But yeah, no, I agree. It is definitely a lower level of risk, lower level of reward. But also keep in mind, if they take that entire, like, train, and then they just split caravans throughout the world, long term, if we have a caravan that has 8 slots on it, it's a 2x4, that's gonna be 8 crates that you can just slap on that bitch. Like, if you can have 8x, basically, payout potential from that, in any capacity, then I think that may incentivize it enough for people to actually do. But right now, where fans are slow, fans are probably going to die, people aren't going to have the most defense for their shit. Definitely. 9x because you can carry one when on a van. Oh, shit. That's big brain. Who are we voting for in KT for mayor? Zombie. Zombie is the cat's mayor man. He's sacrificing his gameplay loop so I don't have to. And for that, we thank him. I wouldn't do that shit if he paid me. Actually, I did it last phase. Was I happy about it? It was fun. Do I want to do it again? Nah, that shit took up a lot of time, dog. You have to actually forfeit so much time to be a mayor. So, I would like to keep hitting mobs, people, and other things. And I'll let Zombie round up everybody's materials and just run them back to the node. Over and over and over again. Yo, Snow. Thank you for the T1. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Max out big crates was based on your bag slot capacity. What do you mean max out big crates? Because the crates now are new comparatively to the old crates, right? So there are the carpenter made crates that are for storage purposes. And then there are the old crates. Duck. Huh. Oh, he has a crate as well. But yeah. So like the crate system that we see on people's backs, those are a new type of crates. So they're like your market crates, your guild crates, and then your settlement crates. And a lot of people are running market crates because it's a really good way to make money. You just make the crate incredibly cheap. Try to get the highest rarity that you can. Slap that bitch on your back and run that crate as far as you want to. So, got an ad. Who are we voting for mayor and KT? Zombie. Zombie is getting his gameplay loop cucked, so I don't have to. Explain to me how I subscribe, then immediately get ads. I don't. Maybe Twitch demands the T3. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Absolutely cooked. Old data? Yeah. No, so pretty new crate system. So that'll be quite nice. This landscape? Yeah, and look at Kaltorum down there, just in the nestle. It's pretty fucking cool, man. Like, everybody says that this game isn't that pretty, dog. I think this shit's beautiful. I think this is a really, really, really pretty area. Oh, hey, a cat. We'll give him a few of those loving whatever the ram noise is. All right, hold on. We'll give him this. There we go. That will give them as much power as their weapon. That'll be fucking massive. They are up tremendous. And we're off. What if for zombie from air? Yeah, of course. And thank you for your vote, dude. Was running a crate last night, got killed by a 25, and his buddy killed him, took my crate, and I saw them both do it to 3 other lobbies. Still, crates are not safe. Wait, so somebody corrupted on you? To get your crate? Yeah, that's definitely possible. That is absolutely possible. It's a duo? Yeah. Interesting. So person 1 corrupts for the kill. Person 2 picks up the shit. Huh. I mean, if you guys see him doing it, let me know and I'll go over and kill him as soon as they flag for PvP. Or as soon as they corrupt. I could definitely go for a couple easy kills. Especially if it's like a mage or something. That's free 99. Some corrupt on me and later on some others. Who is it? Like, who corrupted on you? This happening north of janky looking mountains and floating rocks on top of unfinished areas. Yeah, I mean, some things placeholder or placeholder. Abso-heckin-lutely. Abso-heckin-lutely. Poyer. What do you think about flying mounts being able to run crates? Wait, I didn't think of that. What? They can't? Can they not? Hopefully they can't. Greg. That would be, very bad. You can't fly with crates? Okay, thank God. Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty cooked. I mean, I guess the only thing that it's avoiding is corruption, right? But the difference between citizen commodity crates and market. Market gives you gold. Citizen commodity crates give you citizen bucks. I'd like to become a citizen here. Brett, wait. You're ready. Yes. Thank you. No, I need my tax voucher. God fucking damn it. Gosh heckin' darn it. I didn't bring any glint with me. Alright, hold on. I gotta go kill something. I thought I'd have glint with me. Hold on. Vathon. What the freak? What the Heckington? Gonna commission boxes open? Nar. I wish. I'll just find a mob to kill. And then I'll kill it. And then I'll get glint. We should be vibing. Ask my guild lead to do that first. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, so... wait, Greg was just on their mount with a crate. Can they not take off with the crate, though? Like, can you run your mount across the ground with the crate? Because I think that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. But if you can actually fly, then that's kind of cooked. Although, this corruption tech is also interesting. Because people are just running over with a duo or a larger group of people, getting naked, and then engaging in like the PvP and the corruption, you know, itself. They're naked, so they lose nothing. They have somebody else right there to kill them once they corrupt anyways and drop the corruption. It makes sense. And it's pretty fucking foolproof. The only thing is... Blight long term, I guess? Maybe? But like... Is that gonna be a deterrent? Realistically. If people can just make insane amounts of gold naked doing that. Blight's gonna cook them after a while. Right. It'll take so many deaths to actually farm off the corruption. Right. That's instantly where I'm like, I don't see that viable as like a long-term thing. But I mean, it's definitely like the perfect crime to pull off. Cycle it across enough people. But I mean, I guess you could also just make an alt and have that be your corrupting alt. Meh. Easy way to get a gold advantage at this level of the game. That's what this game's about. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, gold, like money, all of that does pretty much everything. Corrupting on a common crate seems mid. I agree. In the time spent corrupting on a common crate, you could probably just take your duo elsewhere and farm up the amount of gold that you would each get. Maybe not, but it's definitely not a quick commute from fucking Riverlands to the Anvils with a crate that's going to be worthwhile. And corrupting on the crates, you also have no guarantee. I'm outside of the drop tables, right? Then what it is? Correct. So it could also be absolute common. It could be poo-poo. So like, yeah, their risk is corrupting on it. Like, you'll still get glint. Sure, but like glint per hour, if you are... No glint from the low mobs. Well, there's glint from the low mobs, but not too low. Isn't it plus minus 9 that I have to be? I'm sad. I was wondering if it was different now because they're still giving XP, which is really fucking weird. Really fucking weird. Aren't there higher level mobs up in this corner? Or am I tripping? I think there are high levels in this way. Godchi, what up, dude? What you guys doing up this way? Surely we have higher level mobs somewhere in this bitch. You have to go to Dunehold or Vexhelm. We have no higher level mobs anywhere. God damn. Alright. Godchi a free agent now. What do you mean? Go towards the port. Word. So just follow this way? Okay, cool. I'm not in Polar. This screams yellow 2.0. This sounds like a whole thing to get Godchi into like Aura or something. Where Godchi's like, oh my god, I've been kicked. Alright, so what happened? Was there a big blow up between you and TMX where there was all of this drama? What happened? I'll entertain it. I'll let you tell your story. Actually close, but it wasn't with TMX. Mav? Mav's still banned in here. They have to RMT to get him out of jail. They literally have to pay his bail. That's the condition. One of the officers? Oh, you'll go back in a month then. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Colton, did you not know about that? Yeah, one night, Godchi and I were yelling at each other. And then Mav came in and tried to yap. And I was just like, I'm not fucking dealing with it right now. And I instantly banned Mav. Literally just cooked him. He usually had to aura farm on Godchi. They wouldn't let you be an officer. You don't actually do anything. You just show up and fucking yap. All Colton does is say he wants to play a rogue instead of a bard. Fucking despicable. Absolutely despicable. Anyone selling some apprentice gathering bags? Teshi? I don't know if Teshi has any at this point. If Teshi has been making them, but I am the great polar diplomat. I feel like Polar's diplomacy is about as solid as Tesla's HR department. And if I remember correctly, Tesla does not have an HR department. And I think that Tesla might have y'all beat on the diplomacy aspect. Cudgel diplomacy. Hey, we have this really cool opportunity for you to do something that benefits us, and if you don't do it, we're just gonna kick the shit out of you. They have HR, they don't have a PR department. Oh. PR is the one that does, like, the announcements, right? Like the social posts and shit like that, and then HR is like, somebody touched my butt. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, someone would go to HR, and then the PR would cover the HR. Right? That makes sense. Elon is the PR department. I don't know if that's the best idea, but it's working out for him. Fuck it. Doing better than I am. How to play this? ashesofcreation.com. You can pick up the pack if you do want to play. Now, it is 100 USD for all of the remainder of development. Okay? So, my guess is we're still a couple years minimum in development. And then from there, we go to 2 short betas, launch eventually, you know, all of that. You're in for Alpha 2 Phase 3, you're in for the betas, and you're in all the way through launch with that $100 USD pack. You also get a 90-day period where you can get all of your money back on that pack if you're not happy with it. So keep that in mind. It might be a very large upfront cost for an alpha. Definitely meant to be. That is by design. So from that, just keep in mind you got that refund period. If you're not happy with it, I'd say give it the full 90 days. Get your money's worth out of that refund period. Play it, see if you like it, give it a good shot, and then if you don't like it, you just get your money back and wait for launch. Easy peasy. Not getting any loot with the raid and forge. Party size might be the new meta. I don't think people are actually getting anything from parties either, though. I haven't heard of anybody getting jack shit from actual, like, out there POI farm spots. I haven't heard of fucking anything dropping from POIs. I was getting more in party, but still chalked. That makes sense. Where are these higher level mobs supposed to be? I'm confuzzled. Thought it was 24. I think the emergency election is supposed to be 24, and then the full election is 5 days, right? But I'm probably not the best source to ask about elections, considering I forgot to fucking sign up for one. My bad. My bad, that's on me. Been solo farming 1 stars while gathering 2 and still nothing. Out in the just wilderness spawns? That's an intriguing one. That's a very intriguing one. Now, I definitely don't expect a lot of drops, and I don't want a lot of drops. I do not want shit to be just like fully inflated with drops. But there are not many drops at all right now. We had 5 groups of 8 running Gorge and Carve for 3 hours. 1 drop of value in that time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely a little cooked. But also, I do also think back to things like WoW Heroics. Uh-oh. Like WoW Heroics having a, you know, your daily lockout. Like raids having a weekly lockout. I don't necessarily think we all need to miraculously just beef our shit in a day of farming. I definitely think that Steel Bloom, fuck, quite a few areas, really were just shitting out drops at a rate that was borderline unacceptable, and it cooked the economy the other way, right? So that's kind of how I feel about it. As someone who doesn't craft, I think it wasn't even beef your shit in 1 week of farming, how they had it. You were beefing your shit in a day, how they had it. Is it good how it was at Carfin Forge? Carfin Forge, yes, minus event farm. Steel Bloom, absolutely not. Steel Bloom was fucking cooked. And I think they did a blanket change to every POI when it realistically should have just been Steel Bloom, I think, that actually got cooked. I don't know if they had indicators that drop rates elsewhere were, you know, too high as well. But Steel Bloom was fucking borked. Everyone knew Steel Bloom was cooked, but fix that and leave the rest. Honestly, drops wouldn't be so bad if crafting was even possible right now. Yes, I agree. I agree. I think if crafting were available at this point in time, people would be a lot less upset about the drops not existing. Now, you would still need the crafted goods. You'd still need the gatherables. You'd still need the recipe. Like, once crafting is available for these goods, it'll be fine. I agree. But that pre-crafting woe is gonna be fucking cooked. Some people don't want to craft. Let the mob grinders eat too. So, I'm not a crafter, but you also have to recognize that the core intent and design of Ashes was always a crafter-driven economy and a player-to-player-driven economy, and not a player-to-mob or player-to-vendor-driven economy. And I, as much as anybody else, would like drops off of mobs so I don't have to craft them. But I also recognize what I got into when I got into this, and that's why Cats has so many dedicated crafters, right? Like, I'm fully aware that my best time spent right now would be hitting trees and rocks and shit like that. Even if stuff was dropping in green, blue, you'd still be gathering for legendary and the heroic, epic, all of that. Won't work in the big picture for the player base. Most people want a mob grind. I don't know who you've been talking to, but most people that I talk to fucking hate the fact that it's all mob grind. I won't even lie. I like it and defend it a lot as a very core aspect of MMOs, but I think if you look at actual consensus feedback from the player base outside of the top few percentile of the player base that do like the mob grind, a lot of the bulk of the player base really wishes there was more to do other than mob grind. So from speaking for a portion of, like, you know, big picture, I don't think there's really one thing that will or won't work. I think that we have to remember that many MMOs have different systems that work for those MMOs. And we're not here to tell Intrepid how to design their MMO. We're here to provide feedback on that. And if people don't like the direction that it's going, it's okay. Like, Intrepid takes that feedback. But we also have to remember that, like, this isn't really going to be your loot pinata MMO grind. This isn't going to be just going through a dungeon and coming out with 22 pieces of gear that you and your group all split up and everyone leaves with 4 pieces of gear after one grind sesh. It's not meant to be that. It's not meant to be everyone fully geared up in a week. Like, makes sense. If mob grind was viable as craft, you'd see POI grind more. What do you mean? People grind POIs all the time. People are still grinding POIs like crazy because crafting's not even available yet. you can't craft level 20 gear yet. No one said 22 pieces of gear in one grind session or something. Right, and you said you had groups that in 3 hours found 1 drop of value. Now that's 1 drop of value. I'm sure there were other junk pieces found as well, but 1 drop of value in 3 hours across 40 people really isn't that fucking awful, if I'm being honest. Especially in a long-term grind, like, that's really not terrible. I remember many weeks progging on WoW, where we got less than that. Now again, completely different setups. But we have to realize that, you know, the systems are always getting refined. They're always changing. Flying mounts can carry crates, a mayor just did it. Oh, so somebody was lying. Somebody didn't want their, shit cooked. If you grind for 8 hours a day in a group of 8, 5 pieces of value is fair. People got lives too. I think ending your, like, sentence there with people have lives just completely invalidates the argument. The developers aren't developing something around everybody who has lives is able to get best in slot all the time. This game is very much a grindy long-term game that is a time investment, and not everybody's going to have best in slot or good in slot gear. Like, you're taking a lot of your subjective opinions, or I guess your objective opinions, and like being like, oh, well, I don't like mob grinding, so the community doesn't like mob grinding. Like, oh, this is too long because people have lives. That's, I don't know, like, I don't think that's any sort of valid argument, dog. Like, grindy MMOs are meant to be grindy, and Ashes is going to be grindy. You're also not going to be crafting a high rarity eye level 29 item in 1 hour of grinding your crafting or your gathering. Like, that's not gonna be your output. It still takes a good amount of time to craft something. You're just overall acquiring gear in Ashes slowly. It's meant to be that slow gear up. It's meant to be that slow prog. Sons of cats using shoal skippers on land. I recommend not doing that with crates because it's an exploit. Yeah, I'd be telling motherfuckers to not do it. I highly wouldn't recommend it. Feel as though people will definitely get some gold yoinked from their account there. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, unfortunately, pretty much every guild has had people do it. We try to tell our people as much as we can, you don't want to do that shit. But some people just let the morbid curiosity get to them, and then they run one anyways to see how it is, honestly. We try to police it as much as we can, but... If it was gear on demand, people would quit week 2. I mean, look at phase 2.5 player atrophy. People very quickly got the gear that they wanted, and then they said, all right, I'm out. I'll see you guys next phase. People will swipe the card and buy high value items if drops are bad. If people are swiping, that's going to be something that's actively policed by Intrepid. There will be a non-zero amount of RMTers, but brother, people are already getting banned for RMT in an alpha. Saying that people are swiping like crazy, doubt it. That's your own personal conjecture coming in again. We have confirmation that people have been banned for RMTing, and you saying doubt it is just you showing that you're salty about the drop rates not being how you want them to be. So you're letting this turn from an actual, like, debate into you just huffing your shoulders and going, well, Intrepid won't be able to deal with this. I'm right. Like, you're not even actually debating the system anymore. Now you're saying, like, if people don't have the drop rates they want, everyone's gonna pay to win. That's not true at all. That's genuinely not true. You'll find ways around it. You always could. I wouldn't recommend trying. You can't beat the masses. Brother, you don't represent the masses. Everything that you've said about the masses is wrong. I don't know how many people you talk to on a daily basis, or if you actually keep tabs in the community, but you haven't said one correct thing about the masses in Ashes of Creation. You have been wrong about everything in Ashes of Creation so far. You're Polar? I don't give a shit what guild you're in. I can call you an idiot if you're wrong. Polar is not the masses in Ashes of Creation. You realize Polar is one community that has a small, minute percentage of the total player base of Ashes of Creation. Saying I'm Polar, you might think is a big flex. I don't fucking care what guild you're in. I'll rock your shit 1v1 anyways. Your opinion doesn't change because of what guild you're in, nor do you speak for the masses because you have preferred grinds. That's very simply put it. If you look at community consensus feedback from Ashes of Creation, it is that mob grinding is extremely fucking boring. And they wish that anything else would come along. You'd get stretched real quick. You can't even spell stretch, you dumb fuck. You are absolutely brain dead. Here, have 10 minutes to think about what you've done. You're dog shit. Nobody cares that you exist. You're watching my stream. You're a fan. GG, have 10 minutes. You are absolutely incorrect about every argument you brought in. You have no actual quantifiable data to back up anything that you're saying. You legitimately are just making shit up, saying it's your personal preference, and that if people can't mob grind, then the game's going to fail. You, my friend, are an absolute idiot, and I bet if Steven could make fun of you without people thinking he's mean, he would too. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Brother, I can only deal with so much brain deadism in one day. I really, only one day. I can. People can have their opinions, but holy shit. There's a certain point where motherfuckers gotta get Thanos'd. A fast time out? Yeah, it's only 10 minutes. He'll be back. I don't care. Like, honestly, even if people think it's, haha, I'm rage baiting the streamer. Brother, I'm literally just gonna time people out. I'm just gonna ban people. I don't fucking care. I really don't. It's not worth in my day to interact with people that are that brain dead and self-centered. It's not. It's not. I would rather just spend my time interacting with people with brains that aren't fucking troglodytes drooling on themselves, taking up breaths that would be better spent on a Make-A-Wish child. I'll be real. And I wish that Intrepid could just tell some of these stupid motherfuckers how truly dumb they are when they bring up their stupid goddamn ideas in the Discord and shit. Because motherfuckers want to complain on Reddit, motherfuckers want to complain on Discord. Bro, I swear to God, I wish they could just make alt accounts and just be like, you are the dumbest person I have ever fucking met. The statistics demand with interacting with a certain number of people, you're going to come across some special people. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I represent the player base. I represent everyone. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, I don't get it. I don't get it. Brother, people do not... The mobs you're killing are too low level. Yeah, we got over here. The people do not, as a consensus, enjoy sitting in one spot, killing shit over and over and over again. Yo, Intimidate, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. I've said a lot recently. The worst... Ooh, we're set. The worst kind of wrong to be is confidently wrong, and motherfuckers speak in certainties as if they know, and they have never been more incorrect about shit. All people have to do is actually go into any of the mass forms of community input and read those different aspects of feedback. Oh, Zom, I already have Glint. You're good. You're good. I'm set. Yeah, I just got some. Can confirm my burnout's like 2 hours of button mashing mobs. Keep in mind, I can legitimately mob grind 12 hours a day and not get bored. I'm telling people that my preferred method of progression is not the one that's going to be coming. I would benefit more from mob grinding. Look at my crafting. You think I want to craft shit? No. But I knew what I was getting into when I signed up for Ashes, that it was a multiplayer crafting-based economy where, in Steven's words, drops are supposed to be incredibly rare in terms of a completed item drop from a mob. We knew this was supposed to be a thing, and then drop rates got buffed 3 days after this patch dropped. Phase 3 hit, and then people complained, drop rates are too low, drop rates are too low, drop rates are too low, when the economy hadn't even set itself up yet. We had 0 apprentice tables. We had 0 villages. And everybody bitched and moaned and told Intrepid that we needed more drop rates, only for Intrepid to increase the drop rates, and then people to bitch and moan again that the drop rates were too high. I don't understand it. I don't understand why motherfuckers can't just be like, I'm gonna let Intrepid cook. I'm gonna trust that they have a vision for their game. Like, brother, people can provide feedback on things too without saying, well, if they don't do what I want them to do, the game's gonna fail. I'm not saying if arenas aren't added next week, then the game's gonna fucking be dead. Like, motherfuckers just like to act like it's the end of the world if one thing is wrong. And I'm getting so fucking tired of that. I'm so tired of that mentality in the bitch-ass MMO community. Like, genuinely, it is not the end of the fucking world if something is just a slight inconvenience. Because for the first weeks of release, you couldn't craft better gear, so you got stuck. If you couldn't find drop gear, the link literally tells you to stop progressing. You could find dropped gear. So you said if you couldn't find dropped gear, you could find dropped gear. Yes. Yes. If dropped gear was not actually in the loot table after the update, no, that's not true at all. Day one, I had a level 10 weapon. You could find items. We found items in Titan's Ring. We found items from Minnows. We found items day one. You could find items. You were not shitting out items, but you could find items. And you know what we were telling people? Craft your starting pieces or do safe, fast, sure, and then you're good. In Anvils, we got to 17 without many drops. It was super low. Sure, without many drops, but you still got drops. I don't think there should be excess to the point where every single time you hit a new bracket level, new level bracket, you're instantly just switching in and out of full set and you have a fucking inventory full of excess. I haven't even farmed that much, but got way over 2 after the update. Yeah. That's been my big, like, I guess, complaint. And I don't want to say it as a complaint, but like a point of grievance. Why are we going like, I just want it to be like oh, you feel drop rates are too low? We're gonna bump them up like fucking 0.001% per drop, giving the mob a total increase of 0.5% chance to drop an item. That means 1 out of every 200 kills, you're now getting an item drop. That's not a lot of kills. It's not. But instead, it seems like they upped every single item's drop rate by 1% and then increased the chance for the mobs to drop stuff by 10% total, which means 1 in every 10 mobs is now going to give you a fucking drop. It seems like it's been such a up-down. Where are we getting level 26 and 29 like candy? Yes. Yes. That's my big thing. I want it to be somewhere in the middle. I liked it day one when what the fuck? Oh, hi, Soulface. I liked it day one when we got a piece of gear and it felt rewarding. When it was like, oh shit, this is definitely an upgrade. That was awesome. And then after the change, fucking 2 Steel Bloom runs in. Everybody's so kitted that we're giving away extra shit. I think Blue Plus gear dropping is broken, but common gear is common. I don't see a problem there. Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I think that, like, if you have common drops, it shouldn't be shitting out like Steel Bloom. It shouldn't be. It genuinely shouldn't. Not a rage wave, just fact. If crafting is the best way to get the game, get gear, the game will be pay to win later on. As you said, people doing RMT in an alpha, imagine at launch, then the balls will come, and all bigger games are struggling and have died for the same reason. There's pay to win in everything that has player to player trading, whether it's crafting, whether it's drops or anything, and you're ignorant if you think otherwise. That's my counter to you. Anything that has player to player trading, there is RMT in. You cannot 100% stop it ever, no matter the system. If it's incentivized drops, someone will just pay the person that farms up the drop. If it's incentivized crafting, somebody will pay the crafters. If someone's going to pay to win, they're going to find a way to do it anyways. Crafting, drops, doesn't matter. If there is a dragon dildo that increases my damage by 1,000%, I can offer you $20 cash app, and you can give me that dragon dildo, and that's pay to win. No matter whether you crafted that dragon dildo, whether you killed Steel Bloom or Firebrand for that dragon dildo, whatever you did, you can. Someone who RMTs will also find a way to get their account permanent. Yes, and when I say that people have already been banned for attempting to RMT and for RMTing in the alpha, people go, oh, well, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Yo, Dr. Payne, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Dr. Payne likes the dragon dildo comms. You stay away from me. Yo, Elite Snake, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you guys. Yes, I try to tell people Intrepid actively polices RMT. Does that mean it's 100% prevented? No. People still speed even though there are speeding tickets, but people will reconsider speeding because they know there's a chance they could get a speeding ticket. If somebody doesn't care about their account, they've got time, money, and everything else to waste, sure, go for it. Absolutely. If you are someone who knows how to spoof your hardware ID and you want to get around a hardware ban, then go for it. Feel free. I don't know if they're planning to hardware ban. I don't know if they're planning to IP ban. I don't know what their bans are like. I don't know if it's just an account ban in the long term. So far, it's just been account bans. So you can just buy your way back in. Some people will do that. Some people are fine with paying a speeding ticket. Some people are fine with having DUIs on their record. But because those things are actively policed, a lot of people think twice about doing them. A lot of people. It's just a matter of them actually being there, making it more difficult for it to happen. And then a lot of your career RMTers will move on to other things where it's easier for them to conduct their career. Your sellers, your very heavy sellers, they make more than I do. They do very well for themselves. And the reason that they do that is because they sell in games where it is incredibly easy to sell. There is... Whoops. I was like, why is that so expensive? It is, you know, present in games where it's unbelievably easy. Okay. I have another question. Wait, did he let me become a citizen? Become a cit. Are we good? You have to relog. Lame. Lame. I think RMT could be slowed down if there's box cost too. Really hope he rethinks the sub only and also adds a box cost. I don't want a box cost personally. Like, yes, sub only does incentivize people to get in at a lower cost of entry. But like, I also just don't necessarily think they need the box cost. If that's bugged, log off, log in with new character, log off, and then log on again with your main. Okay, need to relog for like 5 minutes. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go bring my plate out and blow my nose then, because I'm getting a little stuffy. Sub also only makes it easier to cover server costs. Well, yeah, but if they were saying like a box cost and a sub cost, and I totally see that, like additional layer of gating for people that would have to like buy an extra copy of everything. I just don't know if I would want them to like go heavier on the monetization after saying that they weren't gonna box cost DLC cost. And like, I agree with you. It would stop some people from getting in, but you also have to remember if someone's RMTing with the plan to make thousands of dollars from RMT, a $30 box cost isn't gonna fucking stop it. It genuinely won't. And I don't think that games are gonna be able to charge like a $60, $80 box and then a $15 a month sub. I think that would get so heavily criticized. I think it'd be a $30 box if that, but I think that's such a negligible thing, right? I just think the biggest step to it is actively policing it. But this is also why I'm confident that it's not going to be as prevalent here as it is in other MMOs. Now, again, keep in mind, that's a comparative state. Will it still happen here? Oh, fuck yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not supposed to smoke crack. I guarantee somebody's smoking crack in the town I'm in right now. So, I absolutely get it. People will find ways. But the fact that Intrepid is saying, we know that this exists, we know it's out there and we're going to police it, that's, for me, I think, the very encouraging spot. Box cost is nice because more people are willing to pay a box cost over a sub. Like, yes and no. I think it all depends on the type of game. Because if you're paying a one-time box cost, you're very likely going to be getting less playtime than you would with a monthly sub type game, right? I mean, I think of Hollow Knight, the new Hollow Knight that came out. Awesome game. People are loving it. I haven't played it. But from everything I've read and watched, awesome game. Well loved. $20 box cost. But you're getting like 25 hours out of content of it, if you're Thuman, right? Like 25, 30 hours of content, and then you can beat most things, from what I've gathered, if you're really moving along. I'm sure it can be done faster. I'm sure you can do it much slower. But at the end of the day, that's like $1 an hour, maybe a little less for content. A $15 a month box sub cost for an MMO you are able to get so much fucking content. So much. Minecraft is box costs? Sure, absolutely. But so is New World. I could say 1,000 different games that are box cost, sub cost, everything. At the end of the day, I think it just breaks down to what they deem their best monetary structure is. And I do see the symbiotic relationship between a sub instead of just a heavy one-time box cost. Because you have to think of ongoing incentivization too. Minecraft is an anomaly because it's such a good fucking sandbox. You can literally do whatever, right? Minecraft is absolutely an exception to the rule and not the rule. Same thing with like Roblox, Fortnite, like they're exceptions to the rule. Those are the biggest games in fucking existence. Those are exceptions, those are not the rule. But I feel like in terms of most ongoing monetization structures for normal games, Minecraft has unlimited money now. Mojang could probably burn millions of dollars and still be fine. New World, on the other hand, is doing way less good in terms of their player base retention, in terms of everything like that. We've seen New World go very heavily into a state of affairs where they are just incentivized to sell new boxes. All of their marketing push, all of their development, it's on selling a new box and keeping a player for a few hours long enough to where they can't refund their game. And from that standpoint, the sub model is like a symbiotic push, right? It incentivizes the developers to have long-term content and retention while also growing their sub base. If the sub base grows, then month over month, you see development capabilities improve as well to match up with that. So, Stussy calling it quits for the night. Oh no, I just got a bug getting my citizenship. Yeah, no. I just got a bug getting my citizenship. I'm just gonna fucking, I'm gonna blow my nose and then wait for that to go. I just had to wait for my character to log out. I agree on that. And the end submodel helps keep game growing and retentive, but 180 a year feels steep. $180 a year for something that people will get the potential amount of hours for, you know, a hobby, I think is actually quite cheap. How many Magic the Gathering booster packs is $180? How many nights out to go see a movie at the theater is $180? $180 for me is an ounce and a half of weed. And that's if I'm getting a deal on the half ounce. And it's the same price as an ounce. I'm going to get way less than a year out of that ounce and a half of weed. I got maybe 3 weeks out that bitch. That's 2, maybe 3 movies. That is a family of 4 going to dinner twice. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So, like 180 a year for a live service MMO. I don't really think that's that bad. Yo, Landro, what up, my friend? Is this game free? It is not free right now. It's in development. So your pack is $100 USD to access, but it comes with a 90-day period where you can get all of your money back if you don't like it. No hours limit. If you do like it, you're probably getting 2-3+ years of content out of that. My guess is early 2028 is when the game will officially launch, but you get access that entire time. The entire time. If you played every day, that would be literally 50 cents a day. So cheap compared to anything else. Yeah. 3 weeks for an ounce. I try to go 2 to 3 weeks for an ounce. Yeah, smoking too much is not good for the budget and not good for me. So I tried to cut back a lot. I was smoking like an ounce a week at one point, and I was like, I don't like how much money I'm spending. I'm poor. Like if I had fucking rapper money, or like, I don't know, say I had like Kai Cenat's sub count, I probably wouldn't care as much. But like, I would like to, you know, save some money, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, no, genuinely, I think that grow yourself, or is that not allowed? I think personally on that standpoint, I would probably grow some boo-boo ass weed. I would have to get plants, pheno hunt good plants, care for the plants, get a setup for the plants, figure out the continued best nutrition for the plants, get everything all in place, all set up. And then I would also have to trim the plants, cure the plants, like do all of that, right? I think I would much rather Just pay somebody who's really good at growing weed to actually grow the product. I'll be real, I'll let the experts handle that. If I had sewage backup and shit was coming out of my toilet the up way, I would call a plumber. If I want really good weed, I'm gonna just go to a dispo. Like, there's probably some mountain man with a gray burly beard and a fucking wooden cane in chat that's like, well, I've been growing weed since 1942 and I got the dopest ayahuasca you've ever smoked. I bet. Send me a fucking sample. But until then, I'm going to dispos, dog. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I don't know. I let the experts handle experts. Okay, hold on. What was this WoW take? It's like, wow, you can buy as much gold as you want, legal, and gear up with that gold, but also that gold is not the best gear in game, which makes it not pay to win at all. Wait, what? What did I just read? It's like, wow, you can buy as much gold as you want legal and gear up with that gold, but also that gold is not the best gear in the game, which makes it not pay to win at all. That's absolutely pay to win. Just because it's not hard bis doesn't mean that it's not pay to win to buy insanely good gear. It's still paying to win if you're acquiring anything that you couldn't otherwise acquire. Like, if I was failing to complete a boss or to find something, I'm losing in terms of my goal to find that. If I pay to have that, then I have paid to win the objective of having that. You can literally buy mythic runs with all the loot going to you. Yeah, I don't know in what world people are trying to say that people won't buy carries for in-game gold, but in every single... It worked! In every single player-to-player game that I have played, I have been able to sell carries for, like, not real money, but for gold. I don't want to make real money off of that. It feels a little unethical. And it's against COS. It's quite literally a little unethical. So, like, I'm not too worried about that, but I can absolutely say that I have made a lot of gold selling carries. It's not even gold. You literally pay real money for the runs. Wait, just like PayPal someone? Yeah, that's kind of how New World was for a while. Where, like, you would have your like mutation runners, which are like your mythic dungeon runners. And then they would run the highest level of mutations and then just invite people for the swipes at the end. GDKP was literally created in order for people with lots of gold to pay good no-lifers to carry them through raids for loot. Yes. Gold carries go fucking sicko mode. Absolutely. It's on a website where the website acts like the middleman for the money. Oh, so everybody has a layer of anonymity? Wait. That's crazy. People don't carry you for gold and WoW, only money. What? Brother, did you just ignore the entire GDKP comment about how one of the most common forms of raid content is a gold DKP? What do you mean? Like, sure, people do pay with money. Absolutely. Somebody could gift me 100 subs right now and be like, Dusty, can I get a spot in that power leveling group? And even if you're not in cats, yeah, you can get in. Fuck it, level 20 plus, I got you. 100 gifties, yeah, you're in. Absolutely. But I don't think people are going to be as likely to do that as they would like, hey, Dusty, I got this really cool item for you. Can I get into your group? I don't think that's going to be the most common thing by any means. Now, does it happen? Absolutely. People pay real money. But again, that is something that WoW may not police heavily. That's something that Ashes will police heavily. That's going to be a big difference maker. And yes, people can try to get around it. I'm sure Intrepid has ways to try to get around the people trying to get around it. It's a cat and mouse game in every literal sense of the word, through and through. Take off armor. Oh. Can I go back? Oops. Oops. What up, Eclipse? How you doing, brother? All right, I gotta go blow my nose. I'll be right back. One sec. Well, I decided that instead of policing RMT, they just sell the gold themselves. Yeah, and that's why RMTing and that shit is so prevalent in WoW now. It's just a different world. It's like, in America, you walk down the street and see someone with a fucking blicky on their hip, In different countries, if somebody had that blicky on their hip, they'd be fucking arrested immediately and it'd be a huge deal. It's just different worlds. In some worlds, RMT's okay. In some worlds, smoking crack's okay. In some worlds, it's more policed. Just straight up. All right, I'll be right back. Boys, hello. Good day. We're back. Gold dragon kill points or points tracked when you attended raids. You could bid on items. Wasn't the currency gold to begin with. Wasn't that just DKP? I feel as though you're talking about normal DKP. Because DKP was attendance plus, like, gold point based. And then gold DKP came in and was currency, no? At least in my interaction with it. Maybe I missed when a gold DKP didn't actually involve gold, but DKP was the bidding system. Like, that was dragon kill points. And then GDKPs were run with pubs or for gold as a carry. Maybe I'm tripping on that, but that was the entire point of the gold dragon kill point system versus the regular dragon kill point system. No? Right of a world in Kentucky, you're allowed a concealed carry 16 and up. Correct. Yeah, I don't know. Because Loaf King said gold dragon kill points were points tracked when you attended raids you could bid on items. That's regular DKP. That's just dragon kill points. Gold dragon kill points were the auction that came up. DKP is point-based spreadsheet kept things. I wanted to Steel Bloom today and wanted to end it all. How many drops did you lose in Steel Bloom? Like, dude, probably came out of their fucking negative in terms of the total gain. That's so sad. Yeah, I've heard Steel Bloom is very fucking cooked. I got so much glint I could buy the whole set. But how many pieces of the set? That's very unfortunate. Before I saw a drop, oh no. And that's like any drop, right? That's something interesting. No drops tonight either, 5 hours. We got none in Forge. Like not a single drop. But I guarantee in a few minutes being out here farming, we'll probably get some pretty solid drops.
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, Spank and Shanks, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I would be willing to bet that we get some pretty solid cadence out here of drops just from being here. Got 2 weapons in Forge, 3 hours. That's not bad. Few eyes cook, time to gather. See, that's almost where I worry that this is headed. Why the fuck would anybody mob grind if drop rates are going to be this bad as soon as journeyman crafting comes up? Everyone's just going to be gathering. The only reason to mob grind at this point is to generate enough glint to actually, like, you know, get your gold, run your crates, whatever you need to. But you don't even need glint to run market crates, right? Literally don't even need it anymore. You need some, but it's nowhere near the emphasis that it was. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't understand the point of these large POI dungeons if they don't drop anything. Well, so their loot table is much better than non-point of interest areas, right? But with a patch yesterday, they changed the drop rates on these dungeon areas and made them drop less gear. Does anyone need scrolls? If anyone needs scrolls, open up real quick. I'm not even seeing shit gear. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. So, hold on. Oh my god. Carla made the full chicken Sammys. And this shit goes hard. Wait. There's a hair in my sandwich. What the fuck? What the fuck? Isn't the idea the boss will drop things so you can craft gear from the dungeon? Boss drops and name mob drops. Oh? Cheese? Cheese? Oh no, it's me. Oh. Uh-oh. The DDoS demons are back, boys. They're back for us again. Oh. All right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. But yeah, so with the named mob and boss mobs in dungeons, named mobs and boss mobs can either drop the completed item. What? They can drop nothing, or they can drop the material to craft their completed item. So, if Forge Lord Zammer... Oh god. Wait, is it trading that's causing it to bork? The fuck? Uh-oh. If you kill Forge Lord Zammer in Befallen Forge, or any named mob, then you would be able to get that completed item drop, either the material to make specifically that item drop, or just a null loot table. Oh, or the recipe. So, like, bosses aren't dropping stuff that just, like, every player can immediately use to craft anything out of the dungeon. They're more dropping, like, their specialized loot table rewards. And those are much less than, like, a general thing, right? So, from that standpoint, boss loot is actually kind of ass right now. Because, not all boss loot, but a lot of armor pieces are incentivized to be in parts of full sets. So, any named mob or any boss that was dropping like an armor piece that is not a part of one of like the 5-piece set bonuses, that is cooked. That's instantly going to be very, very, very... I don't know, less than optimal to run. You want a 5-piece and a 3-piece set bonus with your 8 pieces of gear. So you're really working towards that. And those are going to come from trash drops within those dungeons. I don't really think that bosses are too even heavily incentivized right now. And yeah, boss tables are the ones that seem relatively normal. But again, that's not even going to be people's like right slotting of gear. And I think with Ash's gearing, it's quite normal. Can I get a stroll? Oh yeah, I got you. With Ash's gearing, I think that it's quite normal to expect to have, you know, some form of drop support in terms of low rarity stuff, low quality stuff. I don't necessarily want like the drop rates this high again, but we increase drop rates and nerf drop rates within a week of the server. Yes, no, I agree. That has been my main thing that I'm like bothered by right now, is just like, why is the pace of adjustment so fast, right? Why is this such a breakneck turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right? Like, we should not have messed with the economy until maybe now should have been our first look at drop rates, because now we actually have T4s, T3s, like we have towns, we have crafting. But even still, I think the economy needed more time, because realistically speaking, we need time for every single craftable to become available, and then we need the economy to regulate there. Now, since I didn't farm Steel Bloom, I'm fucked. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, not even that you're like hard fucked, but yeah, you're definitely at a huge disadvantage now. Absolutely. And if they would have just kept drop rates low, because keep in mind, drop rates started low for phase 3. They intentionally reduced the drop rates for phase 3, right? And then they raised them 3 days in, and now we're dropping them, and now we're probably going to raise them again. And I'd be willing to bet, by the way, when they raise them, that it's probably going to be a bit high. What are you doing grinding for gear? I am grinding for experience, not for myself, but for these goobers that are in the group. So we have a lot of lower level people right now. 20 plus is doable here, but 20 is going to be slow. 21 plus is very, very, very fast. So 21 to 25, we can do in like a level an hour pace at slowest, right? Trade fast. Go, Barbie. Oh, we're cooked. Hold on. All right, we did it. It's really fast. Now, gear drops out here were notoriously terrible prior to these, you know, this most recent set of gearing changes. Interestingly enough, since those gearing changes went through, this area has been dropping pretty common gear. Like quite normal gear drops. So I don't really know if it's just points of interest or if multiple things are, you know, truly shaping up. But it's definitely intriguing. Yeah. So this is a little bit of a power level area. Usually if we can get a full group of 8 people, I'll even tank outside of the group simply because I don't need the experience at all. I can just sit here and tank stuff. So my job is just sit here, hold aggro for the lads, and then let them get as much experience as humanly possible. I think they removed 20 drops from level 19 mobs. That would probably be the biggest dampener to Steel Bloom, if I had to guess, and would also very much make sense. If I'm being real, why would a level 19 mob drop level 20 gear? I feel like that should drop high level 19 gear. That's kind of my thought on it. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think Steel Bloom is the biggest reason why drops are fucked in the first place. How's the sandwich? Wonderful. Absolutely delicious. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, I think if Steel Bloom drops a shitload of gear, then every other piece on the map is gonna, or every other place on the map is gonna seem worse. Then if they bring Steel Bloom down to the point of other places on the map, well then GG, you've got people complaining that the system feels like shit, that no drops exist. Steel Bloom has TikTok brained the entire Ashes of Creation population. People are playing a long-term MMO where your grind to max level is going to be hundreds of hours, multiple hundreds, and everybody's saying I should be farming multiple pieces of gear in a couple hour grind sesh. Motherfucker, you are going to have hundreds of couple hour grind sessions with your casual ass. You will have hundreds. A casual player will not be leveled in Ashes for literally months. Too many casuals? Well, it's not even casuals. It's funny enough, there are a lot of people that play a whole lot that also want to be geared in 5 hours. There are a lot of people that want to level and gear within 10 hours and be done. I'm not even fucking kidding you. And then they go, what's going on? Why is there no end game, her? I hate it. I hate it. I genuinely... Dude, it's fucking TikTok brain, just absolute pollution of the MMO scene. It's fucking remarkable how bad it is. Steel Bloom's been broken for too long. In 2.5, I had to solo farm the Steel Bloom rooftop and got hundreds of item drops. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Steel Bloom has been the problem for a while because it's a fucking loot pinata. Carfin was fine. Forge was fine. Everyone was competing for Steel Bloom and Steel Bloom only. That's legitimately it. That is it. I think the Steel Bloom loot table is the problem, has been the problem, and probably should have been the only loot table examined early on because it was putting in such a surplus of materials. I don't know why Steel Bloom has always been the juiciest place on the entire goddamn map, but it is always, since I have played Ashes of Creation, been the biggest loot pinata in existence. It was sewers, and then it was West Building and church. It's always gonna be it. I think that an 8-man group farming level appropriate 3-star mobs and a POI like Carve, Steel Bloom, stuff, etc. should be rolling on a green drop every hour-ish, a blue drop instead of a green drop every like 10 hours. Well, it all depends on like base rarity on things too, right? So like that's a big thing. In terms of base rarity, you'll have things like the Ashen Haunt set that are going to be blue rarity as their base. So that's going to throw that off a little bit, right? But I think in terms of just a simple dice roll of mob drops item, regardless of rarity trigger, regardless of anything, I think rarity trigger is a different discussion. I think right now it's just a matter of like drop rates in general, right? There are high rarity drop rates in Steel Bloom. There are low rarity drop rates in Steel Bloom. I think the problem is all the grays and greens in Steel Bloom more than anything else. Meant for base green white items. Yeah. Got you. I look at it and it's always been Steel Bloom. And I don't want to start a witch hunt against Steel Bloom. But I feel like that motherfucker's been the biggest detriment to the economy. Bald man in need of XP scroll. I got you, dog. I got you. Hey, Kaz, have a good reputation. I think we are one of the few guilds that are actively out there in every aspect of the game and very social with everybody that still do have a good reputation. I think there are other guilds that keep more to themselves that are not as in like, you know, the public eye and involved in a lot of shit outwardly, especially on the top end of PvP with all of the big scary guilds. And I think we work very hard to make sure that there's not, you know, that group of people that's going to ruin our reputation. Like, we are very much playing to be a long-term community in Ashes, and I'm a firm believer that, you know, you can You can catch some flies with honey, but you catch more honeys being fly, right? And from our standpoint, we want to provide the best content at all points, but we just want to be a group of people that people enjoy having around, right? We want to be as into competitive PvP as we can, as into, you know, PvE, pushing the bar and everything there as we can. But at the end of the day, we want to be one of the communities that, you know, when people see our people looking for groups, when somebody sees one of the cats in their group, they're like, oh shit, cool, I got a good player and they're a chill person. Awesome. That's the goal. I don't really fucking care about winning the goddamn alpha. I care about this community making it through launch in a very successful manner. Which I could join, but I'm a toxic PvP here. I mean, Cats 1 and 2, like, Cats with Abs and Cats are all built around PvP, dog. Like, we fight with and against the best of the best PvPers in the game right now. We are involved in every aspect of the game. It's just, we don't even care if people are chirpy PvPers. Like, passion is a fine thing, but, like, the things that we don't go for are, like, mob training, you know, PvP flag glitching and stuff like that. Like, we are not trying to exploit shit to our own advantage to ruin other people's experiences. If you want to go around in PvP 24/7, fuck yeah, do it. That's what our main guild is going to do. That is what Cats with Abs, this guild, is for. Cats is also for PvP. For people that don't like PvP, Cats with Crafts is our casual guild. That's why we have the community in the way that we do, so people can have their level of what they want. But the thing that we don't support is any of that content going into a state where it's leading to grief of other players. And I think that's the biggest differentiator. Some people are willing to win by any means necessary. We would rather win in a way that we feel is the right way, or lose in that right way, and then just say GG's and learn from it. And I think that's like, I think that's a big thing, in my opinion. Been on steel balloon rooftops, I'd be CCing healers and flagging, trying to wipe groups off the roof. But it was for gains, so it's fair, I think. I mean, and that's not really a thing anymore, in all fairness. Until they patched it. Yeah, RIP that, RIP that. No, but I mean, we had rogues phase 2.5 launch that were going out into the tropics and sitting stealthed and CCing people and waiting for the groups to die. I don't fucking care if people are being, you know, douche canoes in PvP. You're always gonna make somebody mad if you're PvPing somebody, right? I don't think many people are gonna get killed non-consensual and be like, haha, great job. Like, I think that's fucking reasonable. That's PvP. As long as people aren't, like, what is it? Mob training, corruption baiting, exploiting. Those are the three big things that we, like, don't want people doing here. If people are actually trying to PvP and get content, I don't fucking care. If somebody comes in and they're like, Dusty, one of your guys is killing my group, wah, I'm gonna go, are they mob training or are they PvPing? And they're gonna go, well, they're flagging up for PvP, but they're attacking my healers. And I'm gonna go, well, why don't you attack them back? I'm not gonna be mad if you kill one of my players if they're trying to kill your people. That's the name of the game, dog. And like, I genuinely don't give a shit if people are PvPing. The thing that I don't want is people coming into my chat all the time and going, hey, Dusty, I got another one of your people mob training. Like, that's shit that we don't do. Because I think if you're mob training, it's just an acceptance that you are not good enough to actually flag up and win that PvP fight. So you have to pull mobs that are designed to die to players to do the job that you can't do. So you have to get stuff that is literally birthed into the world to die to do the job that you can't do. So you are programmed to die easier than a mob in Ashes of Creation if you are mob training. Some people think mob training is I ran past you once with stuff chasing me. Yes! We talk about that a lot too. Incidental contact is a term that we had in basketball my entire time playing. And if you were both going for a ball and there was contact, if it's not a foul on each of you, that's incidental contact. If I have a bunch of mobs on me and I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, and I'm running away, that's not me mob training, that's just me trying to reset the mobs. Maybe you shouldn't have been standing there. No, I absolutely agree. And I will always defend my people if someone comes in and they're just like, so-and-so was mob training. I'm like, do you have a video of it? Do you have any proof? Because if I get proof from them and they weren't mob training, then I'm gonna make fun of you. And If there's proof, then there's proof, and then we handle it. If there's ever been proof, people have got fucking whammied out of the guild. People have got yelled at for it regularly. Like, we don't deal with that shit. But we're also not gonna come down on somebody in guild for trying to reset a pack of mobs and then somebody getting offended. Yeah. At the end of the day, we are a PvP-oriented community on the top end of things. We take part of the whole in the whole PvX, but like Cats with Abs and Cats are PvP-oriented. That is what they are about. And people getting pissed off about PvP, that's not my problem. People getting pissed off about people actually exploiting, breaking the game, and doing stuff that's like bannable, that's where I get involved, and ideally I don't have to get involved. If I have to get involved with shit in the guild, then it means that somebody's doing something they fucking shouldn't. Anyone know if settlement crates give reputation? I think 666, right? Chat, anyone do a settlement crate recently? I want to say on the PTR it gave 666 reputation, but it may have changed. Don't quote me on it. Where's Keith? No, didn't Leon do one? Leon! That's construction? Fuck my cunt. Not settlement? Did you do a settlement or a construction, Leon? What happens after you're level 25? What's the endgame currently, for example? Do you just grind mobs and get gear? And if so, what's after that? Like, to a certain extent, yes, it is very much that core MMO gameplay loop, right? Where you're hitting stuff. Yo, Snake! Thank you for the gifty dog. You're a fucking legend. It is very much that core traditional MMO gameplay loop where you are like hitting mobs to get better gear, to hit harder mobs to get better gear. There is a very heavy emphasis on gathering, refining, and crafting for the best of the best gear, especially the highest rarity gear. So that's another loop outside of just like mob grinding with shit. There's a lot of PvP, and there's also a lot of like world building aspect to it. So keep in mind, a lot of the systems and like the true end game, like I call it the repeatable content, right? That's not present yet in a lot of the systems. We have a lot of things that are very, very like, you know, core gameplay, baseline loop type shit. That's like, okay, did you get to level 25? All right, awesome, more stuff to come. Now, you definitely have to get a little bit creative with it if you're looking to have, you know, thousands of hours of content. But in the current state, you've got the gathering, refining, crafting route. You've got your mob grind route, all open world, which is the traditional sense of things right now in Ashes. Past that, you've got your citizen loop, as I call it, where you become a citizen of an area and you're helping build up that town. You're turning these, all of these empty plots into different buildings, and then those buildings help the entire server get access to gathering, refining, and crafting on a higher level. You've got guild versus guild wars, town versus town wars, and then from there, you'll have sieges. Sieges will eventually lead to a town being completely de-leveled to wilderness, level 0, if they do lose. That's through the settlement death system. That's not in yet, but will be in the long term. So, that's going to be the largest risk, largest reward mode for this, the town side of things. Then you have your guild castles. Guild castles will be coming in, and those will bring with it its own monthly siege system as well. Outside of that, you'll have a lot of, like, land maintenance systems. So the Harbinger update, that's the update that we're getting in November. That's going to bring in the Harbinger system, go figure, which is basically like an area that emanates corruption that will start world events and spawns and basically like things that you have to deal with. If you don't deal with those, then you are going to have larger corrupted areas pop up with more events, and eventually that will spill over into your town and basically like take out buildings, stop you from having node functionality available, and have very large lasting implications on your node. So you have a lot more accessory systems that'll be coming in long term. I mean, honestly, even in the short term, as soon as November, that'll be a system that's in. So there's a good amount to do, but a lot of it is the traditional MMO like power climb sense. The citizen loop does get you a little bit away from that. There will also be a full housing system that does come into the game. That's a real estate based system. You can take the, you know, the player to player vendor, like not vendor, but like player to player market economy very closely. And you can be one of those roaming merchants going place to place, buying things low, selling things high. So I feel as though there is a lot to do. Right now, keep in mind that level 25 is only a midpoint in progression. So yes, it's our current level cap, but level 50 is going to be the level cap on launch. So that's going to be intended to have a lot more of the end game gameplay there. That'll be huge. So as we continue to get more into the true endgame, we'll see more true endgame systems, more accessory systems coming as soon as November. But right now, it definitely does lean towards that traditional MMO sense of like, hit mobs, get stronger to hit harder mobs and hit other players harder, fight other players, build up your towns, and then try to go from there. We patiently await for more though. I'm excited for that. People literally paying Polar to come to events and save their towns, not just Polar, they'll be paying larger guilds in general. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where you'll start to see like the mercenary loop come in as well, as I call it. But a lot of people think the mercenary loop is going to be open to people. Like, I start a mercenary guild, and because I say in global chat, I'm a mercenary looking for hire, people will hire me. Why would you pay me when you could pay the best guild, best player on the server to guard your shit? If I have no guarantee that your shit's gonna get there safely and nobody knows me. If I show up with my mercenaries and they're level 22 in doo-doo ass gear with like fucking flesh rippers and shit, everybody's gonna be like, what am I paying for, right? It'll be like a fire festival of mercenaries, and you do not want that. So, I think that from a mercenary standpoint, that brings in a whole hell of a lot of competition, because if people do want to be a mercenary guild, they're going to have to show that they are a valid mercenary in the first place. So, imagine hitting level 40 and the level 10 benches aren't up yet? Oh, that's not gonna happen at all. What do you mean? Apprentice benches come with tables now. Like, there were apprentice benches before most players hit 25. Like, I don't necessarily think that people are gonna be hitting fucking 40 before a town is leveled. At all. Especially with the pace that we had for things. What, was there even the world first group at level 50 before Winstead hit T3? Or sorry, at 25? I don't even think the world first group did that at that point. And sure as fuck, in terms of the average players, like, they're not gonna be there either. I think they had 25 on day 2. When did Winstead hit T3? What day? It wasn't much past day 3, was it? It doesn't fucking feel like it anyways. Winstead was like day 3 or day 4, no? I think it was day 3. Yeah, your first town hit day 3. Or I should say your first village. And world first, no tables for a few more days. No, are you talking about apprentice level, like, accessibility? All of the basic tables in the marketplace are apprentice now. That was a change to the actual, like, town evolution. How long did it take for Windsward to hit all tier 5 buildings? Listen, man, it's no Everfall. It's no Everfall. Did they change that? Yeah. So now all towns spawn in with apprentice tables in the marketplace, and then the first building that you build is journeyman. So they did speed it up a little bit there. It changed this phase. That's a new change. But now everything in your marketplace, tier 3 or T4, is apprentice. When nodes are T2, you actually get some novice crafting as well. So even in T2, when Kaltorum hit T2, we had lumber, milling, carpentry, stonemasonry, and jewel crafting through T2. I built this whole phase, and you're wrong. No, I'm kidding. It's perfectly okay. There are so many new systems, dude. There are so fucking many. I still find shit out every single day about this phase. Yeah. So that's been a big part of, like, the match, so to say. The first building that goes down, that's journeyman. So they've definitely changed up a lot. You absolutely have people that are hitting level 40 or 50 before journeyman benches are up to a current pace. Yes, but I also don't think those are the players that should be balanced around as my counter to that. I think the second we start balancing around outliers, we've lost the point of what balance is. Your balance point is not your outliers that are either so far ahead of the curve or so far behind the curve that nobody can keep up one way or the other, or they can't keep up with anybody. Your balance point is around Joe Schmo average player that is quite literally your 50% casual player. More casual than half, less casual than half. That is your ideal balance point. And if that player is keeping pace with the benches, then congratulations, most of your server is also keeping pace with the benches. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Polar is a small percentage of the entirety of the populace. So is Cats. So is Dunehold. So is Stoic. So is Hard. And at the end of the day, even those guilds that have played a lot before, you combine us all, we don't represent a majority of the population. There's a lot more RPers and shit out there than people want to realize. A lot more people that don't even join a guild than people want to realize and give credit to. And those are the people that the point of balance is intended for, not the people who don't go to sleep for multiple days on launch. That's my thought anyways. The second balance is intended for those elite people, that means that that's the point at which you're expected to play the game. Balance is expectation, balance is everything. And the second one, I didn't say short, dumb, and stupid. What the hell do you mean? But that's also where I think some people kind of lose sight of it. Because if they have balance around the world first group, then everybody else is so fucking pressed out of it by that time that the economy doesn't even matter because there's so much already flooded into it. Like, nothing matters at that point. So it is a delicate balance. But I definitely feel as though, and this shouldn't be too controversial of a take, if you do not sleep for multiple days to play a game, you should probably run out of things to do compared to somebody that's been sleeping. You should probably hit a ceiling at some point where you have to wait for the normal human beings to catch up. That'll happen at some point regardless. There will always be a ceiling. Soft ceilings, hard ceilings, all of that. So, I feel like crashing out against Ashes. Do you believe in this game in the next 2 years? Do I? Yeah, fuck yeah. I wouldn't be streaming it if I didn't. I quite literally left a game that I didn't believe in to come over here because I believe in Ashes so heavily. Genuinely, if you want to see a game that is worth crashing out about and doesn't have any hope for the next few years, go look at New World. New World just recently dropped their Season 9 update, which had literally nothing in it. And the second Season 9 came out, streamers were like, man, Season 10's gonna save us. Season 10's gonna be the one. They look multiple seasonal releases out for content because 3 years post-launch, they're still trying to get it together over there. I think it's okay to recognize that Ashes isn't perfect right now, and some things in Ashes will absolutely make you want to crash out. But it's also a matter, for me at least, Intrepid's a developer that, you know, doesn't have all their shit together. I think they'd say that as well. They're figuring it out on the go. They have a lot of people coming in that, you know, are new to the team that are figuring it out. And they're all trying to put the pieces together the same way that we are as gamers right now. And from that standpoint, I think that that's natural. I think that's a growing pain of a new developer. I think that that is a growing pain of an alpha, right? So it's better for us to have these problems now than have them 3 years post-launch like New World. And from that standpoint, like, I will never be like, I don't know. Like, I'm sure I'll crash out at some points because of Ashes. But my perspective will never leave me that we have all of the things that we have right now in an alpha. And previously, I was begging for, like, a basic level of communication from developers as a content creator for a game that, like, that just couldn't find its routes, right? No, dude, speak your mind all you want here, man. Ashes systems are not, like, all there. It's not a finished game. Like, just annoyed with Ashes? That's okay. Hear me out, that's fucking fine. I think it's perfectly okay to be annoyed. We've actually been bitching about a lot of the econ changes and the drop rate changes today because we feel like it's all over the place. Yeah, like, believe you me, we get that. Like, I love Ashes. I really do. But even I can sit here and be like, yeah, things aren't perfect right now. There are a lot of changes that are going back and forth. And as Voyle said, if you're annoyed with a game, it means you care. Yeah, absolutely. You want people that are passionate enough to be like, all right, what the fuck are you doing to the system I like, right? But it's important to remember that we as a player base have a very good platform, especially right now, to say what we want, to provide our feedback, right? And I think that a lot of players forget that, and they think that nobody's gonna listen if you're bitching about the things that annoy you. And I can tell you personally, it's the opposite. everyone from Intrepid wants to listen and wants to make this shit better. And I don't think a single person from Intrepid would hear your complaints and go, nah, fuck you, why are you annoyed? This shit's perfect. I don't think any of them would. They're real over there, dog. So that's one of the things I like about it, right? And that's why I do believe in it, very much so, is because they're actively like, hey, please bitch to us. Please give us your feedback. But I always try to remind the community as well. As frustrated as we may be about systems and stuff, it is definitely important to remember that there's a difference between bitching and providing feedback. And I think a lot of people are quick to bitch, especially on like Reddit and Discord and stuff. And they're very quick to be like, well, this system sucks. And then they have an opportunity to elaborate on what sucks about the system. And they're like, well, all of it, it's just stupid. And I don't like it. It's face. And I'm like, man, come on, form a sentence, please. So believe you me, dog, we talk about the goods, the bads, and the uglies of Ashes a lot. Believe you me, half of my community's ugly. We talk about them a lot. And it's that realistic stance, I think, that makes people want to tune in to this stream and hang out. Because we're willing to be like, yeah, these things aren't perfect. These things are good. These things aren't the best. These things will get better later. I'm not here to tell you can't fucking be upset about an alpha being an alpha. That'd be ridiculous. There are some things that annoy me with this game, dog. Like, believe you me, you've come to the right place for that. We're not dooming. We're not coping too much. Like, there's a little bit of cope in this heart, right? But at the end of the day, that's because I really want the MMO scene to do well, and I cope for every MMO a little bit at my, you know, just basest of levels. I just want MMOs to be way better than they are. But I'm also willing to, ooh, wowie-wee-wah. Holy shit. Guys, anybody need these? I'm thinking about listing them on G2G if we do not need them. I think that might be the appropriate play. Jesus Christ. What I like about you is that you're reasonable. Some streamers protect a lot of themselves by the game they play to a point where they think they're the dev. I don't think I'm the dev at all. And I think like that's one of the important things too. I think a lot of content creators are very entitled. Just genuinely. Like I think a lot of people very much have a mic and a camera and think they're way more important than they are and that their feedback matters way more than it does. I'm no different than any other player in this playtest. I'm not here to tell people they have to like this shit. I'm just here to hang out, dude. If people choose to watch my content, then great. I'm not, my incentivization, I don't make money and pay my bills off of selling copies of this game. I make money and pay my bills off of people saying, you know what, Dusty, I like your content. Here's 5 gifted. That's what pays my bills. And at the end of the day, I'm not here to bullshit people and lie to people and ruin my own reputation as a person just to shill out for some developer that doesn't pay me at all. Like, maybe if Intrepid gave me a whole shitload of clams, I'd lie a little bit. But genuinely, like, I like being able to sit here and talk about things as a consumer. I'm a player. I play the game a lot, but I'm also Gravon. The 5, brother, I appreciate you. Fucking legend. An absolute king. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Gravon. My goat. Dude, you guys are too good to me. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys choose to do the things you do. You guys are fucking insane. I love y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Cheese'll know. I think that's 25 for the big cheese. Oh, 24 for the big cheese. Gravon, thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much. Much love. But yeah, man, like, I really like being able to be here and talk about the game and shit. And just talk about it with the community. And I'm sure some of the feedback makes its way up just organically. I don't bug Intrepid. I don't try to get in their ears about things. I'm not DMing Steven. I'm not DMing every dev that I know being like, hey, this is what I think. I leave them the fuck alone, dude. Like, I'm just here to be a player. Literally. I'm just here to be a player. And the fact that people show up and hang out is a bonus. Beefy, what up, dude? It's almost like they realize they ask people to pay $300+ to fund a passion project and to playtest their game to be able to receive feedback to make it better. Yes! And it's crazy that motherfuckers forget that. Dude, I don't I don't get it. why some people are so dense and think that like Intrepid doesn't want feedback. They're like, man, if I bring this up, Intrepid's just gonna ignore me. Like, no, brother, most of the changes that we have right now are because of community feedback. If anything, I think they have listened to too much community feedback this phase, and they've been too quick with changes because the community's a bunch of bitch-ass hoes. That's how I feel. And I really, really, really wish that sometimes they'd listen to the community a little less and be like, hey, we understand you guys don't like the drop rates right now, but you're just gonna have to go fuck yourself for 2 weeks. I'd like that shit, because now we've got a goddamn teeter-totter of drop rates going up, down, and all around like I'm helicoptering my cock around. Nobody knows what tomorrow's drop rates are gonna be. Nobody knows if they should farm or if they should gather or if they should just fuck off and play Borderlands 4. And I just want some goddamn consistency. You experience any lag in game? Yes. Definitely. Definitely. When DDoSs and stuff are happening, it gets much, much, much worse. There will be some intermittent, very like sparse, you know, connectivity issues through like DDoSs and stuff, sometimes more consistent than others. Outside of DDoSs, which they've been actively trying to mitigate this phase, they do have sometimes some population issues, but I don't get hit with that lag nearly as much as anything else. Like, outside of when they announce that there are DDoSs coming in and actively being mitigated, my lag is very minimal. Very, very, very minimal. Like, gameplay performance-wise, frames are super consistent. That's awesome. So, I think that's great, but as a crafter, I love the drop rates. Crafting is fun, it makes money. You don't find me with the most. Does it work with this? Me? Personally, no. I actually, like, I talk about this a lot. I'm in favor of a crafter-driven economy. But I also think that people should be able to find baseline gear if they are ahead of that crafter-driven economy through mob drops. I just think that crafting should be the consistent, you know, available in-stock surplus of like plain white t-shirts. And then you should also, yo, Just Show, thank you for the gifties, dude. Fucking legend. Fucking legends out here, man. You guys are truly insane. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you guys for all the support. It means the world that people just show up and hang out and shit like that, man. Genuinely means the world. Why are archers casting spells, or aren't they archers? A lot of an archer's spells that they cast will be a little bit, you know, bow-based, so to say. Like, you've got your snipes, you've got your actual, like, ranger-based things, you've got your traps as well. You have your marks, which are a little bit more in the spell aspect of things, right? But I do also think in terms of, like, the lore, not to give you, like, a, well, actually, everybody that's on this, like, material plane in Vera, the world that we're in, is somewhat attuned with magic. So the class is like, you know, you're still putting out snipes, you're putting out thundering shots, you're putting out barrages, you're putting stuff like that going out. And it's meant to be like canon magic, but there is definitely a little bit of a magical element to every class. I mean, I put intimidating aura up and then magic comes out around me once a second for 8 seconds. So I would say, like, at least from my standpoint, I feel as though a ranger plays like a ranger, or like a WoW hunter, right? You've got your different marks like a WoW hunter. You've got your aim shot, you've got your arcane shot, you've got your follow-ups, you've got your traps, you've got your feign death, you've got a lot. You've got aspects, like everything. So, stings, like, I just think canonically in most MMOs, a ranger usually has some sort of chonky chunk. Is there a mage there? Because all elementals I watch are being casted by archers. Oh, like in the group. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you meant just like in general. Oh, I'm so sorry. So this group in particular, we actually don't have any rangers in right now. So in Ashes, every archetype or every class can simultaneously use a ranged weapon and a melee weapon. And you kind of like freely switch back and forth between those, and they both cumulatively add to your total like power output, your stats and everything there, right? So from that standpoint, like, you'll see me with a bow right now. Jinso is one of our mages. He has a bow on too. So basically, the bow is just like a choice of one of the range weapons. A lot of us tend to use bows because they're common drops, they're pretty solid pieces, and it's, in terms of longbow, the longest attack range of any of the range weapons. So we have Jinso's a mage. He's casting a whole lot of like actual spells despite using his bow and stuff. And you'll see that from a lot of different classes. So the difference between, like, you know, Jinso dropping... Jinso, I'm so sorry, by the way. I'm getting fucking pirate software right now. I can't play the game. I am in the middle of DDoSville, dude. It is just my client. I don't know what it is right now, but I think it's literally just my client. Oh, it's you too? Okay. So the weapons aren't role-based? Correct. Yeah, exactly. So it's very sandboxy in terms of the weapons and the armor sets, actually. So not only is there a physical and a magical scaling version of every weapon, so there are like bows and spell bows and wands and energy wands, which are like your physical wands. You also have the armor splits. So light, medium, and heavy can all be worn by every class. The biggest difference is that heavy gives you all physical mitigation, medium gives you a split between phys and magic, and then light is all magic. So it's a little bit more of like a, you know, a sandboxy, own your character, own your gearing type thing than a lot of MMOs that have those role-based defined matchups of like gearing, which some people will like, some people will be like, it ruins my immersion a little bit. You can still use whatever weapons you want for immersion. Just the reasons why people are using, you know, a lot of the gear that they can get right now. It's still early in the server, so there's not a ton available. So we're all just kind of using whatever we got. And carpentry is a really, you know, pumpable trade skill. We have a carpenter right now that can help put out bows and everything. So the bows tend to be pretty easily findable, pretty beneficial to use, and really just a range weapon of choice for a lot of people. So yes, the classes are what will make your role. So like exclamation classes will get you a nice little graphic to help understand kind of like how the long-term class grid will look. There will be 64 class options. It's way simpler than 64 unique classes though. You'll have 8 unique base archetypes, and those will basically determine like what your active abilities are, your passives, and your tree. Then you'll be able to augment that active with elements of any other archetype. So like if I go tank cleric, I'll still have all of my tank abilities like I do now, but then I'll augment some of those abilities with either like life or death augments based on that cleric side. So it'll definitely be a pretty cool system, and definitely leans a little bit more on like you take control of how you want to play. I can make a mage using a sword and staff like Gandalf. Yes! Yes! Like, staves aren't fully in yet, so that'll be another weapon type that we do get. They have been put on the codex, though, before. So staves will be later on, but, like, right now you could do a sword and, like, a focus in your main hand. So you'd have that sword and then that, like, orb in your offhand to give you more power scaling. You could do a sword and a shield as a caster, and then in your offhand you could have whatever range weapon you wanted as well. So you could do like a wand for right now, or a book, or when staves are added, if those are like, you know, a range staff, then you're up tremendous. I saw a cleric with a wand and a shield. Yup. You can do literally whatever you want with your character in this game. And the cool thing about it is you don't really have to completely like sub-optimize, as I call it. Sometimes to actually have Ferry getting ready from Anvils to the Riverlands, 50 cents per patron. Boys, I love that. Seven's been cooking with that ferry. I fucking love that. Somebody's literally a ferryman running loops. That is so awesome. Like, shit like that makes me so happy. Okay. But yeah, genuinely, like, you can do whatever you want, whenever you want with your character in Ashes. We have a meme called Clank. And very simply, we yell Clank. And that is a cleric tank. That's whenever we see a cleric that wants to be in big, beefy armor, sitting up front, just smacking shit. Spears and orbs should be cool. We got spears already. Ken, thank you for that, Jake. Clank! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Clank overrules all. The Clank is the alpha, the omega, everything in between. The Clank is unstoppable, unflappable, unfuckwittable. Yo, Beefy, what up, dog? We love the Clank in this house. Who's that standing behind you? Ah! It's the nun! Bro, can you imagine if I could actually afford to pay the nun? Now, what you don't realize is I have a rear view mirror. I got my little stream preview right here. So if anyone ever hits me with that, I don't even have to be like, huh, huh. I know A, I got my dog Plank right there, dual wielding like crazy. And B, if I see a nun, my ass is fucking scooting. My ass is scooting. You know from New World, I look at this monitor when I play. I don't look at this monitor. This is where my game is. This is where my chat is. When I was playing New World, I was looking at that monitor the whole goddamn time. I'd be an outpost rush and motherfuckers would be like, wait a second. Are you not looking at something? I'm gonna invite Evo. Okay, massive. I probably won't be here for like an insane amount longer tonight. I want to be able to get good eeps because I gotta get up early tomorrow. Gonna run a couple errands. Sacred on Dusty. Playing that Sacred. I buy that. Grab a 10. Look at top left. You see this top left? Zom, what do you mean you don't see this top left? Zom, what do you mean bottom right? Zombie, we just collapsed on nobody. What the fuck is this? No, just kidding. That was more Apple's calling strategy. Miss every single collapse and then just go from there. Just try to make it work. I respect it though. I respect it. I will say, as much as I love dipping my toes into divine flares, ain't none better than having to try to sumo wrestle a motherfucker out of my sacred when I'm at 10 HP. I miss Sacred Grounds. I wish there was a little bit of an area that I had to hold just slightly more than Divine Flare. Maybe like higher rank Divine Flare once ranks are added, leave a lingering effect on the ground after, so I hit the Divine Flare and then I stay in it slightly after the fact for more tick. Maybe that'll give me my shade of Sacred Ground. I don't know, man. I don't know, but as a melee, I will say that shit made you feel like a melee. You just held that sacred area, and if you didn't, you were cooked. A full army of clankers up in this bitch. A full army. Brother, that's how I felt most New World Wars. I was fighting the clankers, I was carrying the clankers. It was bad. It was bad. But yeah, I mean, I really, really, really like Ash's combat, I will say. Divine Flare is great. I'm sure there will be more things that make melee feel a little bit more melee in the long term of things, but ranks are also going to be quite cool. Ranks are going to be really fucking cool. Plank has your back? Oh, Plank always has my back. Plank's fucking dual wielding, dog. Plank is strapped up, ready for that action at all times, no matter what. Brother's got the dual wield. Brother's got... I should get him a helmet or something. We should slowly just like kit Plank out over time and just get him more and more bis. That would be fucking awesome. He needs a helm? I'll see if I can find one. Maybe I run a couple errands tomorrow and I go to like, I don't know, like a helmet store. Chat, what would be my best store for finding like a combat ready battle helm? Think Walmart or more like Home Depot? I feel like Home Depot because you can do it, we can help. And so like if I need a battle ready combat helm, Home Depot could help. Whereas Walmart, what's Walmart's logo? Harbor Freight? Yo, Harbor Freight is such a good value as well because they got the lifetime guarantee on the combat helm. It might not be like the bougiest combat helm right off rip, but my dad's old saying whenever he bought me my combat helms from Harbor Freight was, son, it may not be the most expensive, but if you use it enough to break it, then you know you need the more expensive one. And those words always stayed with me. So I absolutely agree. Maybe I do Harbor Freight that shit. It's a goddamn lifetime guarantee. If you do end up going through it, just return it and get a better one. You're fucking set, brother. I get it. That shit checks out. Harbor Freight goated. It's pretty much spooky season. Can probably find all kinds of cool stuff for Plank. Oh, that's true. We could do like Plankoween. We could like get Plank all kitted out for Halloween. We could do like Jack-o'-lantern. Wait. Huh. All right. I have plans. I have plans. Maybe we'll make him like a super scary costume so he jump scares all of you guys. Very, very scary wood. We need a spooky biome in Ashes. I agree. One area that I really liked the aesthetic of in WoW that I don't think got enough love back in the day was Deadwind Pass. I think Deadwind Pass in WoW was just so creepy and old and like ominous. It looked like a horror movie set. I don't know, I liked that shit, but I agree, some spooky areas, some spooky mobs, some jump scares that randomly go on your screen, like you're just killing mobs and all of a sudden it's like, ah! Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm down. Keep you on your toes. There's risk reward associated with everything in life. The risk is that you shit your pants. Was amazing? Yeah. I mean, I can't wait till we get more biomes with more diversity to it too, but I do also see some cool elements where it's like, we've got the anvils up here. The anvil's fucking gorgeous, so Crucible had some burnt trees and shit. Crucible looks like it could be quite good for it. I will say, yeah, Crucible looks like it'll be quite nice for that spookiness. You do also have, I mean, let's see. I feel as though Illyrium's gonna be like very red and like volcano-y. Very ominous. This gives me some possible spooky vibes through here. Swamps on the next continent? Yeah. Swamps could be a good one too, absolutely, in that like Middle Eastern part of the continent. Yes. Can't wait to see what this game will look like on full release one day. I'm excited. Now, the good news is, I'm also having a whole lot of fun right now. So, while I'm excited for a release one day, I just hope that they take their time to do what they need to make release as good as it actually can be. That is my biggest hope. I want them to hit the ground running when it does release and not have to do what New World did. I love New World. I still love New World to this day, and I want to see it do so well. But it's not going to, and I don't believe in it enough for it to do well at this point because they've had so many times to actually correct the ship, and they can't. And I don't want Ashes to go down that same route. 100,000% take their time, give us a good game. Yep. I will legitimately wait as long as needed. I will sit here streaming every single day. Streamed 806 days in a row. It's not gonna stop anytime soon. At all. It's just not. I will be here every single day, providing feedback on shit that my community and myself deem is worthy to provide feedback on. I will just sit with the goods and the bads, the ups and the downs. If I ever need to take a break, brother, I'll just take a fucking break. Isn't that crazy? But I'm really excited for the future of Ashes. I think my community is excited. I'm very excited. I would like to keep building our community in game, the community here on stream, to, you know, points that we never thought it would be when we first came over here. And I really believe that we're going to be able to do that. And I believe that we're going to be able to do something quite well over here. Ferry getting ready. Dude, I love the ferry. Leaving in 5 minutes. What a fucking Chad. What a fucking Chad. They have a normal van. Wait, what do you mean they have a normal van? Wait, they're doing it on a van? Bro, we gotta get brother a boat. Wait, we should all crowdfund to get this guy a boat. What? Nah, that's insanity. I respect that, but that's mad lad behavior. If they tell us one day they need an extra year, then I'll gladly accept that. Yeah, 1000%. 1000%. So they get more amazing dubs in the future. I hope they will. I mean, they have grown so much already. We gotta remember, this is Intrepid's first game they've ever put out. This isn't like it's a AAA studio putting out a AAA game. Like, this is a first-time developer. They have so many developers that have come in and taken a chance on this project, on this studio, and more will continue to do so. They went from 12 employees to currently over 250 employees working on the project, and they are still going to grow more. I'm excited for it. And of course, as I always say, shit's not perfect. Ashes may end up dropping and disappointing a whole lot of people. At the end of the day, at least I got something to believe in. I think it's gonna do really well. I haven't been disappointed so far. I haven't even come close to losing faith or losing hope or anything like that. I think that it continues to get much better, and the problems of today are not the problems of Phase 2 or Phase 2.5. And people tend to forget that. We genuinely have it so good now, in my opinion. So good. And people just want to look at it and be like, nothing's changing, no progress is making, it's all bad. It's all cooked, it's all bad, it's all buns. Fun 7 will show our support for the town. I don't have enough to give him a full boat myself. I don't have those capabilities. I wish that I did, but I don't. Would be nice though. Would be nice. Someday soon I'll have all the money. We got a little bit of glint from being out here, boys. We're up tremendous. Hopefully everybody in that group's pumping though. Phase 1 was quite rough. Gargantuan steps from there. Phase 2, Phase 2.5, all progress. Literally all progress. Yes. People forget in Phase 2, there was that constant bug as soon as you were in a party where it would stop allocating your party experience and rewards, and you would have to disband the party, log out, log back in, and then reform the party once every like 10 minutes. It was really fucking annoying. And I can say that it was annoying now because I had to deal with it. That shit sucked. And I'm glad that a lot of our problems now are past core functional things bugging. And it's now just like, oh, well, our drop rates are too high or low. Wah. We got good problems now, boys. We got very, very, very good problems. And if someone ever tells you that nothing has changed in between X date and now, brother, you just pull up some old P1 gameplay or anything you can find and just have fun. Have fun. I actually don't think you can find P1 gameplay. But you pull up any of that, you look at how things were a while ago. I mean, even as little as fucking a year ago. You go back 12 months, completely different state of affairs. Gotcha. Yeah, some true Junior Node style seems to be ready. Hoping they come soon. Ooh, that would be nice as well. Yes, yes, yes. Having that actual, like, dwarven influence on the node structure. Yep, I would like that. I'd like that a lot. I would fucking love that. More of that little, like, I don't know, just aesthetic quality in the game. For people that really do value that'll be fucking massive. How are you guys doing on XP? I'm assuming everybody's fucking pumping at this point. Very well should be anyways. Very, very, very well should be. I am getting very EP though. So it'll probably be a sleep angle relatively soon. 86%. Alright, we'll get Barbies done. We'll get Barbies to 21, and then that way it'll be fast as fuck tomorrow. Because like 20 to 21 out here actually takes longer than 21 to 23. And yes, I mean 21 to 23. Like the full 2 levels. 20 to 21 is the longest level in this entire grind because you're only getting like credit for half the mobs. So it gets real quick after that. So we'll get that finished up before I sleep. And then that should leave everybody in a pretty good spot. We had Cheese hit 24 earlier. So he should be getting close to 25. I don't know, probably within a little bit. When a level I went from 22 to 25 before someone went from 18 to 19. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is huge. So the most XP that we've clocked here so far is about 1.8 million an hour. But we could definitely push that up higher if we had an optimal group. You'll notice I just solo tank outside of the group. If we had a full bard, full cleric in my group, and then they had like one DPS, or sorry, one cleric, one bard in theirs, then it'd be kind of cooking. There's a better spot and more tech here. Are you talking like shardlings or something? Because think about this spot. Walk into the water every now and then for 10% more XP. Yeah, so you can just walk over, dip your toes, get the lawless buff, and then come back over. Yeah, it's pretty smart. Pretty smart. Until someone comes along and contests you. Yeah, you could probably always... Or tank near the water. Tanking near the water kind of sucks over here because they reset over that way. Like, you can't pull a lot of the far ones, but... Yeah, everyone could probably just AoE pump in the water and then go from there. Literally just have DPS sit in the water and then I just pull on the shore. I'm sure that'd work pretty well. There are so many good spots for this, though, honestly. Just a metric fuckload of good spots. Spot where you can do that on an island around you. Is it that one? I don't think that island has spawns, though, does it? I don't think. Maybe there's another island elsewhere, but north. Oh, like in the Trops? Yeah, Trops has a couple spots as well. Trops has some solid ones. Percent to 24. Swag. That's fucking perfect. Where is Polar? Alright, he's coming back with mobs right now. Dude, I have to blow my nose again. I don't know what it is. I'm getting so fucking stuffy. I'm like getting stuffier later in the night. It's probably because I have my window open and the pollen demons are getting me. Flawless flagging his attack if you're not contested or streaming. I don't even think streaming matters that much, honestly. I don't necessarily think people would come all the way out here to, like, just try to bother a group that's flagged up. Maybe somebody would, but at this point as well, if it's anybody that is, like, dumb enough to flag up, then they're probably just going to get cooked. I mean, maybe if somebody wants to bring an entire guild out to contest, but we probably have more people that pull up, but I don't think that flag was intentional. Uh-oh. Wait. I don't know if they can heal me. Uh-oh. All is scary. All is scary. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're all good. We can't heal you. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's all okay. I don't need heals, man. Heals are overrated. Heals are a figment of my imagination. Some heals do. It doesn't feel like it! Ah! Oh, there we go. The big heals coming back in. We're set. We're so good. We're balling. Eh. The big trip. The big combo going out. All right, we're so set. It's incredibly easy. All right, let your flags wear off real quick so you guys can actually heal me. I gotta go blow my nose again. I'm gonna pull the mobs over here. I'll be right back. Don't die. Alright, sorry. Oh, I've been so stuffy tonight. My sincerest apologies. I don't know why my allergies are fucking kicking my ass up. It's weird the day that I don't smoke bowls that my allergies are worse. I don't understand. When did drop rates change? Day 3 of the server, and then day 7 of the server, and then yesterday. There's like a change log of drop rates at this point. They've changed a few times already, so they raised them and then lowered them. And then this is the current lower drop rate. So there are a lot fewer drops that are coming from points of interest, especially. Primarily just, you know, Steel Bloom, Carfin, shit like that. Definitely reduce the amount of drops that people are getting out of there. What the fuck is up with my camera right now? My camera just like wouldn't stop me from strafing. That was so weird. But yeah, so drop rates have been changed up a good bit. I think most people are feeling like they drop way less frequently now, or just items drop way less frequently now, especially in those POIs. Now, I think Carfin and Forge were already kind of like not the highest drop rate areas, but like Steel Bloom was way too high, in my opinion, like absolutely ridiculously high, too high, and that got nerfed deservedly, but I think a lot of things got nerfed that probably shouldn't have got nerfed, as I don't really think there were that many egregious outliers that were dropping too much here. So, definitely worth checking out. I would not be surprised if, in Phase 3 fashion, the drop rates do get changed again within a couple of days, so killing enemies can drop gear could have fooled me. I mean, the last 2 days, it's been a little rough. I mean, we have found decent pieces of gear out of here. I guess last night we were running a bit hot, because we were here last night and found like 5 pieces of level 20 gear in a little over an hour. So, I guess on my end, I was probably running a little hot last night, but we had pretty solid luck over here. Gear drop, but it still costs 8 to 10 gold on the TV. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's not like you can just get that instantly. No, but it's also not like there are going to be a ton of people farming that up, right? So, I mean, I think in terms of the people that are getting enough surplus to actually sell their gear, that's also going to be a pretty limited percentage of the player base right now. So it's definitely not like you're getting that instantly, right? But you are definitely getting it pretty easy. Like, Steel Bloom jewelry is, by many metrics, the best starting jewelry set in the game right now for level 25s. You can get an entire jewelry set for like, or could, for 5 gold. It was not that expensive at all. Like, you can grab the jewelry now. Even before crafting, though, it was quite cheap. Even before crafting, it was incredibly cheap. it like early was maybe 5 gold an item, but even like before it was craftable, before the before the jewel crafting came out, it was already down to like less than 2 gold a pop, which I think was pretty cooked. Pretty cooked. And like steel bloom weapons and stuff, yes, they're gonna sell for quite a bit, but we also have to keep in mind 6 gold isn't that unacquirable for like a level 20 piece. But once you get in there, if you get in with an 8-man, dude, it's not even like you had to have a raid in there. You got in there with an 8-man, and I think part of it too was that any mobs that were level 18 or above were gonna be dropping level 20 gear in steel bloom. And I think that's part of one of the problems, probably, is that there was just so much that was actively dropping that gear that seemed a little bit fucky. So I'm sure they get it sorted out in the long term. I'm confident in our sandaled overlords. I'm hoping. But good golly, I just think steel bloom was a problem all along. I don't want to point fingers. I don't want to be like that bastard steel bloom's eating the cats in the street. But I think steel bloom's eating the cats in the street. We need all the 29 so Barbie can level. I said we finish Barbie's level before sleep. Barbie, what percent are you now? I feel like it's got to be like close to 1% for every, maybe like 0.5%, but 97? Oh, goddamn. Wait, that was close as fuck. Yeah, it's going to be close to 1% for every kill. Especially if they're level 29. Yeah, that's happening fast as fuck. All right, we're up tremendous. We're gonna go back this way. Good day, sirs. My hunters. Could the gear changes be aimed at EU less populated server? No, I don't even think they acknowledge that EU exists. That server's fucking cooked. I'll be completely real. I think EU server probably shouldn't even be acknowledged as a point of balance. There are substantially fewer people on it comparatively to NA, and as a result, all of their data is going to be skewed in a worse way. And I think that all of the EU players on the EU server should have just listened to Intrepid and come over to the server that would have been a one global server for the start of this phase. So Intrepid could have had better data. But a lot of people wanted to throw a fit and act like they know better than Intrepid Studios. So now EU has a server that has like a few hundred concurrent on it. Awesome job, guys. Awesome job. Proud of all of you. I appreciate them not all being here stealing my stuff at night. Yeah. I mean, I am glad that there's now like a downtime on the server to farm. I don't like that entire, not like that entire part of the community, but like a part of that community thought that they knew so much better than Intrepid did and literally like fucking caused an uproar because Intrepid was like, hey guys, we would really like to have everybody over on this one server for dynamic gridding testing. You guys will get an EU server throughout P3. It's just not gonna happen right now. And they back that up with player number data. They back that up with a lot. But for some reason, a non-zero portion of EU wanted to go, well, what about me, god damn it? Why do you only care about the Americans? Pubs would have been a good start for dynamic gridding already, but no, we want our own server. Yeah, man, absolutely. Because playing on 20 lower ping is worth cucking an entire early phase of progression. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lord knows that was the best decision they could have made. I had somebody come into chat the other day excited that EU servers finally had PvP. Like just any form of PvP. I have heard horror stories, and then there are like 2 people that are like, no, it's not dead. And I'm like, oh, really now? Oh, really? Oh, EU is down horrendous. EU is down fucking horrendous right now in terms of their server. And if you asked most EU players, they will be like, yeah, Dusty, we're hoping for a server merge over here. And then there's always that one that's like, no, this server's awesome. There's so many more people here than the end of phase 2.5 when nobody was playing the game. Bye, rat. Yeah, oh wait, did he actually help with the EU server push? Yeah, brother said he was gonna come back and then left faster than he did the first time. Like, I don't even think he leveled or anything, did he? Didn't he like stream it for 2 days and then just quit again? How the mighty have fallen, dog. From, we want to smoke with everyone, we're at war with everyone, and we will give every single guild these hands until they fall. To now OSRSing. I don't know, man. Everyone is now an op. God, gee. What about... Oh, wait. Who leveled? Barbie leveled? Yeah, how many of those were on players level 10 or higher? And what matters more? You thinking everybody's an op? Or one scary tank boy with a reflect? Yo, Italian, of course, dude, of course. I hope they help out. Listen, you can lightning strike me for all you want, but I will lightning strike you for more, and I don't even have a lightning strike. I don't know, man. The other Pirates Guild leader is live every day on Dune. I haven't seen him on Ashes once this phase. Is that his mod? Kronos or whatever? Because hasn't Kronos been streaming and getting almost as many viewers as Pirate Software now? I don't know why. I don't even watch Pirate Software, but Kronos gets put in my, like, my Twitch recommended now. I've never watched his stream. The only time that I even knew he existed was the whole, like, Pirate Software drama, because he's, like, a mod or something that claimed to be a lawyer and isn't a lawyer or something like that. There was a whole thing that I found on Reddit about that. Yeah, wait, that's actually the other leader? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, maybe when Intrepid adds that new money laundering system for guilds, where, like, officers will be able to launder money and commit fraud for the guild leaders, then maybe they'll come back. What a downfall. What an actual fucking downfall from greatness. Went from a top 5 streamer on all of Twitch to getting pushed off of Ashes of Creation. Oh my god. Guys lost more viewers than I'll probably ever have. But holy shit, can you imagine how much different things would be for him if he just said, yo, that's my bad. I could have saved you guys. Like, the whole bill's worth it. You could be any way in the world. You choose to be this way. I'll have you know, my ferrets worked 7 years at Blizzard. And I'm reporting you directly to them. And they still work at Blizzard. And all of those reports are gonna go directly to them. And you, buddy, you're gonna get banned. And I hope it was worth getting banned, because also, they're gonna ban you from IRL too, buddy. You think this just breaks down to the stream? No, bitch. I'm a white hat hacker for the fucking FBI, CIA, NBC, and NCIS. Yes, that's right. That's right. You don't know who the fuck you're messing with, buddy. You just made the list? Brother, you are the list now. I threw out the entire old list, and now you are the fucking list. There's nothing else on my list except for you getting exactly what you want. No, exactly what you deserve and none of what you want. I think it is. Is it, I hope you get all of what you deserve and none of what you want? Something like that. Something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but something threatening. I'm threatening you. Yeah, man, I don't know. A lot of people in the community They asked me if I thought Pirate Software was gonna come back for P3. And I said, hell nah, because he's got a lot of uncashed checks that people are waiting to drop off with him. He got a lot of yaps to pay out with a lot of PvP. And I honestly think he made an even worse decision going to EU instead of NA. Most NA guilds didn't really give a shit about him anymore. I'll be completely honest. Like, everyone already exposed that he was bad at the game and that his guild was bad at the game. And they got exposed. Nobody really needed to prove that anymore. People were only going to fuck with him on NA if he was in a position to be fucked with. Like, people weren't going to go out of their way to do that. He literally tried to kill Stop Killing Games, which was a very passionate thing for EU, and then tried to roll on EU to have a smoother gameplay experience. He's not even on EU. Well, no, but he went to EU for the start of Phase 3 and said he was playing on EU when all of the EU people wanted to give him hands more than the NA people. It was, something. It was something. Okay, is everybody leveled? Everybody good? How we doing? I see Barbie got 21. Gravon's 23. All right, give me one more pull, Jinso. One more pull, and then we'll call it. Because I gotta get up a little early tomorrow. I gotta pump 92.3. God damn it. To what? 24? Oh, word. We can get your 25 finished up tomorrow. Easy peasy. How are the new drop rates increased or reduced? Reduced. Substantially. I don't feel like grinding the levels. Take your time, brother. Take your time. Nothing to, you know, nothing to saying that you have to grind it all right now. It's a long phase. There's still a lot of development left in Ashes. Take your time, dog. Take your time. Conrad, what up, dude? Very much enjoy watching your stream. Gonna buy the alpha access now to start the game. I appreciate that, man. Exclamation Ashes if you're popping over that way. Keep in mind you do have that refund period as well, so definitely nothing too stressful to hop into. Exclamation Guild and exclamation Ashes will be your best friends in terms of commands for the next little bit of time, man. I appreciate the kind words. We'd be more than happy to have you with us, and welcome in, man. Hit level 10. Should I try to craft my own adept gear? Nah, I would hit up the guild Discord. We have a lot of crafters that are already adept, and we probably also have a lot of gear that is just like available to be handed out. I know like a lot of our casters probably have extra shit. So I would pop into the guild Discord and just in like PvE chat or something be like, yo, just hit level whatever. Oh, your side button? I was like, what the fuck is that? Finally found it. Do you guys have an apprentice animal husbandry person? We do in the Alliance, yeah. What the fuck is the name of the animal husbandry person? They're in hard. Who the fuck? It's a very short name. I feel like I should remember this. What the fuck is the name? I'm brain farting on the animal husbandry person. Hard has an apprentice animal husbandrist. Chat! Sib and Fear? Okay, thank you. It was Fear. Yep. Okay, cool. So there are two now. I don't think we have an apprentice animal husbandrist in hard. Well, you didn't think hard enough. Not our Sib? The other Sib. Yeah. Our Sib is the, our Sib is the scribe. Oh, shit.
Carlo just brought me back in a side button for my Depot wireless. She lost the side button long ago. And then I immediately just dropped the side button and lost it again. She lost one of her side buttons when she dropped her mouse. And so my spare G Pro has just been sitting here without a side button for so long. And it's returned to its former glory. Part of the game? Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's right through the website, and then you'll download the standalone Ashes of Creation launcher from there. All of your updates and stuff will be right through there. And once you log in, you won't have to go to the website really for much else, honestly. So yeah, let us know if you have any questions, dude. Definitely hop into the guild Discord. We are more than happy to take in any players of any competitive, casual, anything in between. We've got multiple guilds set up so we can do exactly that and get people the best experience possible. So, exclamation guild, hop on by, and we can definitely get you spread away. Boys, if anyone's new tonight, by the way, I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out this evening. My name is Dusty. I do stream every single day, starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I usually stream 8 to 12 hours a day of Ashes. So if you guys are looking for Ashes content, if you guys are enjoying the content, please do me a favor, drop the follow so you know when I go live every day. We did recently hit 9K followers, and we are very, very, very quickly working our way up to 10K. So, huge milestone that I very much look forward to hitting. I have also streamed over 800 days in a row. We're sitting at a cool, calm, collected 806ington. And it just keeps going. It just keeps going. It's going a couple times. No, Carla probably wants me to fuck off. My allergies are awful. Like, I'm getting so fucking stuffed up. I'm also pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. It's almost midnight. I need to get up early tomorrow, and I need to go to the dispo, because I was out of Budski today too. So, in terms of my daily smoke, that was the weed that I missed my bullhead with when I was speed packing bowls. And I basically, like, I keep my bong on, like, basically a countertop out in the smoke room. And, like, underneath where the bong sits was obviously all the spilled weed. So I scooped that shit up, and that was what I was smoking today. It's still fine weed, but I was that out. I was that out. We went to the backup supply. So tomorrow we wake up early. I hit the dispo. We get ready for a stream. Carla's got to work all day tomorrow, so I'll probably be on earlier tomorrow than usual. I'll probably hit the dispo, go for a little George Walkington. Get active from there. Then we'll chill. Lost your bull shield for allergies? Dude, that's what it feels like. Yes. Like, I didn't smoke today in the capacity that I normally would, and my allergies got worse.
Together.
I don't know. Yo, Italian. Thank you for the prime, dude. Much love, much love. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's crazy how that fucking happens. I don't really understand it. Gotta recoat the sinus? Yes, 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 yes. I'm going to take an allergy med, and I'm going to shove it directly up my asshole after stream. Yes, they're meant to be just swallowed pills, but I feel like it works better this way. And it gives Carla something to do. So, teamwork really does make the dream work. Tomorrow, like I said, I'll probably be on around, like, 9? Wait, not 9. Noon? That one? That one? I'm waking up at, like, 9. I'm waking up at, like, 9. I'll probably be on around noon. So it'll be a long stream yet again tomorrow. As always. As always. Every stream is a long stream. But I will definitely be live before 2 tomorrow. Before 2. We'll make up for the late days and all that grind, and we'll be back on it. So, boys, I greatly appreciate y'all hanging out this evening. Once again, if you guys are new, please drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. My name is Dusty. I've streamed 807 days in a row, apparently, by the way. And it keeps going. My lads, my dudes, my guys, I will catch y'all tomorrow. We'll have an absolutely banger day. I'll have some fresh Budski, and we'll be balling. Yes. All the sleep. All of the sleep. Boys, thank you guys for hanging out today. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.